At this moment, I discovered the demonic aura in the air. So, you're here, Ghost Mask. Saying that, he was about to attack Changyu. Seeing this, Hendrik thought to himself, this is bad. Absolutely must not let him attack Changyu. He immediately shouted at Ah, your opponent is me. If you want to interfere with our guild leader, you'll have to step over my dead body first. But Ah only smiled slightly. Such a loyal heart, it's truly moving. Then come, try it. Upon hearing this, Hendrik didn't waste any time. He immediately swung his sword. Suddenly, a wild dragon appeared in the air, stomping fiercely. Seeing this, Ah immediately raised his hand to block. With a violent explosion, a massive pit, 1,000 meters in diameter, appeared on the ground. I still underestimated you, little dragon. I didn't expect the power of the dragons to be this strong. If you grow a little more, perhaps even I might be in danger. But Hendrik only stared at Ah. His own condition was also quite concerning. Are you done talking, Ah? If you're done, then bring it on. As a dragon slayer, I can still fight. Upon hearing this, Ah slightly raised his finger and pointed at him. The pride of dragons is really strong, isn't it? Is it because you're a dragon that you can hold on this long? Wasting your blessed body on someone like Ghost Mask is why you failed. That's the reason for your failure. In response, Hendrik only smiled faintly. You should worry about yourself. That thing is quite troublesome. At this moment, Ah noticed something unusual behind him, but it was too late to dodge. Suddenly, a graceful sword light passed by. The violent energy instantly shattered Ah's location. Crack! Crack! Changyu, finally breaking through the 9-star sky, not only shattered Ah into pieces, but even the 9-star Kalman, who had granted Ah divine power, was shattered under the impact, creating chaos, and was ruthlessly mocked by Changyu. 10 years without seeing you. Your appearance has become even more aged. It's time to pay for the mistakes you made. Just now, immediately, Ah charged forward. Suddenly, there were 7 intense explosions in the field. Ya's body and face were covered with cuts from being slashed. Seeing this, Ya was shocked. His recovery speed couldn't keep up with the attack speed. But Long Su smiled with a wicked grin. This is the legacy left by the demon clan. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in Wu Su's mind. It's useless, Wu Su. You're just stalling for time. But you can't suppress it for long. You can't beat his incredible recovery ability. As long as you keep providing him with a continuous flow of energy. If it falls down here, you have no chance of winning. Even if the guy with your mask returns, it won't help. Wu Su slowly closed her eyes. I hope so. As soon as she said this, the sword spirit immediately became furious. Then why aren't you running? You are the last remaining of the demon clan. Can't you even avenge your people? Are you going to die here with him? But Wu Su has been walking this way. After the Goblin King was saved by her brother, she was protected by Chung Yu and his companions. She also received countless helps, but she could hardly repay them. And Wu Su firmly believes that her brother will hold on and find a way. Therefore, even if it's just for a moment, I must buy time for him. The attack power increased again. Brother Chung Yu, hurry up and come out. Hendrik was also watching Wu Su's every move. This little girl, Wu Su, is indeed amazing, but her eyes are bleeding again. She can no longer continue using the energy. But Wu Su still gritted her teeth and held on. A little longer, just a bit more. Even if it's just to gain one more second. I will hold this place until my brother returns. But it was obvious that Wu Su's speed slowed down. Taking this opportunity, Ya grabbed her slight weakness. This time it's my chance. Then it's my turn. He punched directly and instantly sent Wu Su flying. Wu Su collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted. Brother, I did my best. At this moment, I also realized Kane and Kalman's judgment was correct. If we continue to let them grow, they will surely pose a threat to the 9 Stars' great cause in the future. Therefore, I must eliminate all of them now. As he said that, a dazzling energy ball like the sun appeared in the sky. Without saying a word, it immediately crashed down towards the ground, and Yusu could only watch helplessly from a distance, because she no longer had the strength to act. Seeing this, Hendrik quickly rushed over. Yusu quickly dodged, but Yusu had already prepared for death. I'm sorry, brother. Goodbye. I'm sorry, brother. Goodbye. But just as things were about to take a turn for the worse, a purple energy suddenly appeared in the sky, instantly wrapping the golden energy ball. Seeing this scene, Ah's expression was filled with confusion. What is this? But when he looked again, his attack had disappeared, and the forest had returned to calm. What is going on here? Just now, the light from the heavens had made it bright as day, but the next second, he received a heavy punch to the face, and it instantly shattered Ah's head. It turned out that Che Qingyu had absorbed the fruit's energy. At this moment, Che Qingyu suddenly smiled slightly. Do you want to know what this is all about? This is what it's about. At this moment, Yusu also noticed Che Qingyu had returned. Tears began to fall from the corners of her eyes. Brother, you've finally come back. Upon hearing this, Che Qingyu responded, it's okay. Thank you for your persistence. Now, leave the rest to me. But soon, he noticed that I was about to recover in the distance. This guy is really hard to deal with. He then spoke to Carl and the others. Take the others to a safe place. Don't worry about me. I have a plan. Suddenly, in the distance, Ah spoke up. What are you doing? That demonic aura you're releasing. What kind of ominous life form is that? But Che Qingyu didn't answer directly. If you want to know, feel free to confirm it yourself. With that, Che Qingyu immediately launched an attack. Suddenly, magical energy spiraled and attacked. Seeing this, Ya was stunned. This speed is so fast, no matter how he tried to dodge, he couldn't escape, and it sent Ya flying. Even the giant hand formed by Carlman's divine power was powerless against this attack. Seeing this, Carlman cursed, "Damn, what is this thing? Why does it suddenly feel like my power is being drained? Could it be that Ya has been absorbed? Where did he get such strong magical energy?" But Chungyu didn't give Ya any chance to resist. Without a word, he launched several rounds of attacks. Immediately, Ya's face was shattered into pieces, but Ya still laughed. "Even if you turn me into pieces, I can still recover using the power of my master. So everything you do is futile." But Chungyu coldly responded, "I know you will keep reviving, and every moment, Carlman will inject massive amounts of divine power into you. But my creature is a life form made from my soul and some magical energy. Because it is similar to me, its hunger for energy is also quite strong. In other words, it can continuously tear you apart and consume you until it connects with you and Carlman appears here. Shinggong, do you think you can still live?" As soon as these words were said, Ya became terrified. "No, Master Carlman, please stop. Don't inject any more power into me." But Chungyu's gaze suddenly sharpened. "It's too late." Seeing this, Carlman was also shocked. He became terrified. "What happened to Ya?" Then, suddenly, the space-transferring divine power shattered, and the divine power rebounded. Instantly, it exploded the area where Ya was, and Carlman could only grit his teeth tightly. He trembled uncontrollably. "What is this? What the hell is going on?" But Chungyu suddenly revealed a faint smile. "Finally, we meet again, Calman. 10 years without seeing you. Your appearance has become even more battle-hardened." Upon hearing this, Calman immediately became furious and gritted his teeth, saying, "Ghost Mask." Chungyu simply smiled faintly at her. "Time to pay for the crimes you've committed."
But to get stronger, he actually has to forcibly devour the man's spiritual power. This is because he doesn't know the true worth of the man, and the result was not what he expected. Not only did he fail to devour the man, but he was also successfully devoured by the man's spiritual power, and became one of the man's undead soldiers. Just now, at this, Chungyu couldn't help but wonder, could someone be investigating me? At this moment, the Necromancer King on the ground asked weakly, "Since that's the case, you clearly possess the profession of Necromancer, the undead star. So why have you not avenged his death?" He was the most outstanding Necromancer King in history, who was betrayed by the holy priest Perlon's siblings and died mysteriously after the war. So he was simply deceived and killed by the Perlon siblings. Chungyu is innocent. He is not a traitor. Chungyu replied calmly. Who knows, maybe he became deluded by the 9 stars and turned into a fool. It turns out there are still people in the tower who believe in and remember me. You actually dare to mock him? Although I admit you're excellent, I don't recognize you as the descendant of the undead star. Do you know that he was not only my benefactor, but also stronger than any of the 9 stars? He is my life's goal, and my greatest pride. Because I must defeat you, and fully inherit his name. Hearing this, Chungyu smiled with satisfaction. So this is what it feels like to have a successor. This is truly wonderful. I must make this guy my follower. Then, if you want to be his successor, you need to prove to me that you have the ability and qualifications. Hearing this, the Necromancer King immediately assumed a battle stance. Although it's not complete yet, this is the power that brings me closer to that person. So I've been conducting research on necromancers. I will never let you take that person's position. The Necromancer King shouted loudly. 100 Ghosts Parade. Suddenly, the necromantic aura turned into an evil spirit and shot out. Seeing this, Chungyu was shocked. These are the undead soldiers. He immediately summoned Carl, the troublesome guy. I'll leave this to you. Without hesitation, Carl fired a soul laser immediately, but the next second, Carl froze in place. This wasn't a soul soldier at all. It was a far inferior existence compared to a soul soldier. It actually resembles the soul soldiers I created early on. Could it be that this guy is approaching the path of the necromancer? At this moment, Undead Lord Don shouted loudly. I will not stop here. I will clear his name and take revenge for him. Chungyu, who was nearby, thought to himself, this guy is really stubborn. If I hadn't been reborn, perhaps he really would become the next undying star. Since that's the case, I'll fight with all my might. I'll leave the summoned beasts behind to Carl to handle. Chungyu then shot forward in an instant. In a blink, the two of them had exchanged several blows. Undead Lord Don's momentum resembled his former self. This made Chungyu quite pleased. Suddenly, Chungyu slammed his hand on the ground. Wake up, my soldiers. With that, demonic spirit warriors appeared out of thin air. They charged towards Undead Lord Don in a flash. Seeing this, Undead Lord Don looked confused. What is this? The next second, his eyes widened in shock. Chungyu's attack reached him in an instant. But he heard a few snapping sounds. Chungyu's attack was blocked by several sharp fangs. Chungyu looked closely. he saw a summoned beast had appeared from undead Lord Don's chest. Its teeth tightly gripped Che Qingyu's sword. Che Qingyu. This guy started using summoned beasts. Then a violent explosion erupted right in front of him. I didn't expect this guy to use an incomplete summoned beast. It triggered a self-destruct under unstable conditions. I must find a countermeasure quickly. But the next second, undead Lord Don's transformation shocked Che Qingyu even more. A much more powerful undead energy instantly surged towards him. Seeing this, Che Qingyu quickly dodged. Undead Lord Don slowly said, "This is the final step towards becoming like him." Then he muttered four words softly. "All spirits rise." The energy struck Che Qingyu's body directly and blasted him flying. Che Qingyu was shocked. This is my skill. His spiritual power seems to want to devour the entire world, but with just this level of attack. You cannot devour my soul. Then, Che Qingyu's mouth suddenly curled into a wicked smile. With a casual wave, he completely neutralized this attack. The Necromancer King was stunned, shouting, "Impossible. Though this attack is not perfect, it's the ultimate spiritual power skill created. To think it was so easily neutralized. Does this mean that my spiritual root cannot penetrate his soul?" At this moment, Che Qingyu smiled slightly. "I admit you're excellent. Just like I was in the past. As a reward, I will show you here what true spiritual power looks like. Watch carefully." With that, Che Qingyu spread his arms wide. Countless evil spirits surrounded him. Behind him, a terrifying vortex of spiritual power appeared. Seeing this, the Necromancer King stood there in shock. Then, his gaze became blank. But as the vortex of spiritual power spread, the Necromancer King felt as if he were bathed in a spring breeze. He warmly felt the presence of that person in his heart. So it's here. At this moment, Che Qingyu suddenly leaped into the air. He then landed on top of the Necromancer King's head. "It's nice to see you." The Necromancer King replied, "I'm glad to." Undead Star. As he spoke, he closed his eyes. "You'll soon meet again." Che Qingyu smiled and replied, "We'll meet again soon." At this moment, the Necromancer King felt as if he had lost his soul, but fortunately, he was still alive. Because Che Qingyu did not intend to kill him. At this moment, the Necromancer King seemed to be showing signs of awakening, as expected. "You can easily surpass my imagination." At this moment, the Necromancer King suddenly heard a voice in his mind. "Wake up!" The next second, he suddenly opened his eyes. Che Qingyu was smiling as he watched him. "Welcome, undead soldier." The Necromancer King then reached out and slammed his hand on the ground. "Please forgive me for my previous rudeness. I not only failed to recognize my lord, but I also disrespected you and your companions. Please punish me." Just as the words left his mouth, the ground beneath suddenly trembled violently. Seeing this, Che Qingyu and Don immediately looked forward. A giant undead suddenly burst out of the ground. Don immediately said, "This is my summoned beast. It's currently in a berserk state due to losing its master. My lord, I'll handle this." But Che Qingyu immediately reminded him, "Don, wait a moment. What is it with this?" Before Don could finish speaking, Yusu's enchanting figure suddenly jumped out of the spirit's mouth, and Littletail Fox jumped out. "Brother, we made it out." Seeing the two escape, Che Qingyu was overjoyed. "Great. I was so worried." It's good, it's good." Yusu immediately explained. Littletail Fox used her charm to control the summoned beast. That's how we managed to escape safely. Littletail Fox also chimed in. "When I was focused on the charm, it was Sister who kept protecting me." Hearing this, Don was also greatly shocked. She actually pierced through my necromancy, and she even charmed my undead, and the other one dealt with all the soldiers inside. But at this moment, a red, violent energy suddenly shot into the sky. Che Qingyu immediately recognized it. It was Hendrik's dragon breath. That means they've already decided the outcome over there. Che Qingyu and Hendrik had eliminated the assassins from the 60th floor and successfully subdued undead Lord Dawn, turning him into their soldier. But the Golden Fortune Guild on the 60th floor was still in a dire situation, and leading the army was Ahom, the only one personally granted a blessing from the Celestial Clan. Thus, he could continuously resurrect fallen soldiers. This made Golden Fortune's situation even more perilous. Just then, seeing Snake King Basile stunned. At this point, Basile had been knocked out cold. Dawn never imagined that Basile would be so easily defeated. At this moment, Hendrik slowly walked out. "You lose, Snake King. Although I didn't win easily this time, this is where it ends. You no longer have any snakes left, except for this little snake acting coy by your side." But Baser smiled faintly. Then he turned to look at the little snake. It seems this is where it ends, Hila. Sorry. With that, he suddenly opened his mouth wide, and the little snake, Hila, darted inside. Wusu and the little tail fox were shocked by this scene. What a madman. He actually ate his own snake. At this moment, Hendrix swung his long sword. Useless, Baser. With that, he slashed forward. The sword tip was already right in front of Baser. But Baser's eyes suddenly became hollow. Delicious, Hila. Now we can be together forever. Haha, Hila. You really are the best. Let's kill that dragon together, Hila. With that, he transformed into a giant snake and lunged at Hendrik. Seeing this, Hendrik suddenly laughed loudly. How laughable. You still boast about loving snakes, but in the end, you just treat them as expendable tools, and even eat them. Baser, however, looked at him disdainfully. How could you understand our love? We merge as one. There's no greater, more delicious love than this. Hearing this, Hendrik felt disgusted. What a nauseating person. Seeing this, Che Qingyu immediately ordered, everyone, cover Hendrik. But Hendrik immediately stopped them. None of you intervene. This snake is my prey, Hendrix. Then Hila opened her large mouth. But clearly, Hendrik's speed was faster. With a single strike, he stabbed Hila in the head. But Hila's snake tongue suddenly wrapped around Hendrik's sword. Seeing this, Hendrik's eyes widened in shock. He watched as Hila's massive tongue yanked Hendrik's sword into her mouth. At this moment, Baser, in his snake form, looked down. You don't need a sword, Hendrik. A burst of white energy erupted from his mouth, but Hendrik would never just surrender. He instantly shifted into his dragon form. Then, with a single flap of his wings, he roared, Die, Snake King. Seeing this, Basile was taken aback. He could see that Hendrik's attack was about to land. At that moment, Basile suddenly squinted. Neither dragon nor human. Huh? Don't you think this form looks ugly? Hendrik, however, remained unfazed. I realized something in our fight. I should thank you, Snake King. I am Hendrik, the Dragon Slayer. Nothing changes that fact. With that, he grabbed the half-human, half-snake Basile, and tossed him right in front of the group. Don was equally stunned. To think that Basile, the strongest Snake King, was defeated so easily. This is amazing. Che Qingyu smiled beside them. This time, I'll climb the tower with my companions. Of course, you're included, Don. Hearing this, Don was taken aback, but then he quickly agreed. At this point, Hendrik suddenly spoke up. I'd like to ask what happened between you two, but right now, there's no time to stay here. Yusu and Littletail Fox also reacted quickly. The Golden Fortune Guild on the 60th floor is still in danger. This battle isn't over yet. Che Qingyu immediately gave the order. Let's go. Save Golden Fortune. But at this moment, Don suddenly fell to his knees before Che Qingyu. No. You cannot go. Right now, leading the army on the 60th floor is Ahom. He's the leader of the Celestial Clan's lower-ranked guild, the God Lord Guild. You can consider him as someone on my level, a 300th floor king-level paladin. He'll be quite a challenge. At this, Hendrik spoke up. But you and Basile were both defeated by us, so we're not without a chance. But Don didn't think so. It's not as you think. Since he was saved by the Pei siblings, he has shown an obsessive loyalty towards them. He showed his crazy loyalty to them. At this time, Jin Fu's situation was also very urgent. The front line of soldiers had been mostly dealt with. At this rate, he should be able to delay for a while. But the next second, a golden light suddenly appeared behind Jin Fu. As the golden light became more and more dazzling, the dead soldiers suddenly started to move again. Then they slowly began to rise. This was because Asu Ham was the only one who was personally granted the power of life by the Celestial Clan, so he could resurrect the dead soldiers. In other words, Asu Ham had the power to rival the Celestial Clan of the 300th floor. Hearing this, Wusu was stunned in place. What are we going to do now? At this moment, Che Qingyu also asked in confusion, are we just going to watch the guild be destroyed? No, my lord. There is still a way. A way to counter Asu Ham. With that, a purple flame suddenly appeared in his. This is my physical body. This way, you will be able to contend with Asu Ham. This is the only way to defeat him at the moment, because I vaguely know your abilities, my lord. But Che Qingyu's reverse guild was facing its greatest crisis. After Che Qingyu used the Omnipotent Star to kill, he thought this would successfully thwart the Nine Stars' plans, and let Jin Fu inform the public of this news through his spies. But suddenly, the space-time barrier in the sky collapsed. Che Qingyu instantly felt the ominous aura. Damn. They're really coming. Just now. Hearing this, Baser didn't say anything. Instead, he transformed into a giant demonic snake. Without saying a word, he lunged at ASU. He immediately bound ASU tightly. But ASU just let out a roar and broke free from the restraints. Such an attack is not enough to trap me. You don't even stand a chance. At this moment, Carl reminded them from the side. This guy is really tough to deal with. Even if you tear off his head, he can regenerate. As expected, it must be a one-hit kill. But at this moment, ASU was also confused. The enhanced snake, King Baser's body, was completely still. Even with a weak release of divine power, he doesn't die. Could it be that all of this is his doing? Could all of this be his doing? But no matter what, it's over now. Because you won't be able to kill me either. You must have wanted to rely on the Snake King's soul to defeat me. But unfortunately, your plan has failed. At this, Don stepped forward and slowly replied, "We never planned to defeat you." Hearing this, Aham looked puzzled. Then, Carl, the clever little brat, smiled. "I'll explain it to you. The mission we received wasn't to kill you, but to deliver you to our master. Then use his most powerful soul bullet. It contains the power of Yuan. That's divine power." No, wait. Why does this thing feel different from divine power? Little did they know, this was an original technique by Che Qingyu. The combination of divine power and demonic energy created Yuan. At that moment, Che Qingyu's pupils suddenly dilated. His fingers fired a burst of spiritual bullets. The terrifying Yuan energy enveloped the surroundings instantly. Aham was enveloped by the energy. He could only emit helpless cries. With the complete explosion of Yuan energy, the entire street was turned to ashes. A massive pit, 1,000 meters deep, formed in its place. Che Qingyu and the others coldly watched from the sky. Finally, it was over. At this, Don suddenly knelt down. "Achieving our first victory together with you is an honor." Carl, the clever little brat, also expressed his admiration. "This time, we've got ourselves a proper successor." But Che Qingyu immediately rejected it. "What are you so happy about? He's my descendant." Just then, a voice came from below. "Che Qingyu, the soldiers below have been taken care of." It was Hendrik, whose side had also finished the battle. To revive them, it would take either a god or a demon. At this, Yusu curiously asked, "Did we successfully stop them?" Che Qingyu replied, "Are you asking if there are no survivors?" "Of course. We've officially secured our first victory. If the previous success was a surprise attack, this time, it was a complete defeat for them. If this news spreads, what do you think others will think? So the heavens can fight back too?" At this, Jin Fu smiled slightly. "So you want me to spread this news, right?" Che Qingyu replied, "Of course. In that case, I'll leave first. There's still the matter of cleaning up the aftermath, so I'll leave the rest to you." At this moment, a golden light suddenly appeared at Che Qingyu's feet. It was the persistent little pest, Wan Yi. "My instincts are as good as ever." But the nine-tailed fox looked speechless. "I suggest you stop talking for now. Haven't you noticed that something is approaching?" The little tail fox had also picked up something from her mother. Suddenly, her ears perked up. At this moment, a giant crack suddenly appeared in the air. The entire ground started to shake violently. "Is this an earthquake?" "It's the space shaking." The little tail fox stared up at the sky in a daze. The rift in the air suddenly grew larger. With the destruction of the space crack, a dazzling golden light suddenly illuminated the sky. A massive surge of energy swept down from the sky, directly crashing into Che Qingyu and the others. They were instantly blasted away. Seeing this, Hendrik quickly used his wings to shield everyone. "What is this?" At this moment, Che Qingyu immediately reacted. Someone forcibly tore apart the space of the divine tower, and the ones capable of doing this. Suddenly, Dun pointed ahead and said, "My lord, look over there." Following the direction Dun pointed to, they saw Asu Ham's large body slowly floating into the air. His eyes were glowing with golden light. Then the golden light spread all over his body. Then with a snap, he let out a loud roar. Divine power. This feeling seems incredibly familiar. It's them. This feeling is unmistakable. It's that bastard, Kale Man. At this moment, Asu slowly walked over. They really are gods. Otherwise, why haven't they abandoned me? Now, it's time to deal with you non-believers. Attack. Attack now. The nine-tailed fox, the mother of the little fox, is about to act. After Aham obtained the divine power of Kyle Man from the 9 stars, he thought that he was invincible in the 60th floor of the God Tower. He easily defeated Carl and Dawn, rendering them completely helpless, and casually slammed Hendrik's dragon form into the ground. Even Che Qingyu had no choice but to kneel at his feet. But why did he provoke this little girl of all people to actually specifically target her? Little did he know, the forces behind this. Even the 4 great royal families at the top of the God Tower would not dare provoke them easily. Just now. Having said that, Ahum slowly walked over. I told you. They are the symbol of God. Indeed, Kyleman. The mysterious runes on his back are vaguely visible. Kyleman smirked. Looks like Ahum failed on the 60th floor, but you don't need to worry too much. Because Ahum is a very special toy. He's a failsafe for when plans go wrong. When I granted him divine power, I secretly made modifications. If Ahum fails, he will be resurrected as my agent to wield my power. He should be ready to face me directly now. At this point, Chaichingyu was more certain of his thoughts. This divine energy undoubtedly belongs to that vile Kyleman. One of the 9 stars, the group that killed my brother. That group of bastards. At this moment, Ahum suddenly said with an unpleasant face, "Can you recognize this divine power of Kyleman?" Chaichingyu replied indifferently, "How could I forget these things? Those guys from the 9 stars. The divine energy they emanate makes me sick." Hearing this, Ahum was shocked. Why does this guy have such strong hostility toward the 9 stars? His time in the tower should be less than a year. What exactly does he have to do with Kyleman? Who is this guy really? But just as Ahum was lost in thought, Carl, the clever little brat, and Don suddenly attacked from behind. But Ahum immediately realized their intentions. Suddenly, the sound of a violent explosion rang out. When the smoke cleared, Ahum said with an evil smile, "I almost forgot. Don't you all have immortal bodies? But with your level of strength, it's not enough in my eyes. You'll be in even more pain if you don't die. How about I help you get rid of that pain now?" But just as Asu was speaking, a huge shadow appeared above his head. It was Hendrik, transforming into his... He slapped down right where Asu was. But the next second, Hendrik was stunned. Asu only used one hand to resist his evil dragon's force. But now I possess the power of the 9 stars. With that, he lightly tapped the ground. Then, with a swoosh, he slammed Hendrik's massive dragon form into the ground. Then he said with a mocking expression, "The power of the 4 great royal families can't even touch the tip of their toes." But the next second, Asu was shocked to find, what is going on? My body's movement has been somehow restricted. Who did this? He then turned his gaze toward the little tail fox. Did you little brat do this? I didn't expect this little thing to have such powerful suppressive power. It looks like a little spirit creature. But just as Asu was distracted for a moment, Chaichingyu suddenly lunged and struck at his head. Get out of my way. You 9 stars Kyleman. With that, he swung his long sword downward and instantly split Asu in half. But in the blink of an eye, Asu's severed head recovered. Seeing this, Chaichingyu was quite surprised. This attack carried all the power of the omnipotent star. How could it recover from just a single blow? At this moment, Asu looked at Chaichingyu with a mocking gaze. Useless, ghost face. Your current attack can't even harm me. With that, he slowly extended a finger. Now it's my turn. As soon as he spoke, a golden energy ball slowly formed at Asu's fingertip. As the energy ball grew larger, Asu yelled, "Heaven's punishment!" The golden light filled the sky, blinding everyone. Chaichingyu was also shocked by this. This power is incomparable to the previous one. Everyone run. But even so, the little tail fox still worried about Chaichingyu's safety. The little tail fox still worried about Chaichingyu's safety. With the sudden explosion of the massive energy sphere, the ground was instantly shattered by this energy. As the smoke cleared, Chaichingyu slowly crawled up from the deep pit. How infuriating. My body just won't listen. Suddenly, a voice came from the distance. You're awake. Just in time. You can watch this little one die in front of you. And don't worry. You will have your turn soon. At this moment, Chaichingyu looked quite helpless. Not only Xiaowei Fox, but also Hendrik and Lungsu. They were all also unable to wake up. At this time, Ahum continued shouting. This is the failure of your rebellion against the 9 stars. Since the moment you raised the flag of rebellion against the 9 stars, your fate has already been sealed. Hearing this, Chaichingyu recalled his experiences over the past few days. Failure. How could Chaichingyu accept failure so easily? But in this place, I can't even get close to Ya. Am I supposed? No. I can't be defeated by them again. I will not allow it. But at this moment, the little fox was on the brink of death. Let's start with you. You arrogant spirit. At this moment, the little fox struggled to speak. Brother. I can't breathe. But at this critical moment, a stern voice suddenly echoed in her mind. with a sound of ding. It was the little fox's mother, the nine-tailed fox, suddenly appearing. "You dare lay a hand on my child?" As the words fell. Suddenly, 9 purple tails appeared behind the little fox, and an overwhelming energy erupted from her body. "It's appearing! It's appearing!" The godly entity that surpasses even the divine tower appeared. One was the little fox's mother, the nine-tailed fox. She immediately addressed Chungyu as dear. The other was the totem of the Dark Clan, the world tree that granted power to their race, Dark Yggdrasil. Suddenly, a blinding white light flashed in front of Yu's eyes. The white light also enveloped Chungyu and the others. Then a deep, rumbling. The scene then shifted to the dark forest on the 70th floor of the Divine Tower. A wave of white energy appeared from the ground of the dark forest, as the sound of 9 tails swishing filled the air. Chungyu and the others were all brought here by the nine-tailed fox. Wusu, standing to the side, was very confused. "Little fox." "No, wait. It should be the nine-tailed fox." Upon hearing this, the nine-tailed fox smiled charmingly. "Hello, little girl. This must be our first meeting, right?" At this moment, Chungyu stood up and asked, "Where is this?" The nine-tailed fox answered with a smile. "The 70th floor, dark forest." Upon hearing this, Wusu froze. 70th floor? "We haven't even entered the tower. How is this possible?" The nine-tailed fox slowly explained. "Climbing the tower is not the only way to ascend. There are many crystals that can also reach the higher levels, but you won't gain the power that comes from ascending the tower. You can only return to the tower level that matches your own abilities." Then, looking at Wusu, the nine-tailed fox said, "Didn't you also not ascend to the 100th floor? But you still grew up there, didn't you?" At this point, Hendrik, who was behind them, suddenly spoke up. "You say this is the 70th floor, dark forest. Isn't this an unexplored, unknown space? It's filled with dense, ink-like mist. It can cause you to lose your sense of direction and even face danger. Why did you bring us to such a place?" But Chungyu didn't think the same way. "Maybe that's exactly why it's safer here." Upon hearing this, the nine-tailed fox immediately responded with a charming smile. "As expected, my dear. You're quick to understand, huh?" But just as she spoke, the nine-tailed fox suddenly raised her finger. "It's about to reach its limit. I originally couldn't directly intervene in the world of tower climbers, so I could only help you escape through this child. But this is just a temporary measure. They will come back to kill you. With your current growth speed, it would be hard to deal with them. So, you must become stronger." Upon hearing this, Chungyu asked, "Then what do you want us to do? If there is a way to quickly become stronger?" The nine-tailed fox just smiled faintly. "The time is up. Just wait for him to tell you." "Well then, goodbye, my dearest Chungyu." Just as the nine-tailed fox was, Chungyu hurriedly rushed up, signaling for her to wait. But with a snap, the nine-tailed fox instantly reverted to the form of a little fox. Uncontrollably, she fell from the air. Seeing this, Wusu immediately caught her. At this moment, everyone was very confused. Who exactly is the nine-tailed fox mentioned? Just then, a whistling sound of an arrow broke the air. It instantly swished past Chungyu's ear. Luckily, Chungyu reacted in time. The woman in the tree nervously asked, "Who are you? Why are you invading our dark forest? I advise you to leave here immediately, otherwise." But the woman then noticed something unusual. "Why him?" At this point, Chungyu on the ground responded, "That's not going to happen. We are looking for something here. Carlton, come out." At this moment, the woman in the tree slowly removed her. "So, we meet again today in this way." Upon hearing this, Chungyu and Wusu were both confused. "Lunyi, long time no see, ghost face. It really is quite a surprise. I'm still cautious about the existence of—" When Yusu saw Aryun, Chungyu finally relaxed. "Ah, it's you. Have you gathered any forces now?" Upon hearing this, Aryun smiled wryly. "Not really a force. At most, we have just over 10 dark elves. We can only set up some defenses in this forest, but we still have hope. Look over there." Looking in the direction Aryun pointed. "This is the Dark Yggdrasil. This is the new world tree that gives us power." Longsu and Hendrik were both dumbfounded. Aryun said this is nothing special. The real Yggdrasil is much stronger. As Aryun spoke, he suddenly changed the subject. "Now, it's your turn to tell me. Why did you end up in this state? What's your purpose for coming here?" Chungyu, looking puzzled, replied, "I can only reluctantly tell you the truth. Aryun, it's all because of this. So, the Saint Star of the 9 Stars got involved in the matter. They even gave us their power after enhancing the attributes. You all came here with the help of the nine-tailed fox. They also said that there is a force here that can counter those guys. Could we be that force?" Yusu could only explain helplessly. I know this sounds shameless, but I have to ask you, could you fight alongside us? Meanwhile, Che Qingyu was alone, lying against the corridor railing. What should we do next? I was powerless in the face of the power given by Kale Man. If the nine-tailed fox hadn't appeared in time, I probably would have died in his hands. What should I do? Damn it. I need stronger power. But in the next second, Che Qingyu suddenly froze in his thoughts. I thought I felt a strange presence. At this moment, the voice slowly spoke. You're the one sent by Ball and the nine-tailed fox, right? Your potential seems pretty good. Although I don't know who you are. This is our first meeting. Don't you think you're being a bit rude? At this moment, the voice continued to respond. Are you being a bit rude? At this point, the voice continued. Is this really our first meeting? You must have seen me for quite some time by now. How can you say it's our first meeting? My name is Dark Yggdrasil. The new power you're seeking is me. I am an elf created by the gods during the origin of the divine and have poured endless energy and love into it. I also have a beautiful appearance and a long lifespan. But now, I align myself with the four great emperors controlling the divine tower, and I try to shake the order established by the creator god inside the divine tower. Therefore, in order to continue maintaining my rule, the creator god granted the power of the elves to men. Inside the room, Aryun seemed to have made a decision. Are we going to go to war with the 9 stars? Of course, I will fight alongside you. We, the Dark Elves, will stand with the forces against fate. Upon hearing this, Yusa stood up excitedly. Really, Aryun? Although this is not our place to speak, that's a very dangerous choice. But Aryun only smiled slightly. I am able to fight like this right now, thanks to that electric face guy. It should be thanks to that Che Qingyu guy. Besides, we share the same enemy. There's no reason not to help him. I'm sure when brother finds out, he'll be very happy. At this point, Aryun suddenly paused. But where did that Che Qingyu run off to? At this moment, he was talking to Dark Yggdrasil. You drew me here. I just want to know, why did you choose me? Dark Yggdrasil responded lightly. Because I am interested in you. Upon hearing this, Che Qingyu felt deeply embarrassed. However, most beings interested in me have something wrong with their minds. Are you talking about me? Upon hearing this, the evil voice immediately jumped out. I'm asking, are you talking about me? You don't need to be wary of Dark Yggdrasil. He is on your side for now. Upon hearing this, Che Qingyu was shocked. He's on my side? But Dark Yggdrasil said nothing. Then, from the tree trunk, a cross-shaped light appeared. With a swoosh, it transformed into a leaf and floated in front of Che Qingyu. The tips of its leaves were still shining with dazzling light. At this moment, the voice of Dark Yggdrasil sounded again. This is the fruit of Dark Yggdrasil. Upon seeing this, Che Qingyu was very surprised. This is the fruit of the world tree. It is usually a possession of the royal family of high elves, but this is Dark Yggdrasil. And considering that dark elves are mutants born from the influence of demonic aura, this fruit must be the essence of demonic aura. Eating it will grant a large amount of demonic aura, if that's the case. Defeating Ahum, but Che Qingyu was still very puzzled. Why would you give this to me? Aren't you like the gods of the elves? Shouldn't it be given to Elunyi? Upon hearing this, Dark Yggdrasil sighed softly. Do you know what happened before the god tower? Yggdrasil, which is my true form, was created by a god who existed from the origin of the tower. I am a creation of its hands. And also a gift prepared for the elven race, the god of the elves. Also known as the parent of the world tree. I've heard that this god poured endless energy and love into the elves, with beautiful appearances. A strong affinity for the elven race, and that long lifespan. They are unmatched, even when compared to the 4 great royal clans. Do you know what the greatest weakness is for a perfect existence? Che Qingyu replied arrogantly. You are right. They are so intoxicated by their beauty that they don't interact with other races, living a solitary and carefree life, with everything they need already fulfilled. Naturally, they can't be as desperate to climb the tower like other races' climbers, only seeking power. But this has also led to the fact that, in all the years, not a single elf has successfully ascended the tower. Che Qingyu was stunned and widened his mouth in surprise. What? How is that possible? Dark Yggdrasil responded. It's not impossible. Do you think why gods create life? And why did they let them climb the tower? Che Qingyu replied softly. It should be to make them into other gods, thus enriching their own power. 849. 00:24:45, 265. 00:24:45, 265. Thus, I will empower myself, just like this guy in front of us. Upon hearing Che Qingyu's response, Dark Yggdrasil smiled with satisfaction. So, regarding accepting your reward, how will you proceed? Che Qingyu clicked his tongue and replied, of course, I'll just drive them out, and then replace them with more obedient ones. At this point, Che Qingyu suddenly realized, wait, does that mean? Dark Yggdrasil nodded. Our creator has expectations for me and the Dark Elves, for Aryun as well. The elven race is too corrupted now. They have allied with the 4 great emperor families, and are attempting to disrupt the order of the Divine Tower. The core of this conspiracy is the 9 stars. That's your target for revenge. Those strongest human tower climbers. But unfortunately, Aryun hasn't yet grown strong enough to bear my power. So, I will pass this power to you. Someone who wishes to defy fate. The parents of the World Tree have proposed a contract. The condition is to gather the Dark Elf race. The contract payment is the fruit of Dark Yggdrasil. Upon hearing this, Che Qingyu smiled faintly. Then he grabbed the fruit with his hand. I guess I have no reason to refuse. At this moment, the system continued to alert. Attention! Dark Yggdrasil's fruit contains powerful demonic energy. Please be cautious when consuming. Seeing this, Che Qingyu thought for a moment. Indeed. If I eat it without preparation, my body might collapse from the demonic energy. At this point, Dark Yggdrasil spoke again. The parents of the World Tree will help you. After speaking, several tree roots from Dark Yggdrasil wrapped around. Seeing this, Che Qingyu was confused, but as more and more roots gathered around, they soon surrounded Che Qingyu. The roots emitted streams of demonic energy. Che Qingyu thought to himself, so this is it. These roots containing demonic energy can protect me from the harmful demonic energy to some extent. Che Qingyu then said to Kaleman and Danha, from now on, I will do everything I can to absorb the power of this fruit. You need to make sure you protect me during this time, until I gain all the power or die trying. Upon hearing this, Carl and Dunn immediately nodded and pledged to protect their master's safety with their lives. We will guard the master's safety with our lives. Then, Che Qingyu began to absorb the fruit. Without hesitation, he immediately activated his strongest skill, Devour. To defy fate, I can only gamble everything now. Meanwhile, Yusu and the others caught up. He doesn't even know the way. Where can he possibly go? Yusu kept shouting ahead. Big brother. Big brother, where are you? At this moment, Hendrik pointed ahead and shouted, look over there. Upon hearing this, Wusu looked in the direction he pointed. There's a huge surge of demonic aura swirling above. This wasn't here when we came in. At this moment, Su finally reacted. This is bad. This demonic aura clearly belongs to Big Brother. Just as the words left his mouth, a violent explosion erupted behind Wusu. The ground was blasted into a deep pit. When the dust cleared, Ahum slowly emerged from the center. His body was emitting strong divine power fluctuations. You dare to avoid the judgment of the Holy Star, and even hide in a place like this? This time, I will definitely end you. Defying fate. Bad, bad. Ahum, this villain, smirked and charged forward. With just one strike, he knocked Alunyi to the ground. Even Hendrik, in his dragonborn state, was powerless against Ahum's attacks, and Little Fox was still in a deep sleep. Therefore, they couldn't rely on the nine-tailed fox's power. However, Che Qingyu was in the critical moment of devouring the fruit. Just now, under Ahum's divine strike, the elf was instantly knocked unconscious. Then, Ahum stomped on him. Dark Elf, you were lucky to survive thanks to the demonic aura in your body. Otherwise, you'd be dead by now. This elf was in shock. How did you get here so fast? Upon hearing this, Ahum grabbed him and replied, the Nine Stars' influence spreads throughout the entire God Tower. It's faster to investigate from areas where information can't reach. It's much quicker this way. If you don't want to die, let Elian come out. If you don't want to die, let Electric Face come out. He's the only one who can save you. Just as the situation grew desperate, Hendrik, transformed into an evil dragon, suddenly appeared. He opened his mouth wide and charged at ASU. With a powerful strike, he shattered the place where ASU stood. Seeing this, ASU quickly flew to the side. He sneered and said, again, it's you, little dragon. How come it's just the few of you? How laughable. At least you should have brought Ghost Face, or that spirit. But what ASU didn't know was that ever since the little fox appeared, she had lost consciousness. Probably a side effect of accepting the Ninetails curse. She can't help us defy fate in her current state. Although Yusu isn't clear about Che Qingyu's condition right now, from the intensity of the demonic energy from the World Tree, it seems Che Qingyu is inside. Looks like he's consuming something dangerous. Yusu tightly gripped her sword. There's only one thing I must do. Before Qingyu gains his power and returns, I must buy him more time. She then said to the little fox, you take him far away. But Yusu stubbornly said, before my brother comes, we must hold out together. Hendrik was instantly angry. Right now, you're not even a threat. Do you understand, Yusu? Asu stood with a puzzled expression. What are you two doing? Seems like Electric Face is up to something again. If he keeps refusing to show himself, then he'll have... With that, a violent burst of divine power came crashing down. It instantly struck in front of the two. Hendrik immediately shouted, run. Right now. Without a second thought, he charged at Asu. Yusu, reluctantly, ran in the opposite direction, but Asu wouldn't make it easy for them. He immediately launched a powerful energy wave, but Hendrik's attack was equally swift. It immediately pierced through Asu's arm. Meanwhile, Ariun's arrow shot toward them. How dare you harm my people? And you've declared war on the Dark Elf tribe. And Ahum, with his severed arm, also realized that something was wrong. The demonic aura on him was different from the ghost faces. It could even prevent his... Demonic aura and divine power are opposites. If this continues, things will get even worse. Then now, I can only eliminate this, he said, and immediately launched an attack toward Yusu. Just as Yusu was about to be in mortal danger, Hendrik appeared just in time. He swiftly blocked Ahum's attack. I must stop him here. As he spoke, a dragon ball surrounded by lightning appeared in his hand. Seeing this, Ahum immediately thought, this is bad. This is the essence of Dragon Clan power. The dragon's breath skill erupted. But just then, Ahum's divine power attack also came at them. Seeing this, Hendrik hurriedly shouted, Elunyi, open it quickly. But Elunyi did not choose to retreat. She immediately drew her bow to counterattack, but Ahum's attack was too fast. Before she could react, she was struck down by a giant divine hand. As more divine power gathered, a loud explosion rang out. Elunyi was also knocked down by this blow. At this moment, Ahum slowly walked over. I told you. I will eliminate you first. In that instant, your fate was already sealed. The bid comes from the celestial Meyer of the Inche class. Upon hearing this, the dark elf immediately erupted. Meyer, how dare you? Even if I die, I will never be sold to you. But Meyer only smiled faintly. Seeing this, the dark elf in the cage became even more enraged. You wait. Once I'm out of here, I'll tear you apart, you bastard. She was once a high-ranking elf princess, but now she is nothing more than a toy, treated like cattle by mom. Not only that, she's been locked in a cage like livestock, and auctioned off as a cheap product. In the end, she could only be a tool for the monsters to breed. Just as this was happening, Meyer spoke slowly. Don't just get angry. You should think carefully, princess. Rather than becoming a plaything for those filthy guys, why not become my pet? Wouldn't that be better? But now she had no way out. At this moment, the host suddenly spoke. All right, if no one bids any further, the auction will be concluded. The dark elf was furious. Is this really the end? Just as the host was about to strike the auction hammer, a voice suddenly called out, I bid 4.5 million. Hearing this, Meyer was stunned. Such a large sum. Meyer turned his gaze upwards. He found that the person was none other than Qingyu. But Qingyu only said with a smile, you, pigeon, can actually count? The host was also in shock. After all, 10 million gold coins was the highest bid in the history of the 51st floor. This auction is truly intense. The dark elf also looked up at the person. Who is that? Damn it. You're trying to ruin my chance. You actually want to bid on something I've set my eyes on. Qingyu emitted a faint yellow holy light. Seeing this, Qingyu raised both his hands. Whoa, you want to use brute force to pressure me into giving up? Can auctions really be like this? But Meyer only smiled faintly. Don't act like this. How can you afford such a large sum? The two hostile gazes instantly collided. The host, not knowing what to do, stood there. Meyer sighed. I know. I'll raise the bid. 11 million gold. But Qingyu immediately raised the price to 72 million gold. Upon hearing this, Carl was stunned. 20 million? Is he crazy? But Qingyu remained calm. What's the matter? Are you afraid? At this point, Meyer looked displeased. What is this guy up to? He's not a bidder's pawn. He actually wants to buy the elf? What are you looking at, you pigeon? Do you want me to gouge your eyes out? At this moment, Qingyu thought to himself, though one day I plan to wipe out the 4 great royal clans. My current strength can't completely suppress them, but my wealth can definitely pressure them. Meyer was not worried about the 20 million bid. This amount is far beyond what one person can manage. The host then continued. 20 million gold, once. If no one else raises the bid, the dark elf will be sold for 20 million gold. Mr. Ghostface, please wait a moment. I will bring you the elf and the cage shortly. Here is the magic key. It can open the cage and chains upon contact. I wonder when the next one will come. But Che Qingyu signaled him to hurry. Bring her out now. Yusu cautiously tugged at his sleeve. She tentatively asked, I'm not a fool. How could I treat someone as a slave? At this moment, Carl suddenly intervened. What about me? Che Qingyu replied. What's your problem? You're a soul, not even human. Are you trying to make me think you're a human too? Longsu replied. No, brother, that elf. In my eyes, she is also beautiful. At this moment, Meyer appeared in front of them again. Mr. Ghostface, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Meyer. But Che Qingyu's attitude remained cold. If you're targeting the elf, I advise you to give up. Those who attempted this before have already disappeared from this world. But Meyer smiled faintly. How could that be? If you don't mind, could you tell me why you want to buy her? But Che Qingyu responded indifferently. Don't think that because you are from the 4 great royal clans, everyone will greet you with a smile. Meyer smiled faintly upon hearing this. Since that's the case, I have no choice. Though I wanted to raise the price slowly, there has already been a report upstairs. Upon hearing this, Che Qingyu's heart skipped a beat. His sword instantly shot out. Seeing this, Meyer cursed under his breath. But in an instant, Che Qingyu stopped his attack. I cannot kill her yet. If I use all my strength, I could kill this punished pigeon in front of me. But that would only give stronger members of the Celestial Clan an excuse to come after me. With my current power, I cannot openly oppose these guys. So for now, I must wait for the right moment. Suddenly, Meyer said playfully, that hairpin must be beautiful, right? You might never have a chance to see it. He leaned in close to Yusu's ear. If I had known, I wouldn't have burned them all. At this, Che Qingyu realized, this filthy pigeon's purpose wasn't the auction item at all. But Yusu remained silent for a moment. Brother, I'm fine. I must stay calm now. At this moment, Meyer's expression was full of smugness. I have a feeling, Mr. Ghostface, we'll meet again soon. I'll be waiting for you on the 100th floor. Upon hearing this, Che Qingyu was shocked. Wait, how much do you know? But all that remained was Meyer's feather. Though I don't know what this filthy pigeon's purpose is, you just wait for me on the 100th floor. One day, I will take your head. They then proceeded to the outskirts of the 751st floor. Demon soldiers, keep this place completely secure. No one can overhear the conversation here. At this point, the dark elf calmly asked, so now what are you going to do with me? Che Qingyu gestured for her not to worry. If I had planned to do something to you, I wouldn't have brought the children here. But the dark elf sneered. After all, you're all the same. What difference does it make between adults and children? Believe it or not, that's your choice. What's your name? Elun Mai. Upon hearing the name, Che Qingyu's eyes widened instantly. Named after the sacred tree of the elves, it was named after Deglashi, a royal surname. This person is definitely of royal elf blood. Who would have thought that this seemingly delicate elf princess would stab her own father to death with a dagger, and without hesitation, discard her father's chest, just to obtain the sacred item, Deglashi's soul. By consuming it, she gained the legacy of the elves. Just earlier, meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, a group of people were rushing toward the forest. Is this the forest? Let's split up to search. This royal elf has greater potential for growth. After becoming a dark elf, the magic power she gains should be stronger. But then again, she and Meyer are from one of the 4 great royal clans. What conflict could there be? This kind of person is perfect for joining the rebellious guild. But the dark elf was still pondering how to escape. The cage and chains suppress her power. But even if she frees herself, she cannot immediately use her strength. However, in the next second, Che Qingyu directly opened the cage. The dark elf looked confused upon seeing this. What are you trying to do? But Che Qingyu remained calm. Get up. I have questions to ask. But as soon as the words fell, the dark elf immediately attempted to escape. Seeing this, Che Qingyu casually waved his hand, and the dark elf fell to the ground immediately. I advise you to give up. The elves are skilled in magic and elven arts, but not in combat. So can you tell me what you plan to do with the 20 million gold you spent to buy me? He suddenly burst out laughing. This is a pretty good place. No matter what you do to a dark elf in a cage, no one will ever know. Are you planning to do the same as the others who bought me? Use me to satisfy your lust? What are you talking about in front of the kids? Brother Qingyu isn't like that. At this moment, a certain god spoke up with their opinion. It seems a bit too early for you to teach such things. The Monkey King said, every hero should have at least 1 wife and 4 concubines. Upon seeing this, Che Qingyu completely lost his. What a bunch of lunatics. It's not what you think, get lost. But just then, Che Qingyu was shocked to hear a loud explosion coming from the woods. He immediately called out to Carl, what's going on over there? To his surprise, this group of people was heading toward Che Qingyu. Brothers, drive back these undead. Capture that rich man who cleared out the auction. Seeing this, Yusu immediately entered battle mode. Little Tail Fox also activated her charm skill. Thanks to Yusu and Little Tail Fox's help, Carl had gained a lot of time. Let you dogs try this move. As soon as the words fell, the Soul Sever skill was unleashed. Instantly, the ground erupted with intense explosions. Meanwhile, over by Chei-Ching-yu, your companions are strong, but as the leader, you should be stronger. Her strength has weakened due to punishment. With your strength, killing him should be easy. But why did you let that Celestial go? Killing him, what difference would it make? It would only bring more trouble to yourself. You're suppressing your emotions for the greater good. You're not like me. Have you ever cut open your own family member's belly? Upon hearing this, Chei-Ching-yu was shocked. What? The dark elf began to speak about her past with disdain. Go on, push the knife deeper into my chest. Was my father supposed to do this? Was there no other way? No, daughter, you did well. Only by my death can this be passed on to you. The soul pulse of Eiderglashi. The future of our tribe is in your hands. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. Grab Aoyuin. His father was severely injured. He surely can't run far. My brother, Alad, betrayed our race to the 4 great royal families for power. He's caught up so quickly. Seeing this, my father told her to eat it quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, my father was struck by a sword. He was killed on the spot. Even the fruit was cut into 2 halves. At this moment, Hammer appeared above her head. He looked at her with disdain. Immediately after, a surge of gray magic energy entered her body. I've been troubled for a long time, O noble elf princess, because you refused to join us. What kind of punishment should you receive? This is extremely pure magic energy I got from a friend. Even high-level elves could be brought down with a single blow. Noble elf princess, let's begin by tarnishing your dignity. I will slowly make you fall into hell. You will never be able to reincarnate. Thus, she was sold to the slave market and met Chei-Ching-yu. At this moment, Chei-Ching-yu realized what had happened. It seems that the elf race is also a target for elimination by the 4 great royal families. But the elf race, with its power at level 300, is very strong. It's hard to completely wipe them out at the root. Even the 4 great royal families would have difficulty countering their magic and elven arts. The only way to defeat them is to create divisions within the elf race and exploit them. And this is where Aoyuin's story ends. But Chei-Ching-yu doesn't think so. The one who turned you into a slave and took your kingdom is still alive. And now, you're still standing here in good health. This story won't end until one of us dies. Why don't you join us and reverse the situation? I'll help you kill the people who wronged you. Now, let's look at Wasukar's side. At this moment, Yusu's mind was full of the image of the dark elf. Can my brother really be alone with that elf? What if my brother's heart is stolen by her? No, I have to go check now. But at this moment, a giant half-orc appeared behind her. Seeing this, Wusu thought to herself, damn it, how did I not notice? Just as the half-orc's fist was about to smash Wusu's head, at this critical moment, a figure appeared behind her, and with one kick, he knocked the giant half-orc to the ground. Upon seeing this, Yusu's face lit up with excitement. Brother, Yusu, are you alright? But Yusu didn't answer and instead asked, what about the elf? You mean Arian? She has already left. Then Chei-Ching-yu recounted what happened earlier. Are you asking me to avenge you? Kill my own siblings. Siblings? After what they've done, can they still be considered siblings? Think about how they treated you. You have no reason not to seek revenge for yourself. What they did to you. You should repay them 10-fold, 100-fold. If it were me, I would do the same. Hearing this, Arian looked puzzled. Chei-Ching-yu responded, the 9 stars, and the 4 great royal clans in the Divine Tower. But Arian gave a slight nod. Now that I think about it, in your eyes, my experience is just trivial complaints. With that, her figure disappeared from the spot. Seeing this, Chei-Ching-yu was confused. Looks like you're not planning to join the Reverse Heaven Guild. Correct. I'm leaving to seek the strength to be your equal. When I gain the strength to stand on my own, I'll come back to find you. Upon hearing this, Chei-Ching-yu smiled slightly. At that moment, Arian suddenly asked, can you tell me your name? Not Ghostface, but your real name. Chei-Ching-yu calmly responded. 7 stars, Chei-Ching-yu. Bad. The Golden Fortune Merchant Guild's branch was attacked by the Holy Nation Guild. But as a 300th floor tower climber, once exposed, the entire Golden Fortune Guild would be purged by the 4 great royal clans. So we can only let Pei take the lead, even if it means betting my life. We can't let the enemy step in here. Just then, upon hearing this name, Arian looked shocked. The cause of his death is shrouded in mystery. Turns out it's like this. Now it all makes sense. Thinking about this, Arian smiled slightly. If I die, my soul and body are yours to do as you wish. After saying that, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished. At this moment, Carl hurried over. If things end here, we should quickly move to another location. Otherwise, we'll be surrounded by tower climbers who come after hearing the news. Chei-Ching-yu also realized they couldn't stay any longer. Let's aim for the 60th floor of the tower, the big city. Meanwhile, Quan Fu was on the 60th floor of the tower, but it seems they are under attack, facing many enemies. He immediately used his gold rush skill. Suddenly, a bunch of enemies collapsed to the ground, but they were quickly pushed back. I didn't expect them to come with such a large army. And Jin Fu himself didn't dare to show up directly. He could only watch his borrowed name merchant guild being burned. For the Holy Nation, brothers, charge. Poffy could only stay at the front. This is the borrowed name merchant guild that supports reversing the heavens. If the 9 stars find out it's related to reversing the heavens, it's over. We can't let Mr. Jin Fu get involved. I will guard this place. Immediately, the enemies were knocked to the ground. But at this moment, a muscular man with a knife rushed up. Your opponent is me. As he finished speaking, the ground exploded violently. Seeing this, the muscular man smiled slightly. Just a weak, fragile puppeteer. Does he have any skill? Seeing the muscular man, Poffy's face was filled with shock. Guild leader. It seems they really intend to level this place to the ground. At the same time, a white-haired man observed every move on the battlefield. We, the 100 Light Swallow, pushed those guys to their limits. They actually want to steal our credit. Is that so? A horse is not a pig. Who is the one responsible for this? Isn't it your subordinate who leaked the news on the 10th floor like by? As the two were talking, Poffy suddenly realized this was a good opportunity. Poffy suddenly shouted loudly, "Then you all will become my puppets." Seeing this, both of them immediately realized something was wrong. Seeing the puppet strings about to control them, suddenly, a woman wearing a yellow mask appeared and attacked Poffy's abdomen. Poffy screamed as she was struck. Poffy screamed on the spot. Chu so run shi yoji duri gong hoi, hui jiang mari. Now, it's a classic case of the fisherman catching the benefit from the clams fighting. This puppeteer was taken down by me. Remember that. But just then, a blonde man suddenly appeared. The man was the president of the Divine Lord Guild, a Hoji. You were involved in Ghostface's attack and made the Holy Nation suffer. This is the place where you must pay the price. And now you're openly making trouble here. We don't have to listen to your scolding, a Hoji. Don't think just because you have some power you can control us. Do you think you're Kane's spokesperson? The masked woman, however, showed no expression. I don't care about this. As long as I get what's owed to me, that's fine. Poffy immediately realized they cannot be allowed to pass through here. He immediately began to remove his clothes, even if it means betting my life. This is Poffy's ultimate skill in puppetry, entangling oneself. The crowd was stunned upon seeing this. He's actually using puppetry on himself. At this moment, Poffy's resolve was strong. Master Jinfu is the goal I strive for in this life. My dream, my ideal. You will not cross this line. Everyone stay back. He turned himself into a puppet, unleashing power beyond his limits. But just then, a giant white snake appeared. Immediately, 2 massive forces collided. Poffy questioned what happened. What is stopping my attack? Poffy looked up. To his shock, it was a giant white snake. Before he could react, the snake's body whipped across Poffy's body. There was a loud explosion at the scene. A Hoji coldly spoke. That took you a while. One of them is the Necromancer King, Don. The other is the Snake King, Baser. The burly man and the white-haired man were shocked. A 300th floor royal tower climber. How did they end up here? A Hoji slowly explained. They are mercenaries gathered for this mission. They will serve as the commanders for this operation. Hearing this, the white-haired man and the burly man were stunned. I disagree. Why should we take orders from these lowly mercenaries? Upon seeing this, a Hoji coldly stated, "This is Lord Kane's command. Do you want to go against the will of the 9?" The 2 men did not answer. We are leaving. You can do whatever you want. But just then, a Hoji and the voice came from behind them. They turned around and saw the white snake bite off the legs of the white-haired man. The white-haired man screamed in pain and collapsed. My legs, my legs. But a Hoji only blame yourselves for being incompetent. You openly defied the great 9 stars Kane's orders. The Holy Nation will not allow such useless trash. With that, the white-haired man's body suddenly caught fire. This is Lord Kane's will. The Necromancer King Don slowly extended his left hand. Although you were disloyal soldiers in life, from this moment on, it will be different. I will make you serve the guild until your last breath. A Hoji only smiled slightly at this. As expected of the Necromancer King, the Lord of the Undead, he was able to turn the president of the Holy Nation Guild into an undead, truly deserving of the title of the Necromancer King. The Necromancer King Don did not respond. He simply asked, "Where is Ghostface?" A Hoji replied, "He's in the top floors. This is the location of a merchant guild. It is likely a source of funding for that person. Let's secure this place first, and then deal with Ghostface." But just then, a Hoji was met with a sharp dagger at his throat. A Hoji asked, "What are you doing?" The Necromancer King Don coldly responded, "If Ghostface is not here, then I will leave." A Hoji slowly closed his eyes. "Are you planning to go against the will of the 9 stars? The Necromancer King Don gestured for him not to worry. "I will bring you Ghostface's head." The Necromancer King Don had only one task. That was to kill Ghostface. Prepare to die. Meanwhile, on Che Qingyu's side, they also encountered an attack on the Holy Nation Guild. It took longer than Hendrik had imagined. Che Qingyu, do we have anything useful? Che Qingyu glanced at him. It's a long story, but just then, the spatial barrier shattered with a loud sound. Che Qingyu yelled. A cross-floor messenger. It's something used by Jin Fu to send messages. In an emergency, the Chamber of Commerce on the 60th floor of the Divine Tower has been attacked. The base facilities of the Reverse Heaven Guild have also been destroyed. Come. The high-ranking tower climbers hunting Qingyu are coming. With just a casual strike, he pierced Carl's chest. And Hendrik, as a tailed dragon, was also captured by the snake sorcerer, who intended to make him a pet. Even the resurrected necromancer Qingyu, in the eyes of the new generation of the Necromancer King, was only seen as nourishment on the path to becoming stronger. The battle between the old and new generations of the Necromancer Kings erupted. At this moment, Qingyu had just received a distress message from Jin Fu. He learned that the 60th floor's Jin Fu was under attack. If there are no reinforcements, it may not hold out much longer. Seeing this, Qingyu thought for a moment. Carl also had a puzzled expression. Isn't the 60th floor the place providing us support? At this point, Qingyu explained. Jin Fu manages several chambers of commerce under different names, because controlling the economy inside the tower under one person's name is too risky. Now those guys have noticed it. But Hendrik motioned to wait. Isn't Jin Fu one of the stronger tower climbers on the 300th floor? Even if they have brought many troops, can't Jin Fu deal with them? Upon hearing this, Qingyu explained. It seems if Jin Fu could handle it himself, there would be no need for these false chambers of commerce. The moment Jin Fu appears on the battlefield, it's equivalent to announcing that he is allied with Reverse Heaven. The attacks he would receive would be much worse than this. The four great royal families would directly level the entire Chamber of Commerce. With this explanation, Wu Su suddenly understood, and Qingyu continued. Our goal is clear. Go to the 60th floor and defeat the invading Holy Kingdom forces. Then Carl anxiously said, then come closer to me. I'll teleport you to the next floor's entrance. Suddenly, something pierced Carl's chest. Seeing this, Qingyu was startled. At this moment, two figures appeared in the distance. Sorry, I'm afraid you won't make it to the 60th floor. You will be taken down right here by us. Suddenly, the giant serpent's mouth emitted a blinding flash. Upon seeing this, Che Qingyu signaled everyone to quickly dodge. A massive force immediately shattered the area where they stood. Fortunately, Che Qingyu and the others managed to dodge in time. Hendrik immediately asked, what's going on? Che Qingyu quickly understood. Any enemy appearing at this time, he knew without saying. It must be another wave of assassins sent by Cain. As he spoke, a voice replied, congratulations, you're right. Upon hearing this, Che Qingyu's gaze sharpened. The huge undead's massive fist came crashing down, but it was still blocked by Che Qingyu and his group. The undead is the undead king. The shadowy figure beside him must be the serpent master. Watch me split you two in half. Hendrik immediately launched an attack, but what met him was a giant white serpent head. Hendrik silently cursed. A dragon? Seeing this, the serpent master Dung Ly said, would you like to become my pet? I'll make you the highest ranked pet. I'm really curious what your scales would shine like. Hendrik immediately rejected. You're wasting your time. Looking at Che Qingyu, you, the dragon, can't help you. Che Qingyu merely gave him a cold glance. A quick glance revealed that this person was from the 300th floor, at least stronger than that woman, Xuan. Che Qingyu smiled wickedly. How about the undead king of this era? Wusu, you and Xiao Wei who go help Hendrik. After taking care of that guy, head to the 60th floor immediately. Wusu and Xiao Wei who understood immediately. They rushed towards Hendrik. And you, the new undead king, will be dealt with by me, Che Qingyu. Seeing this, the undead king Don coldly snorted. Come at me. The undead soldiers of both sides clashed. For a moment, it was hard to tell who was stronger. Che Qingyu and the undead king Don stared at each other. The undead king Don pondered to himself. If it were a normal undead king, they would have already been overwhelmed by his soldiers. He really is as powerful as the rumors say. Your profession is necromancer, right? Hearing this, Che Qingyu coldly responded. So what? But the necromancer king frowned. You're not worthy of this title. Hand over your power. But Che Qingyu's eyes suddenly grew cold, and the aura of necromancy around him intensified. What if I say no? Arrogant junior. Seeing this, the necromancer king became furious. I will take your power from you. Meanwhile, Wusu and the little tail fox were racing forward. Suddenly, Long Su's eyes widened. Why is the ground shaking so violently? But in the next second, both of them froze. A massive, bloodthirsty mouth formed by sharp teeth appeared, and it was about to swallow them whole. Che Qingyu also noticed their situation. Yusu, be careful. But just then, with a sharp sound, both of them instantly disappeared. If you don't hand it over, Your companions will die in agony. But Che Qingyu's gaze suddenly turned extremely cold. Less talking. I suggest you quickly release that thing. Hurry up. The Jin Fu Guild on the 60th floor is about to be overwhelmed. Jin Fu can only stay trapped in the guild, desperately defending. And Che Qingyu is not only blocked by the Necromancer King, but Wusu and the Little-Tail Fox are also swallowed by a giant undead. Facing the siege of countless undead, even Hendrik, though willing to rescue them, is trapped in an illusion by the Serpent King Baser. Meanwhile, on the 60th floor of the tower, the Holy Nation Guild is clashing with the Jin Fu Guild. Both sides have casualties. You all die. Daring to oppose the Holy Nation Guild. Suddenly, a golden light shot into the man's temple. His teammate hurriedly asked, "Are you okay?" The man, holding his bleeding forehead, grumbled, "Damn, who threw a stone?" But when he picked it up, he was shocked to find, this isn't a stone, it's a gold coin. In such a chaotic situation, how can I find gold coins? This is a stroke of luck, like winning the lottery. But the next second, the heads of both men exploded into fireballs. Seeing this, the Holy Nation Guild's members hurriedly fled, and Yami coldly watched all of this. The Vanguard team was also blocked in the same way. It seems like it won't be easy to breach the interior of the building. Could it be that there are very powerful mages inside? And all of this is because of Jin Fu. This is his golden bomb skill. It turns all his gold into a power. Soon, several lackeys of the Holy Kingdom's guild were killed in the explosion. Jin Fu realized this wouldn't hold for long. If this continues, his presence will definitely be discovered. Che Qingyu, hurry up. Meanwhile, Che Qingyu was engaged in battle. He was doing his best to rescue Yusu and the others, who had been swallowed by the giant undead. He shot forward, attacking the undead's head. Then a purple energy appeared in his hands. "Give them back to me." But it was blocked by the undead King Don. "I won't let you pass. Remember my name. I am the undead Lord Don. Unless you give up the power of your necromancer, I want to inherit the legacy of the undead King Che Qingyu." Che Qingyu was shocked upon hearing this. What? At that moment, Xiao Weihu, who had been knocked out, also woke up. She immediately asked, "Where is Sister Yusu?" But in the next second, they were surrounded by countless small undead. Then the giant undead slammed its fist into the ground. Hendrik noticed this and thought, not good. This guy is trying to dig into the ground. Is he trying to escape with Yusu and Xiao Weihu? With me here, don't think about escaping. But just then, the giant... It came straight for Hendrik's head. Hendrik quickly raised his sword to block, but the power of the giant serpent was overwhelming. As he struggled against the giant serpent, a small black snake suddenly appeared from the serpent's mouth. Seeing this, Hendrik immediately tried to dodge, but it was already too late. He could only watch as the small snake lunged for his neck, but he was the dragon slayer Hendrik. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. With a single strike, the serpent's massive body crashed into a nearby building. But the next second, Hendrik felt something was wrong. Could that little snake be poisonous? But it didn't seem like it. The next second, Hendrik's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly saw several flying dragons appear above him. This instantly reminded him of the past, when his homeland was trampled by the Dragon Clan. It's also the source of his spitting power. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. "Do you count yourself as part of the Dragon Clan? I didn't expect dragons to despise evil dragons." A strange guy. Hearing this, Hendrik looked confused. "Can you see me? How did you do that?" At this moment, Hendrik realized. Hearing this, the serpent sorcerer Baser slightly smiled. "You guessed it right. It amplifies the negative memories of those it bites. And I can share them. But I still don't understand. Why do you hate these beautiful... And you can also become an evil dragon. Isn't that wonderful?" Hendrik tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. "You just don't understand." Then, he entered a berserk state. The hatred of his homeland being trampled, not being able to take revenge, yet reborn in the form of an enemy. You don't understand this feeling at all, so stop building nonsense. But Baser still smiled faintly. "You're angry over such a small thing?" At these words, Hendrik's eyes instantly turned cold. "You think this is a small thing? Could it be? Just paying such a small price to become a pet. Don't you think you're the one profiting? Do you know how many people I've killed to collect these snakes? I've lost count myself. But for the sake of pursuing that beauty in my heart, for me, your small sacrifice doesn't even count." After speaking, Baser glanced at Hendrik calmly. "Now, let me introduce myself. I am the Serpent King Baser. I love all scaly creatures in this world. If you can become my pet, I believe you will fall in love with your true form." Hearing this, Hendrik became completely enraged. "Then let me introduce myself. I am the Dragon Slayer Hendrik. I will slay every scaly creature in this world." At this, Baser smiled faintly. "It seems that the problem between us can only be solved through battle." Without saying another word, Hendrik swung his sword. "Let me see what you can do. How arrogant can you be?" exploding. Che Qingyu's use of demonic energy was absolutely explosive. After several rounds of combat with the Undead Lord Dan, he realized that the Undead Lord Dan's combat style was exactly the same as his past life. With this, Che Qingyu would definitely be invincible. This was because, as the same as his past life, he had already surpassed that version of himself. Using the all-round master's ability, he fused divine power and demonic energy together, achieving an unparalleled feat that had never been done before. His name was also successfully recorded in the achievement tower. Just now, when the massive serpent of Baxeer opened its mouth to bite, Hendrik immediately dodged with a flash, and then made a sweeping slash that severed the serpent's body. But even so, Hendrik was still at a disadvantage. This guy's small snakes were endless. If this keeps going, it's not sustainable. But Hendrik, who was the dragon slayer, thought, come on then, a few small snakes can't stop me. But after a while, he realized that these little snakes were just bait. The biggest one was the Snake King. But just as he was thinking this, the giant snake wrapped itself around him. Hendrik thought, not good, I've been surrounded. But trying to escape was already too late. The giant snake had completely wrapped him up. If this continues, my body will be crushed. I have to find a way to escape. At this point, he prepared to teleport and escape. But Baxeer grabbed him immediately. Hey, you want to run? Now that you're in my hands, be a good pet. You're too careless, Hendrik. You're still too green to be my opponent. Baxeer immediately activated his special skill, Snake Lord's Position, attempting to make Hendrik his pet. At that moment, Hendrik's head started to spin. Got you. You're going to become my slave now. The only way to escape my power is to do one thing, and that is to turn into an evil dragon. That's the only way to break free from Baxeer's restraints. But Baxeer was very aware that Hendrik would never do that, because his resistance to dragon's flames far exceeded Baxeer's imagination, and Hendrik felt even more frustrated, including yourself, because you can't accept being a dragon, and you don't want to wear the skin of your enemy, right? Then just obediently become my pet. At this moment, Hendrik's heart was filled with frustration, but he couldn't accept the situation. At this moment, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Just because you don't want to become an enemy, you're going to let your power be wasted? Let me ask you one thing. Who are you? Remember this. You're not just a dragon slayer, but also an insignificant 50th floor tower climber. Even the 300th floor climbers, who've suffered numerous penalties, we still have to fight with all our strength to barely win, because we are still weak. So we must fully utilize every available power. At this thought, Hendrik finally understood. He immediately switched to his evil dragon form. He broke free from the giant serpent's restraints. Seeing this, Baxeer exclaimed, impossible. Based on what I remember, this should be impossible. But Hendrik, in his evil dragon form, looked down at Baxeer. You're right. Because I'm weak, I must give my all when facing someone stronger than me. Today, no matter what method it takes, I must defeat you. But at this moment, Baxeer suddenly smiled faintly. This is really beautiful. You are indeed the best, Hendrik. No matter what method it takes, I will get you. Meanwhile, Che Qingyu was in a fierce battle with the Necromancer King. The demon spirit warriors were also fighting fiercely. After several rounds of fighting with the Necromancer King, Che Qingyu finally realized the Necromancer King's strength. Both his summoned beasts and his own body were being gradually squeezed. And the way this guy fought, it was as if he had perfectly copied my past life. And I still need to rescue my trapped comrades. I also have to go to Jinfu. But at this moment, he clearly realized that he could not let random thoughts distract him, as long as he could defeat the guy in front of him. 848. 00:24:50, 632. 00:24:50, 632. He must not let random thoughts distract him, as long as he can defeat the guy in front of him. All problems will be solved eventually. While fighting, Che Qingyu suddenly stopped. He looked at Baxeer and asked, your combat style, did you learn it from the Undying Star? It looks like you're quite similar as well. Upon hearing this, Che Qingyu raised an eyebrow. If that's the case, then you can't possibly defeat me, because I've already grown stronger than the Undying Star back then. But the next moment, Che Qingyu suddenly disappeared before his eyes. By the time Baxeer reacted, Che Qingyu swiftly struck and crushed the warrior's skull. Seeing this, the undead Lord Dan burst into laughter. Ha! Since you've chosen death, Che Qingyu immediately activated his all-round master skill, fusing divine power with demonic energy. Then he loudly shouted, Holy Demon, emerge. A violent explosion erupted in front of the undead Lord Dan. Seeing this, the undead Lord Dan exclaimed, impossible. He had actually succeeded in merging divine power and demonic energy into his body. This had never been achieved by anyone before. His name and achievements were recorded in the Tower of Achievements. To have both divine and demonic powers in one existence. A confrontation. A final showdown between the old and new generations of necromancers. Would the undead Lord Dawn, who inherited the legacy of the Undying Star, win? Or would Che Qingyu, who fused divine and demonic energy, be superior? And how could the undead Lord Dawn possibly know the true death of Che Qingyu in his past life? By now, Che Qingyu's body had transformed into a state of both saint and demon. But to defeat the Undying Star now, what should he do? The army led by the Undying Star was far stronger than his own. But no matter what, he had to trample the opponent under his feet. It was just like dealing with those guys before, using special methods to eliminate summoned beasts, only attacking the real body. Though it felt annoying, he had to admit that it was indeed a good method. He said to the undead Lord Dawn, "Aren't you the successor of the Undying Star? If you're at this level, the 7 stars probably aren't much stronger than you. That guy must have just stood there and died in the face of divine power." Hearing this, the undead Lord Dawn froze. Suddenly, his whole demeanor became savage. Hearing this, the Necromancer King froze completely. Immediately, he became fierce, saying that he prepared to control the nearby undead to continue the fight. Seeing this, Che Qingyu also prepared for battle. Right, ending the fight so quickly is too boring. In the face of divine power and magic, your summoned beasts are useless. I'll cut your body open on the spot. Saying that, he attacked the Necromancer King. But the Necromancer King didn't even move. Che Qingyu was puzzled. The Necromancer King remained unharmed under his strike. This was a strike infused with divine power. At this moment, the Necromancer King slowly spoke. "Just as you said, he must have died. Do you think I have no countermeasure for this? Then die here to atone for your sins." With that, the attacks from the undead surged. Che Qingyu was truly surprised. Was that a magical shield? Why are both divine power and magic being blocked? And these guys' bodies are already strong. If simple attacks can't deal with them, maybe I should try something else. He simultaneously used both divine and magical power. But at this moment, the system issued a warning. Divine power and magic have opposing natures. They cannot be used together. But at this moment, Che Qingyu didn't care. Just do as I say. There's no other way. But now, these two powers couldn't be fused no matter what. Thinking about this, Che Qingyu suddenly smiled. In that case, prepare to be consumed by me. Even if you refuse, it's useless, because you are all mine. With that, he began to swallow both magic and divine power. Unfortunately, divine and demonic powers could only be adjusted to suit him. Then, Che Qingyu struck, cutting through the Necromancer King's shield. Seeing this, the Necromancer King was completely stunned. How is this possible? This is supposed to be a magic shield that defends. Does he now have strength stronger than the 4 great royal families? This is absolutely impossible. And Che Qingyu seemed somewhat reluctant as well. It's neither divine nor magic power. At that moment, the system suddenly prompted, "Congratulations, you have acquired the trait, Unity. By merging divine power with demonic energy, an explosive power can be released." What is this Yuan? What exactly is this Yuan? Thinking this, Che Qingyu suddenly smiled. But I quite like this power. With that, he blasted towards the undead Lord Dawn. Seeing this, undead Lord Dawn immediately shouted, "Hao Sai, Yang Bei, Ho and Ao, protect me quickly." But before they could react, Che Qingyu casually struck and split 2 undead soldiers in half. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of and was about to decapitate him. In a panic, undead Lord Dawn could only pull out his staff to block the attack. But at this moment, Che Qingyu's attack was incredibly fierce. There was a loud explosion as their surroundings erupted. When the dust cleared, undead Lord Dawn was still alive. He was just heavily breathing, and his mask had been shattered. Before he could react, a sword was pressed against his throat. Che Qingyu said calmly, "Your name is Dawn. Why are you so obsessed with the Undying Star?" Upon hearing Che Qingyu's name, Dawn's eyes suddenly became clear. "Because in my eyes, only he was qualified to be the master of the Tower of God. The current 4 great royal clans are not worthy." Che Qingyu replied indifferently, "But he betrayed all of humanity and died for it. Do you still respect him?" Upon hearing this, undead Lord Dawn instantly became enraged. "No, that's not what happened. He just fell into a trap. If anyone is to blame, it's the 9 stars and their people." Che Qingyu was stunned. How does this guy know these things? This is an artifact library that drives both gods and demons crazy. Every weapon in there can turn its wielder into the supreme ruler. But only a man like him can choose freely inside, because he is the most powerful necromancer in the world. With his own strength, he can easily slay an entire army. Many people have asked me where to watch this comic. First, download the QBV Manga app from the App Store. Click on the lower left corner, and you'll have it immediately. Search for Inverse Heaven Mage. The first comic that pops up is the one. Only on mobile can you search it. The comic is about world-shattering changes. The Tower of God, with 999 floors, descends. The godly tower, reaching 999 floors, suddenly appears. It brings with it monstrous creatures that plunge humanity into despair. But at the same time, it also brings hope to humanity. Each time a floor is ascended, one can gain immense power, along with endless wealth and status. As the strongest necromancer, Chei-Ching-yu was tragically betrayed and killed by his comrades. Now he is reborn. He will climb the tower again under the name of the Omnipotent Master and complete his revenge. He was once the most loyal follower of men. You sure are straightforward when leaking information. You used magic to erase traces all the way to the 40th floor. Yusu asked, "Brother, did you do that on purpose?" Chei-Ching-yu replied, "Yes. I'm tired of them coming to my guild for information. From now on, I want them to come to me." He then opened his status window. "Based on my current abilities, even if someone tries to ambush me, it's no problem. Although I may seem weak right now, even if a high-level tower climber comes to ambush me, this can still be used as a powerful weapon. But right now, the most frustrating thing is the lack of equipment." Hendrik smiled and said, "Don't be too picky. Don't you already have the equipment made by Lord Wu?" But hearing wooing made Wusu feel a little sad. Grandpa wooing must be doing well, right? Seeing this, Xiao Wei immediately said, "Hendrik, you made my sister sad." Upon hearing this, Hendrik looked embarrassed. But Chei-Ching-yu, on the other hand, understood clearly. If I want to get good equipment and calm down the people in the lower ranks, it looks like I'll have to go to the 51st floor. That is, the underground black market on the 51st floor. There, you can buy items from unofficial channels. You might even find very rare and special items. If I find something you all want, I can buy it for you. Upon hearing this, Longsu's face lit up with excitement. Xiao Wei also chimed in, "Brother, I want it too. I didn't expect that just some equipment could make them so happy. If I had known, I would have given them something earlier." Just as they were discussing their next plan, a red ball suddenly appeared behind them. It rolled toward them with a gurgling sound. As the ball automatically split open, a terrifying energy burst from within. Chei-Ching-yu immediately recognized it as a bomb, but there was no time to dodge now. All he could do was watch as the explosion took place. Just as he finally managed to stabilize himself, a black barrel of a gun was suddenly pressed against the back of his head. Seeing this, Chei-Ching-yu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be an assassin? But the woman holding the gun gave him no time to react. Without saying a word, she pulled the trigger. A powerful energy burst out from the barrel. Even if Chei-Ching-yu moved quickly to dodge, the terrifying energy seemed to have a guidance system. It followed his movements precisely. With a loud boom, a violent explosion erupted at the location where Chei-Ching-yu was standing. Chei-Ching-yu was extremely shocked by the sight. A small gun actually had such power. If it weren't for the mask, I would have certainly died. The woman with the gun also looked surprised. He actually managed to dodge my point-blank shot. But what she didn't notice was that Hendrik's attack was already heading for her head. The woman only smiled slightly. She said, "Face armor." Immediately, several blue crystals appeared in front of her. They blocked Hendrik's attack completely. Seeing this, Hendrik widened his eyes in surprise. It's mechanical. The second battle of the Reverse Heaven Guild is so awkward. Facing this warrior who can fly and fight on the ground, Yusu and Xiao Wei were knocked unconscious with a single strike. Even when Chei-Ching-yu and Hendrik teamed up, they didn't gain any advantage. Fortunately, the woman only wanted to spar with them. But even so, when facing the pincer attack from Chei-Ching-yu and Hendrik, she could calmly evade both of them. This inevitably caused Chei-Ching-yu and Hendrik to clash swords. The two even began to argue on the spot. Just when Hendrik's attack hit the face armor, a red shield suddenly rose around the woman. It repelled Hendrik's attack and sent him flying. At the same time, Wusu and Xiao Wei moved. They launched a pincer attack on the woman. "Damn, how dare you shoot at my brother?" Xiao Wei shouted, "Protect my brother." But the woman remained unfazed. She casually spun around, activating her flying unit. She flew straight above the two of them. Wusu and Xiao Wei both missed their attacks. On the ground, Xiao Wei was still shouting in confusion, "Is that a plane?" But Wusu immediately realized the danger. This isn't a plane. It's clearly a bomb. With several loud sounds, the bomb disintegrated. Immediately, another intense explosion rang out. Yusu and Xiao Wei were thrown back, their eyes rolling as they lost consciousness. At this moment, the woman in the air mocked. Super Rookie Ghostface and his companions are nothing special. I was really looking forward to this. Didn't expect such little strength. But just as the words left her mouth, two sword lights instantly struck towards her. Of course it wasn't. "You better not underestimate us." But the next second, both of them were stunned. Because the woman's gun barrel was firmly pressed against their heads, they both fell. Unfortunately, they almost ended up gone for good. But the woman didn't immediately fire. Instead, she allowed the two of them to fly away. "Don't be too hasty. I still have some words for you. The woman then introduced herself. My name is Xuan. I'm a very strong bounty hunter. Upon hearing bounty hunter, the two of them were immediately shocked. Has someone already put a bounty on us? We're just climbers on the 50th floor. Who would want to waste time trying to kill us? The woman replied, you don't need to introduce yourselves. Super Rookie Ghostface and his strange dragonfolk companion, and other such prey. Hendrik looked displeased upon hearing this. Is that all your last words? Upon hearing this, Xuan burst into laughter. Originally, you were prey, but now I've suddenly changed my mind. How about we make a bet? Let's make a bet that benefits both of us. Upon hearing bet, Hendrik was stunned. A bet? Xuan immediately answered from the side. If you win, I'll tell you who put a bounty on you. But before Yu could respond, Hendrik, with his fiery temper, couldn't stay put. I can't listen to this anymore. I'll just slice your neck off. But Yu immediately gestured for him to wait. If this is linked to 9 stars or the 4 great royal clans, we will face huge risks from the moment we started climbing. Let's listen to the information for now. With nothing more to say, Hendrik could only grumble in frustration. At this moment, Yu continued. Since we're talking benefits, Xuan didn't respond, but instead put on a headband. A fight with a strong opponent is always enjoyable. Let's continue and have a round then. What's going on here? Isn't this just going to be a fight? But Xuan gestured for them to calm down. Before we fight, there's one condition. Regardless of the outcome, the 3 of us must survive. Only if we survive will you get the information, and I don't want to be your enemy. It was clear that Xuan didn't want either side to fight to the death, but what was she really planning? Since it's 2 against 1, you won't use any summoned beasts. Upon hearing this, Yu replied, no problem. We'll just beat her up and figure out what she's thinking. Even if we break a few limbs, as long as she's still breathing, that's fine, right? Then the battle can begin. Xuan immediately activated her headband mode for automatic flight. Soon, 2 heavy machine guns appeared above Yu's head. Upon detecting a target, they automatically began firing. Immediately, the flying machine guns started firing wildly. Seeing this, Yu reached into his chest. His toys. But what Yu didn't realize was that Xuan had silently approached from behind. She aimed at Yu and pulled the trigger. But Yu instantly activated his soul shield skill. Xuan's attack was completely blocked by the shield. Seizing the opportunity, Hendrik moved behind Xuan. He struck down with a dragon slash towards her head, but Xuan remained unfazed. She muttered, face armor. The face armor immediately blocked Hendrik's surprise attack. Seeing this, both men's expressions stiffened. Then, they simultaneously looked at each other. Because, at the moment of their attack, Xuan suddenly disappeared. Hendrik's attack directly struck. An intense explosion rang out. Xuan watched from above with amusement. What's going on here? Their teamwork is so off. Could it be that both of them are solo fighters? Yu grabbed Hendrik by the collar. Can't you see the shield? Hendrik didn't back down either. I was about to ask you the same thing. Did you not predict my attack? But Yu's tone suddenly turned serious. Coordinate with my movements. This is the guild leader's order. But Hendrik didn't agree. Think carefully. Right now, only I can lead us to victory. At this moment, Xuan's voice came from the side. Excuse me, you two. I know you each have your own opinions, but isn't it a bit too much to leave me out like this? Have you heard of an electromagnetic cannon? If not, I'll show you one right now. With that, she fired at the 2 of them. Instantly, both of them were blinded by the piercing light. Even the expressions on their faces began to twist in pain. It's too much. Hendrik was completely stunned. During the fight with Xuan, he realized she was not from Earth. She was a tower climber from a high-tech planet. Even though they had used about 80% of their power, they were still being beaten by Xuan with no chance to counter. She even forced Hendrik to use his dragon form. This was also his most brutal form. Just then, under the strong impact of the electromagnetic cannon, a huge white energy appeared on the field. As the energy rapidly expanded, a deafening explosion rang out. At the same time, in the forest on the outskirts of the city, a purple rift in space suddenly appeared. Just as Yu and Hendrik fell out from the rift, that woman is too ruthless. She even said she wouldn't fight to the death. This is clearly an all-out attack. If we had been hit, the consequences would be unimaginable. Luckily, I set up an emergency response plan. At this point, Hendrik was extremely frustrated. We actually had to run during a battle. This is all your fault, Yu. If you don't want to die, shut up. Look behind me. That unmanned flying head, using high-tech weapons. From this, I can conclude that she's not from Earth. The tower connects to many parallel worlds. She may be a climber from another high-dimensional world, and from a place with technology far beyond what I know. If you really want to win, then you have to listen to me. At this moment, Xuan was still searching for their whereabouts. Suddenly, a purple energy appeared before her. Hendrik quickly looked up. Hovering in the air was none other than Che Qingyu. To think you'd show yourself so openly. Looks like you've given up, huh? But Che Qingyu coldly responded, sorry, we've never thought of giving up. With that, he immediately activated his skill, Soul Fusion. Immediately, a terrifying demonic aura erupted from his body. As the demonic energy grew stronger, it formed energy tornadoes reaching up to the sky, centered around himself. It trapped Xuan in the center of the storm. But Xuan looked at this with disdain. I thought you were going to use some big skill. You think this can trap me? You must be overestimating yourself. Being so underestimated like this. It really hurts my pride. Meanwhile, Hendrik's attack arrived instantly. But the next second, he suddenly widened his eyes. He heard Xuan's voice saying, don't even think about it. She aimed at Hendrik and pulled the trigger. Immediately, a white energy shot out. It pierced directly through Hendrik's head. But Xuan clearly sensed something was off. This is too obvious. There's definitely something else behind it. Hendrik, with a smug expression, not bad. It was only then that Xuan realized. This is an electromagnetic shield. But Hendrik didn't give her any time to react. Still got some tricks up your sleeve. Che Qingyu slowly explained. This isn't the full power of the Necromancer's Summit. Thanks to the Universal Master's talent, I can transfer all the skills I possess to Hendrik. Let me show you the power of a Universal Master's support. With that, a soul explosion erupted in front of Xuan. Take this. At that moment, Hendrik's speed noticeably increased. His strikes also became more fluid. Xuan looked on, confused. What did this guy just put on him? At this moment, she was also very cautious. She could only use her gun to block Hendrik's attacks, but they were easily dodged by Hendrik. Trying to escape was already too late. Take my blade. But Xuan had her armor to protect her. Therefore, she didn't suffer much damage. But Hendrik, the man who could control a divine dragon, transformed instantly into an immense thunder dragon. Immediately, Hendrik's body was covered in crackling yellow lightning. Under the barrage of the thunder, Xuan soon spat out a stream of blood from her abdomen. But when Hendrik slashed with his sword, he found the long blade hit nothing but wood, and something seemed to be underfoot. At once, Hendrik felt an ominous premonition. At this moment, Xuan smiled and said, not bad. This is a gift for pushing me to this point. It was only then that Hendrik realized he had stepped on a landmine. At the same time, Che Qingyu noticed something was wrong on the battlefield. The next second, a loud explosion shook the ground. Instantly, the entire battlefield was engulfed in flames. Che Qingyu cursed, damn, where is this woman from? How could she have such high-tech weapons? Just as he was pondering, a bullet pierced through his shoulder, leaving a 10-centimeter hole in his shoulder. At that moment, Xuan walked out from behind him. You're done. Your dragonfolk companion can no longer continue the fight. Now it's just you, severely injured. But Che Qingyu's eyes suddenly narrowed. Not necessarily. Maybe it's not exactly as you said. You might have forgotten. He's the indestructible Hendrik. As soon as he spoke, Hendrik, transformed into the divine dragon, appeared behind him. This guy really has 9 lives. But Xuan still looked at him with disdain. So you haven't used your full strength yet, right? But Hendrik's expression suddenly turned cold. How dare you make me show this ugly form? With that, he grabbed Xuan by the throat. Finish it. In his divine dragon form, Hendrik was utterly unstoppable. Not only were his scales shattered instantly, but he lacked the strength to even stand up. Xuan wasn't in a much better state. Her system was failing to maintain normal functions. The only weapon she had left was an energy gun, but she ignored Che Qingyu in the process. He was quietly using his divine power to heal the massive hole in his chest. Just as Xuan thought she had the victory in the bag, Che Qingyu suddenly took out a piece of Hendrik's dragon armor. Without a word, he shoved it into. You probably don't know that my strongest skill is devouring, right? Just now, Hendrik, now completely berserk, unleashed a dragon's breath attack. But Xuan easily dodged it. As expected, the strongest creatures in the tower are indeed different. She waved her hand dismissively. But I haven't even used my full. As she finished speaking, a group of laser cannons surrounded them, with Xuan pushing her machinery to full power. The field erupted with intense explosions. As the smoke cleared, Hendrik slowly opened his eyes. Did you summon a swarm of flies to itch me? Seeing this, Xuan instantly broke into a cold sweat. Then Hendrik hovered above Xuan's head. We signed a contract not to kill each other, right? Then I'll make sure you can neither live nor die. With that, a dragon flame slowly appeared in his mouth. Xuan, however, was unfazed by this. You really think I'll just stand still for that? With a rapid series of clicks, Xuan activated the face armor's shield at maximum power. At the same time, Hendrik's dragon flame was unleashed. It immediately collided violently with the shield. A massive explosion of energy erupted on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Che Qingyu was still using his divine power to heal his wounds. After Hendrik transformed into a divine dragon, all the buffs and defensive wards he set up were disrupted. Clearly, Hendrik, as such a special being, was severely disrupting the magical order around them. But what confused Hendrik the most was how Shuyin had somehow gotten above his head. And not just one, there were 3 of her. No, wait, there were 4. No, 3. No, this isn't right. The entire sky was filled with Shuyin's figure. This isn't possible. Hendrik had clearly already controlled the surrounding magic. At that moment, Shuyin, in the air, explained, "This isn't magic, it's science. You probably don't understand what this is. Even someone called the Lord of Magic Power can do nothing about it." As she spoke, she raised the energy gun in her hand. "And by the way, all my weapons are physical. Take this." A swarm of dense bullets shot at Hendrik. To him, it felt like a mere itch. To him, this is just like scratching an itch. But it still left him with an overwhelming irritation. But the next second, Shuyin brought out the big guns. "Try this." But Hendrik sneered. "This must be a fake, right? You can think of it that way. This is the strongest and the worst weapon. I don't want to use it unless absolutely necessary." Upon hearing this, Hendrik said, "All right then, I'll use all my strength to fight you." With that, an ancient circular magic array appeared out of nowhere. Within the dragon flame, there was also a violent current. The dragon flame surged from his mouth. At the same time, Shuyin's cannonballs shot from her gun. As the cannonballs and dragon flame collided, the battlefield was rocked by an intense explosion. Soon after, a blinding white light erupted. When the smoke cleared, Shuyin's face armor began to rapidly disintegrate. Due to overheating, Shuyin's system could no longer function properly. "It's time for the system to take a break, right?" I completely forgot about Hendrik. But as soon as she finished speaking, Hendrik's giant form appeared right in front of her. "Are you still able to fight?" But suddenly, Hendrik's scales began to fall off. The next second, with a crack, he collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Shuyin was exceptionally excited. But just as she was about to speak, her words were suddenly interrupted. Che Qingyu's figure slowly emerged from the smoke. "Wasn't this supposed to be a 2v1? Did you forget about me?" But Shuyin looked at him with disdain. "Your chest is full of holes, and you still dare to talk big? That still doesn't solve the current situation. With this weapon, I can defeat you. You should just admit defeat." Hearing this, Che Qingyu suddenly took out a piece of Hendrik's dragon scale. "In my dictionary, I don't know the word surrender." With that, he shoved the dragon scale into his mouth. "Let's see who's superior. Let the trial begin." In this box is an evil creature sealed away. Whoever possesses it gains the power to destroy the world. However, for hundreds of years, few have dared to tamper with it. Those who have before were either turned into evil, immortal specimens, or became mindless, zombie-like monsters, or they turn into inhuman, insane zombies without any sanity. However, the man merely glanced at it casually and softly called out, "He-yun." This directly triggered the creature inside the cage to respond. It instantly revealed its true form and affectionately called the man master. But Carl, standing aside, was not happy. "What about me?" Just then, I didn't expect this guy to actually swallow the dragon. Immediately, a pair of dragon wings appeared behind Che Qingyu. "If we didn't do this, how could we get the information you're holding? Even if we have to pay some price, we must get." Seeing this, Shuyin was shocked. This feeling. As expected, that's why they call you the Magic Power King. They give people a sense of omnipotence. Che Qingyu's dragon aura grew even stronger. For a moment, Shuyin was completely stunned. At this moment, Che Qingyu suddenly shouted, "Grigner." As his voice dropped, countless black spears appeared out of thin air in the void. They shot straight toward Shuyin's head. Seeing this, Shuyin gritted her teeth. There was a loud explosion. In the moment of the explosion, Shuyin managed to narrowly avoid the attack. What's going on? Is this really dragon-level magic? Could Shuyin also be a dragon folk? But it seems like his power changed after eating the dragon scale. Could it be? This guy can use the power of whatever he swallows. Che Qingyu's attack came immediately after. "Too bad. You're a bit too late." Seeing this, Shuyin quickly summoned her energy shield. Two strong forces collided violently in an instant. Che Qingyu couldn't help but mock. Where did that arrogant bounty hunter go? But Shuyin still looked defiant. "You're just a 50th floor climber." With that, she activated her chimera electromagnetic cannon. The powerful current crackled from the barrel. At this moment, Che Qingyu's fighting spirit reached its peak. "Let's see what's stronger." He breathed out a series of dragon breaths. Shuyin instantly realized something was wrong. I didn't expect this guy could even use dragon breath. But it was already too late to dodge, because Che Qingyu's attack was already instant, and it immediately destroyed Shuyin's chimera electromagnetic cannon and sent it flying. Even the beam shield on her body was shattered into pieces. After Shuyin hit the ground, a thick cloud of dust was kicked up due to the backlash from forcibly swallowing the dragon scales. Che Qingyu spat out a mouthful of black blood, and the dragon scales came out with it. It seems trying to fully transform into dragon power is still too difficult. Maybe next time when I'm more prepared. Speaking of which, how should we deal with this mess? Not long after, Xuan slowly opened her eyes. Her body ached, and she couldn't even stand. Hendrik asked, "So you're awake?" "I was considering whether to force you awake." At this moment, Xuan, with a bitter face, was still not satisfied. Why is it that this stinking dragon wakes up before I do? But then she looked around at the battlefield. How did it end up like this? Che Qingyu replied, "It's the barrier. You two were knocked out, and everything around was almost destroyed. I couldn't just leave this mess. I can't just ignore this mess, can I?" At this moment, Xuan reacted. "It turns out I got too excited, but I still lost. I thought I could win for you. But after all, there are monsters who can use the powers of the 4 royal families. Even if I lost, it's understandable." At this moment, Hendrik suddenly said, "Now you should explain why you made that bet with us." Hearing this, Xuan immediately smiled. "Well, because this rare opportunity to fight against the Dragon Clan. How could I, Xuan, miss it?" When she said this, Hendrik was immediately furious. "Is this why you caused such a big mess? Are you out of your mind?" But Xuan just looked at him with disdain. "How could we know who's stronger without fighting?" Hearing this, Hendrik couldn't find a way to respond. "Do you know that to maintain this barrier, I've used up all the monster mages I collected? But since you're awake now tell me as agreed. Who exactly hired us? First, you need to be clear about one thing. You are not dealing with an individual. So the place that paid the reward to hire you is the Guild Alliance." Che Qingyu was immediately stunned upon hearing the answer. Could it be them? But Hendrik didn't know what the Guild Alliance was. At this point, Xuan continued to explain. "You should know about the penalties. High-level tower climbers have a limited impact on the lower levels, so they rely on support from lower guilds. Using this form of hierarchy, lower guilds repeat this process, forming a guild chain. This is how they consolidate the power of the upper levels. This is the so-called Guild Alliance." At this point, Hendrik understood. But this kind of power is rarely seen inside the tower. "We can only confirm their identity with more investigation." But Che Qingyu replied that it wasn't necessary. Such a large-scale force. Using this method, only one person fits. And that person is the Guild Alliance of the Holy Kingdom. Cain and Pei Luan's siblings from 9 stars. Meanwhile, at the high levels of the tower. First, I'd like to thank all of 9 stars for coming. At this moment, Sword Saint Donis Taylor of 9 stars suddenly spoke. "I know why you've come to us. The sub-guild of the noble Holy Kingdom was beaten to a pulp. I've heard you've been worrying about this." Merlin, the great mage of 9 stars, asked curiously, "Could it be that powerful tower climber, Ghostface, from the 50th floor?" Poison King Tang Xiaoyan beside him looked confused. "Are you really tracking this kind of person?" Just then, the sound of high heels echoed. "Excuse me, are you all finished talking?" Seeing this, Taylor immediately drew his sword. "Do you want to test me, Kalman?" At this moment, Kane suddenly stood up. "Are you sure that the next place to be attacked isn't your own sub-guild, Taylor? Based on my judgment, he may even threaten our interests. Therefore, I suggest we eliminate the tower climber, Ghostface." Upon hearing this, Taylor scoffed. "So, what's your plan to deal with him? Are we supposed to go down and handle him ourselves?" Kane slowly closed his eyes. "No, that kind of punishment would be too much." As he said this, his eyes suddenly turned cold. "Of course, it's another freelancer we hire." Kane slowly closed his eyes. "No, that kind of punishment would be too much of a difference." As he said this, his eyes suddenly turned cold. "Of course, it's another freelancer we hire." The previous bounty hunter group was too weak. At this moment, Xuan felt an immense sense of sarcasm. "I didn't expect that. Even though we're all tower climbers at the 300th floor, there's such a huge difference between us. As expected, you king-level tower climbers are truly different." At this moment, the man wearing the mask slowly spoke. "Not only did you fail the mission, but it seems you also leaked information to some of those guys. So after Ghostface and the others parted ways with you, they disappeared without a trace. Well, it's time." Camille. At this moment, Xuan was strangled tightly by Camille's grip. Xuan immediately became Camille's meal. Meanwhile, over at Yusu's side, "Save me." At this moment, the sleeping Longsu suddenly woke up. Che Qingyu was anxiously standing by. Seeing that it was only Che Qingyu and Littletail Fox, Yusu immediately asked, "Where are that woman and Hendrik?" Che Qingyu replied, "Their movements are quite unusual, so I sent him ahead to gather information. Since you're all right now, we'll head out now." The group then arrived at the 751st floor of the Black Market Commercial District. "Brother, can I have that?" "If you want it, go ahead." There was still some time before the black market opened, but Yusu's mind kept drifting back to a dream. What could it mean? Che Qingyu, who was standing nearby, looked puzzled. "Don't you want to eat?" But at that moment, Littletail Fox ran over holding a pile of food. "Sister, come eat with me." They didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble at the black market. First, we need to find a way to make Yusu less noticeable. With a snap of his fingers, instantly, a hooded dress appeared on Yusu. Thank you, brother. Meanwhile, the little tail fox transformed back into its original form. The three of them then arrived at the entrance of the black market. Chaichingyu immediately pulled out his black card. The waiter who saw this was instantly stunned. A black card. This card allows free access to all black market auctions. Anyone with such a card must be someone of great importance. Chaichingyu, puzzled. Is there a problem? The waiter replied, no, I'll take you to the VIP seat right away. Soon, someone recognized his identity. That must be Ghostface, right? And it seems like they're heading towards the VIP section. This is a private area. During the auction, you can press the button in front of you. Hearing this, Chaichingyu turned around and gave the waiter a glance. Remember, if I don't call you, no one is allowed to come in. The auction is about to begin. After a while, Chaichingyu won a summoner accessory with 350,000 gold coins. There aren't many good items. Something's definitely off. There are so many people for such a low-tier auction. Something unexpected must be up for auction soon. At this moment, the host excitedly announced, next, let me introduce the next auction item. But Yusu suddenly widened her eyes. Without saying a word, she stood up and jumped directly down from the VIP section. It seemed like something was pulling her. Over here, save me. It was the voice from her dream again. And the voice was coming from the auction item. At this moment, there was only one thought in Yusu's mind. I must save it. Wait for me. I'll come save you right now. But just as she was about to reach the auction item, the guards on the scene were ready to stop her. In an instant, they knocked Yusu flying. Yusu barely managed to stabilize herself, but then she pulled out her blood blade. Get out of my way. But the next second, a man with a ponytail knocked her weapon away. How dare you lay hands on what I want? This young lady really has guts. But Chaichingyu suddenly walked over. Aren't you the one who should leave? Do you know who you're dealing with right now? The man with the ponytail looked back at him. Electric face. But the fat man still had an arrogant look on his face. Chaichingyu asked with concern. How are you? Yusu said. There's a voice calling me from inside. At this moment, the host began to ease the awkwardness. Everyone, don't panic. This is just a small incident. Once the good items come out, the auction can sometimes get intense. This is completely normal. Let's take advantage of the current atmosphere. I announce that the public auction now begins. Saying this, he quickly opened the curtain. Yusu's eyes were fixed on the curtain inside. The scene shifted back to the past. Sister Yusu, I'm here. The auction item is an extinct Ghost Clan-style flower accessory. Seeing this, Yusu immediately became furious. How dare they auction off an accessory from my clan? But Chaichingyu signaled her to calm down. Please, trust me, sister. At this moment, the host continued. I announce that the auction now begins. Soon, the price was raised to 500,000. The fat man immediately bid 1 million. The host asked if anyone wanted to raise the bid. At this moment, the fat man looked very excited. This way, my clan will have one more collectible. Although I couldn't preserve the body of the ghost, this item will have to do. Hearing this, Yusu was about to take action. I can't let this fall into this guy's hands. But she was stopped by Chaichingyu. He directly bid 73 million, an astronomical price. Hearing this, all the buyers were stunned. Even the fat man was shocked. Chaichingyu said, if you can't match the price, then get lost. 3 million, a deal. The crowd began discussing among themselves. I didn't expect Ghostface to be so rich. Hearing the discussions, Chaichingyu remained unfazed. He took the item and left quickly. He urged the host to hurry up. Yusu, satisfied, held the accessory. Just as Yusu expressed her gratitude to Chaichingyu, the accessory in her arms suddenly began to react oddly. A phantom of a young girl suddenly appeared behind Yusu and tightly hugged Longsu from behind. Thank you, sister. Seeing this, Longsu was clearly startled. Yeah, in order to let all the clan members rest in peace, I swear I will avenge them. And Chaichingyu finally understood why Yusu was so fixated on this auction item. Because the accessory contained the spirit of a dead ghost. But just as Chaichingyu was thinking about this, the man with the ponytail suddenly launched a surprise attack on him. But Chaichingyu quickly realized his intent. He raised his sword and directly confronted him. He directly raised his sword and confronted the attack. Seeing this, Yusu immediately shouted, Brother, be careful. Chaichingyu replied, It's fine, and quickly asked, Who are you? At this moment, the fat man walked out from behind the ponytail man. Good to see you again, electric face. Chaichingyu said, I will never give you that accessory. Even if you offer more money, it won't work. But the fat man suddenly laughed loudly. Are you talking about that hairpin? I've already lost interest in that. What I want is the specimen of the ghost clan in front of me. Upon hearing this, Yusu became furious. If you think you can afford it, try it. But the fat man remained unafraid. Without saying a word, a giant hammer appeared in his hand. He immediately swung it toward Yusu. Luckily, Yusu dodged quickly. Chaichingyu gestured to Yusu, Don't act rashly. But just then, a sword beam shot straight toward Che Qingyu's forehead. Che Qingyu merely shifted his body slightly. He easily dodged the attack. Ghost face, your opponent is me. It was obvious that this person's swordsmanship was above Hendrik's. With the sound of a thought in his mind, the fat man's giant hammer seemed powerful, but its speed was very slow. By predicting the battle and reacting quickly, he could win. Now's the chance. Saying this, Yusu's blood blade suddenly thrust forward. Seeing this, the fat man laughed and tightly gripped his hammer's handle. As Yusu closed the distance between her and the fat man's giant hammer suddenly released several streams of green poison. It's poison. I must hold my breath. But in the next second, the fat man's large hand struck right in front of Longsu's eyes. With a heavy reverse slap, he slammed Yusu to the ground. Miss Ghost, remember this. Upon reaching the 50th floor, everyone has 1 or 2 secret trump cards in their hands. I used a goblin poison to make a paralyzing toxin. The result after it was turned into gas. You won't be able to move for a short period. But Yusu, carrying the mission to avenge the Ghost clan, could never be defeated by such a paralyzing toxin. At this moment, the fat man suddenly took out a small knife. I really don't care about your Ghost clan's matters, but don't be too sad. Your life will soon have a new beginning. Therefore, I need to sever all your tendons, so that I can keep you as my personal collection. You should feel honored. At that moment, a pair of glowing eyes suddenly appeared from the toxic mist, and instantly severed the fatty's arm holding the dagger. The one who appeared was Che Qingyu. I'm curious how you're moving so freely in the toxic mist. But Che Qingyu replied with an indifferent expression. Your toxic mist has no effect on me, and you're not even worthy of becoming a specimen. Just kill you off instead. At this moment, Fatty realized his arm was gone, and instantly screamed in pain. Stop screaming. It was just a small injury. The other one I'll take care of for you. But just then, a sword light suddenly struck. It was the ponytail guy attacking from behind, but Che Qingyu easily blocked the attack with his skill. Didn't expect you to be that quick. If your reaction had been any slower, you'd be in trouble. The ponytail guy was confused. The attack seems to have been blocked by something. Is it magic? But just then, Che Qingyu suddenly stretched out his hand. Instantly, a 5-finger energy blast shot out. The ponytail guy swiftly dodged. Could it be that he has another hidden class? And the pressure I feel from him. It was like facing a high-level tower climber with years of experience. Looking at the current battle situation, the ponytail man realized they couldn't continue fighting. We should leave here first. Let's go back and rest, then we'll talk. What are you talking about? A Real Ghost is right in front of me. Where am I supposed to go? But before he finished speaking, the sword pressed against the fat man's nose. You must have forgotten the terms of our agreement. I only promised to protect you. But in a duel, I can't interfere. So, please leave quickly. Reluctantly, the fat man could only escape into the distance. But even if I don't get the ghost, I'll still take this. It was the ghost accessory behind Air Weihu. He grabbed the ghost accessory and fled. I will never let you go. The ponytail man also realized the ghost could act now. He would never let the fat man be taken by Yusu. He will never allow Fatty to be caught by Yusu. Just then, a sharp sword slashed toward Yusu's head, but Che Qingyu blocked it immediately. Your opponent is me. Now that the duel has begun, we fight to the end. As a series of fierce sword flashes lit up, the building was slashed into ruins by sword energy. Neither of them showed any sign of stopping. No matter how precise the ponytail man's strikes were, Che Qingyu countered them all with ease. Then Che Qingyu suddenly spoke. With your strength, honestly, you shouldn't be rolling around in a filthy place like this. The ponytail man smirked. But only in dirty places like this can I meet a strong opponent like you. Then Che Qingyu realized something. Huh? So you're just a coward too afraid to climb the tower? The ponytail man's gaze instantly turned icy. His sword aura exploded violently. Don't understand anything. Just as he spoke, Che Qingyu lunged at him. You're still too weak. And slashed directly at his chest. The ponytail man could hardly believe it. He had reached the 431st floor of the Divine Tower. That was when he realized the tower's true nature and saw the darkest side of humanity, its filth, and he lost both of his eyes because of it. You say this place is dirty? But at least here, no one hides their malice. But Che Qingyu easily dodged again, leaving behind only rubble. Then Che Qingyu added, I was once betrayed too, and lost my life because of it. The ponytail man looked at him, confused. What? But Che Qingyu didn't answer. He continued, but still. Your will is too weak. A true warrior should climb even higher, and crush all those who betrayed him underfoot, he said, as a shockwave blasted the ponytail man away. I'm not someone who runs away like you. I will step on all those who have betrayed me. All of them. The ponytail man was completely driven mad. He could only let out an impotent scream. Meanwhile, the fat man said, "Wait for it, you're going down. I'll make sure to turn you and that ghost girl into specimens. We'll soon be entering the market district. In the crowd, no one can touch me. Great, we're almost there." But at that moment, his pupils suddenly contracted. It was Yusu, closely following. No chance. You'll never collect anything again. Just as he dealt with the fat man, the card dropped by the fat man caught her attention. Meanwhile, the ponytail man could only helplessly lie on the ground. "Why didn't you finish me off?" Che Qingyu replied indifferently. "You probably still have unfinished business, right? I'm going to step on all the bastards who made you lose your eyes. You should be thankful for that." The ponytail man smiled wryly. "After I finish what I have to do, I'll come find you. I'll make you regret not killing me." But Che Qingyu just smiled back. "That's exactly what I'm hoping for." Carl looked confused. "You've got the upper hand, but still let him go. Is this what they mean by shared suffering among the Revengers?" Che Qingyu motioned for him to be quiet. At that moment, Yusu hurriedly approached from behind. "Brother, I've dealt with that fat pig." She pulled out a bright yellow card. "And I found this on him." This card looks similar to Che Qingyu's. It must be related to the auction house, but it has no payment function. This should be a pass for certain places, a pass to participate in higher level auctions. Maybe this will allow us to get rare equipment. Yusu suddenly closed her eyes. "Brother. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I was impulsive. I almost put everyone in danger." Che Qingyu lightly patted her head. "But I am also willing to make concessions for you. But you must always remember, for revenge, sometimes you must stay calm." Upon hearing this, Yusu smiled and nodded. Then Che Qingyu handed the yellow card to the auction house manager. "This is a secret pass. This card should grant access to your secret auction house, right?" The attendant replied, "Yes." "Please follow me, sir." Sure enough, there were fewer people here than before. Not many people would have something like this. At this moment, the host on stage spoke up. "All right, everyone. Here comes the last auction item. What could the real treasure be? It's coming, it's coming. The ultimate item is here. I must get it." The auction house began to stir. Others also seemed excited. But the host certainly knows how to build suspense. Then, a cage covered with red cloth appeared. Could it be a magical creature or a divine beast? The host continued. "All right. Here's the grand finale of today's auction. What is the last item?" As the red cloth was thrown off the cage, Che Qingyu was stunned. "Crazy people. What are they selling?" "This is the dark elf slave we secretly captured." But the dark elf's eyes revealed a killing intent. It's no surprise. After all, she's here for something sinister. But Che Qingyu was shocked to find that the dark elf not only had killing intent, but also had high-level elf-level pure magical power. The dark elf is a mutated form influenced by demonic energy. Pure magical power is the characteristic of high-level elves, which is the opposite. The two cannot coexist. But Carl said it's not completely impossible. If someone forcibly exposed high-level elves to demonic energy, the only ones capable of this are the 4 great royal clans. This is the result obtained with their involvement. Soon the price skyrocketed to 72 million gold. Then, a few feathers floated in the air. 5.5 million. If you need more context or further assistance, feel free to let me know. Of course, from the moment she gave me the mask, it was destined that she would join us in our revival. At this moment, the old man suddenly grabbed Che Qingyu's right hand. "Thank you, Xiaogang. I misunderstood you. I, Yuan Yi, am a blacksmith from the Ghost Folk clan. From now on, I will do my best to help you. Please, together with Yusu, rebuild our village." Upon hearing this, Che Qingyu looked confused. What does this old man mean by this? But Carl, on the other hand, understood clearly. This mask holds the meaning of courtship for the Ghost Folk clan. Then Yuan Yi handed over all the weapons to them to take away. Che Qingyu looked at the long sword glowing with wood light. "This is definitely a higher grade than what Golden Fortune gave," Hendrik calmly said. Yuan Yi is the best blacksmith in the Ghost Folk village. After packing up, the two of them prepared to say goodbye to Yuan Yi. But when they turned around, the irritable old man had unknowingly fallen asleep in the corner. Thinking about it, after learning that there were survivors, his nerves that had been tense for so long must have relaxed. Since the incident in the village, she hasn't had a... It's good that she can sleep now. If possible, I should bring Yusu to see the old man. The old man will be very happy to see Yusu. But at that moment, a cold gleam flashed, and a blade struck towards Che Qingyu's neck. Che Qingyu simply sidestepped and easily dodged it. Then, a loud explosion was heard. The wall behind them suddenly exploded. He then coldly glanced at the attacker beside him. "Your reaction speed is fast." As I said before deciding to cooperate with you, I must first approve of you. Then let me see whether you have the strength to make me follow your lead. Seeing this, Chei-Ching-yu smirked. Don't get too full of yourself. Quite the opposite. You should show your true strength to prove you're worth me cooperating with. Hendrik stood upright and approached above Chei-Ching-yu. Chei-Ching-yu, however, then please, show your full strength and prove yourself. Immediately after, the sound of swoosh was heard. The large blade in Hendrik's hand swung towards Chei-Ching-yu. Chei-Ching-yu, using his summoned creatures to delay him, instantly released numerous flying swords to strike from the air, but Hendrik easily deflected them, sending them flying. But at that moment, Chei-Ching-yu suddenly charged down from above. Upon seeing this, Hendrik was sweating profusely, just as Chei-Ching-yu's short blade was about to strike. Hendrik, however, didn't move at all. He simply used the teleportation to resolve the attack, but he was still startled inside. This guy can even use the all-knowing master's talent to create new sword materials. But after all, he's the man who has reached the 800th floor of the Divine Tower. Suddenly, Hendrik grabbed Chei-Ching-yu's arm. He violently threw him away. Chei-Ching-yu only stopped after crashing into the wall nearby. Seeing this, Carl couldn't help but frown. The Necromancer King may be a decent profession, but the attack is still lacking a bit, and there's a fatal flaw in the skills. It can only revive monsters within 10 floors. But just as he finished speaking, a blue soul chain snapped loudly. It turned out that at some point, Chei-Ching-yu had released the soul chain to bind Hendrik. What if it's the original Necromancer King, though? Maybe it can revive more than just monsters within 10 floors. Then suddenly, a huge golden light, formed from a fusion of divine and demonic spirits, appeared. Chei-Ching-yu shouted loudly towards the sky. Gungnir. The massive sword was wrapped in crackling black-purple lightning. Even the surrounding space began to warp. Hendrik realized something was wrong, but he was bound by the soul chain, unable to move. This is my strongest attack so far. It only takes 1 second to decapitate a half-orc king. I wonder if you can catch it. Go, sword. The giant sword roared as it charged towards Hendrik's head. Carl, seeing the situation, immediately let go. No matter how Hendrik struggled, it was futile. At this critical moment, Hendrik tightly gripped his long sword. The blade suddenly emitted a strange red glow. Carl barked in alarm. This aura. Could it be that this sword is? Carl's guess was right. The strange red glow on the sword was the legendary Dispel technique. The soul chain around Hendrik was instantly severed. Chei-Ching-yu quickly shouted. This guy's sword is dangerous. The sudden turn of events stunned Chei-Ching-yu. His strongest attack was so easily dispelled. With a loud shout, Hendrik prepared to use his dragon break slash. A sharp sound was heard. The giant sword, formed by the combined power of divine and demonic spirits, was split into 2 halves. Even more terrifying, Hendrik's attack reached Chei-Ching-yu's face in an instant. It was too late for him to dodge. Carl could only watch helplessly as the energy swallowed Chei-Ching-yu. He helplessly shouted Chei-Ching-yu's name. Then Carl was struck and spat out a mouthful of old wine. You should be this guy's strongest warrior. Now, let's see what you can do next. There's nothing more to be said. Let it all end now. Chei-Ching-yu. But as soon as the words left his mouth, Chei-Ching-yu's figure suddenly appeared. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. The strongest warrior, Chei-Ching-yu, is still here. Then he released the 2 arrows in his hands. Hendrik dodged with a quick flash. Your archery is much worse than your swordsmanship. But before he could finish, the arrows behind him suddenly stopped. Then they turned and came back with a trick shot. He realized that these were not ordinary arrows, but magic arrows. Chei-Ching-yu just looked at him with a smug smile. Suddenly, with several whistling sounds, 3 magic arrows struck Hendrik's body. Blood began to flow. The excruciating pain made Hendrik instantly feel agony. His whole body felt numb. He watched his body fall from the air. Chei-Ching-yu realized that now he must focus all his energy to deal with this guy. He slowly pulled out the ghost folk mask. He put it on his face. Although it has side effects when together with Yusu, this time it will work. With a snap, Chei-Ching-yu suddenly opened his eyes hidden behind the mask. He instantly felt as though even the air around him was moving slower. Then, a wave of energy shot towards Hendrik. Hendrik just stood still and watched all of this. His eyes turned white. He easily dodged the powerful tornado attack. The opportunity Chei-Ching-yu created was once again evaded by this guy. At this moment, Hendrik leaped high into the air. I didn't expect you to be this strong. I admit I've lost, but this has ignited my fighting spirit. Come on, let my blood boil again. He shouted loudly as he charged forward with his dragon flash. A golden giant dragon suddenly, it looked down at the tiny humans below. This attack came too suddenly. There was no time to see a way to dodge. Through the ghost folk mask, the attack route was predicted. But with his current speed, there was no way to avoid this full force strike. If this hit lands, it would be the end. Looks like I have no choice but to try. He pulled out the fox mask from his chest. Upon seeing this, the little fox's ears instantly perked up. Looks like I can only rely on you now. I don't know what surprises this fox mask will bring him. The sounds of their battle woke the old man. What's going on? Hendrik, you mad lizard. At that moment, the little fox suddenly leaped high into the air. The old man wanted to stop it, but was powerless. Looking at the energy exploding in the distance, the little fox made several chirping sounds. At this moment, Hendrik's attack was also ready to strike. Show your trump card quickly, or there will be no chance. And he turned into an afterimage. Chaiching-yu realized this guy's speed was so fast he could barely see him. But the next second, a shadow shot towards him. Chaiching-yu's eyes widened. There was a loud bang, and the scene was instantly engulfed in flames. The building was reduced to rubble by the impact. Where the two stood, there was now a black pillar of energy rising into the sky. How is this possible? That guy clearly shouldn't have been able to make this attack. But as the words fell, Hendrik felt a sense. It turned out that Chaiching-yu had unknowingly appeared behind him. He immediately turned his head. Could it be that the mask this guy is wearing is? Are you playing a mask game, Mr. Ching-yu? He said, then rushed towards Chaiching-yu. But at this moment, a sharp claw suddenly grew from the back of Chaiching-yu's hand. With a swoosh, it shot towards Hendrik. Soon, their attacks collided. The sound of their intense battle echoed nonstop. The speed and power didn't seem as fast as before. At this moment, Chaiching-yu realized, could it be because of this mask? But as he faced Hendrik's attack, Hendrik clearly reacted slower. What a great opportunity. Taking advantage of this rare moment, Chaiching-yu focused all his energy into his right arm. He suddenly lunged towards Hendrik, stabbing with full force. But before the claws could reach him, Hendrik was gathering energy in his hands. This is dangerous. This guy deliberately exposed a weakness to use magic. There was a loud bang, and the site was engulfed in flames, debris flying everywhere. But Chaiching-yu still managed to dodge it, barely. Hendrik's figure was right behind him. He wasn't giving him any chance to breathe. But the next second, he then shouted loudly, charm rising. Countless red lights emanated from his body. Hendrik was instantly stunned. He gritted his teeth and made a grinding sound. Unfortunately, the old man has no interest in men. With just a little more focus, this level of curse could be easily dispelled, but it will keep you immobile for a period of time. And I'm waiting for this opportunity. At this distance, I won't use other weapons. Let's end this battle with a deadly strike. Chu Jingshuan, I'll borrow your skill for a moment. This strike combines the all-knowing master's abilities, the fox's teleportation, and Origin 9's enhancement. It creates a punch made of a combined energy body of spirit and demon magic. The goal is to unleash all the power. Hendrik, catch this. Chu Jingshuan, first chapter, fist strike. With that, he punched straight at Hendrik's abdomen. This strike was so fast that the naked eye could barely track it. The next second, a violent explosion rang out from the ground. The entire ground erupted with energy, dust flying everywhere. Even Carl, far in the distance, was knocked down by the energy waves. I don't know who will win. Then, his eyes suddenly opened wide. A figure slowly walked out from the smoke. It was Chaiching-yu. His face was expressionless. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth and eyes. Then, with a thud, he fell to his knees. Carl anxiously shouted his name, but it was futile. Damn it, this strike exhausted all my energy, and my body couldn't move. The strongest strike should have ended this battle. But just as the words fell, Hendrik slowly walked out from the smoke. It was clear that he was also supporting his body with his longsword. He then struggled to pick up his sword. Kid, I acknowledge your performance, but old man doesn't recognize you. That last strike. You should have fallen down then. Hendrik pondered. I didn't expect you to say I'm not qualified because of that. Since that's the case, prepare to take my final strike before you decide. I'm actually quite satisfied with you. So no matter what you throw at me, I will acknowledge you. But then Hendrik realized something wasn't right. Wait, I can't move my body right now. But Hendrik didn't care about that. He turned into a huge red dragon and charged at Chaiching-yu. This skill is called Flower Petal. Let's see if you can handle it. At this, Chaiching-yu could only kneel dazedly in place. All right. You're qualified. As the words fell, Hendrik's attack instantly turned into scattered petals. Chaiching-yu, you damn bastard. The next morning, a noisy sound woke up. The little fox also groggily woke up. It's so noisy. You all shut up. She then noticed her body was tightly wrapped. Carl's voice also came over. Kid, does it hurt a lot? Good job, but don't push yourself too hard. Chaiching-yu gritted his teeth and tore off the bandages from his body. Luckily, he got some divine power from Yusu. Otherwise, he'd be a corpse by now. Just wait. You little rascal, always mocking me. Hearing this, the little fox could only sigh slightly. At that moment, a knock echoed outside the door. With a creak, the door was slowly opened. Is your body all right? It's fine, nothing serious. At that moment, Carl, grinning, looked toward her. Suddenly, he remembered the first time they met, and cold sweat poured down. He scratched the back of his head and said, "First time's always a bit awkward. Don't mind it." "I don't mind at all. Since we've chosen to fight the 4 great royal clans together, let's forget the past unpleasantness." With that, Carl laughed heartily. These 2 madmen combining together. I wonder what kind of storm they will stir up in the future. At this moment, Hendrik carefully examined Che Qingyu's body. "Looks like I was a bit too harsh yesterday." Instantly, Che Qingyu felt his teeth itching with anger. "Are you 2 here to watch me make a fool of myself?" Hendrik was only too eager for that. At that moment, Che Qingyu looked at Hendrik and said, "I came today not for anything else, but to hear your story, about your past life and why you died and how you ended up with this dragon body." Hendrik slowly responded upon hearing this. "My family and hometown were destroyed by the dragon clan when I was very young. My father and mother died right before my eyes, but somehow I survived. In the face of this situation, I was powerless. Watching the dragon clan leave, I began to harbor immense hatred for their horns and scales, so I began climbing the tower alone. Then at the 600th floor, I killed my first dragon clan member. That's when I started my revenge plan. That was pretty quick. So, from that time, you began hunting the 4 great royal clans." "Yes. But at the same time, the 4 great royal clans sent pursuit teams after me. But as my strength grew stronger, their pursuit lessened. So, their main base after the 800th floor no longer existed." Che Qingyu looked shocked. "Punishment? What punishment?" "It's the correction system that high-level climbers can't monopolize. The more a climber's floor count is below theirs, the more their abilities are restricted." Che Qingyu then realized. "It seems that the reason I could withstand Golden Fortune's attack was because of this. Otherwise, I would have been struck down in one hit." Then Che Qingyu suddenly asked, "How many floors did you climb to then?" Hendrik calmly replied, "I climbed to the 7,900th floor. I reached the 900th floor, and that's when my tower climbing journey ended." "You climbed to the 7,900th floor? It looks like this guy has the potential to become an overcomer." Hendrik continued, "To capture me, the 4 great royal clans formed an even stronger pursuit team. In the end, I couldn't withstand their siege and became like this. It's quite ironic. Out of all the races, I ended up being resurrected into the dragon body I hate the most. Your inner struggle must be immense. At the time, I even wanted to die. But this body doesn't let you die so easily. I'll use this body as a tool for my revenge." Good, just as I imagined. "Then when do we start climbing the tower? Or should we wait for that girl, Yusu, to join us?" Upon hearing this, Che Qingyu looked unhappy. What? You want to climb the tower with us? If I don't follow you weaklings, you'll all die miserably." This response made Che Qingyu itch with anger. But Hendrik looked serious at this moment. "You should feel fortunate. In my past life, I fought until the last moment all alone." Che Qingyu thought carefully about Hendrik's suggestion to form a guild. "I fully agree with your proposal, Hendrik, but there's still one problem that needs to be solved first." Hendrik was puzzled. "What problem?" "I still haven't completed the task that Ball assigned to me. Before entering the 100th floor, I need my name to echo throughout the entire Divine Tower. If my reputation is tainted by the guild's rise, it will affect Bale's task." Then, Hendrik's eyes suddenly lit up. "This problem is easy to solve. The guild leader can simply be you, Che Qingyu, and the problem is solved perfectly." Che Qingyu was taken aback. Why didn't he think of this? "Actually, I have no desire to be the guild leader. I have limited leadership skills. Someone like you, an outstanding necromancer, is the kind of person who can lead the guild to greatness." Che Qingyu was utterly speechless. That's one hell of a compliment. But he had to admit that Hendrik wasn't wrong. "But right now, I'm far too weak. If I become the guild leader, will you follow the orders of someone weaker than you?" As the words fell, Hendrik immediately knelt down. "I, Hendrik the Dragon Slayer, swear once again, in this life, only my king, Che Qingyu, shall lead me. If I go against this." Che Qingyu was shocked at the sight. "Are you sure you've thought this through?" Hendrik responded firmly. "I have no regrets about my choice. Can you trust me now? You may not know what kind of humiliation I suffered in the past. For hunting the dragon clan, I gave up everything. No matter how difficult the future was, I never gave up. Do you know how helpless I was back then? But I endured it all. It was hard on you too. But for achieving my goals, this is nothing." Then Che Qingyu opened his wide mouth. "Since that's the case, for our shared revenge, I'll be the guild leader." "Exactly. This is the wisest choice. Now, what name will you give the guild?" "People say I'm the man with strange powers, wearing a weird mask and plotting a rebellious plan. So the guild should be called..." "Isn't that a perfect name? As long as we pay the registration fee to the merchant guild, we can establish the guild. Or let Poffy establish it directly. Welcome to the guild, Mr. Qingyu." "Has Poffy already left?" "Yes. Now I, Xian, am managing the 10th floor." But Che Qingyu asked with confusion. "But how are you here managing the Soul House?" Because we often work together on tower repairs, so we got to know each other, and we became very good friends. Well, what brings you here today? I want to establish my own guild. No problem, I'll arrange it for you right away. But creating a guild requires at least 2 people. Upon hearing this, Carl and the others stepped forward. This should be fine, right? The 2 of them were instantly surprised. On the street, there was a strange dragon clan member. Are you recruiting him, Mr. Qingyu? All of our guild members are elites. Not only us, but there are more members to join later. I hope you'll take some special measures to ensure they can join together. This has already been arranged, and we'll execute it soon. Meanwhile, on the 9th floor of the Divine Tower, Yusu, who hadn't appeared in a while, was busy slaying monsters. Suddenly, a blue invitation appeared behind her. Golden Fortune also received Qingyu's invitation. Golden Fortune smiled. Establishing a guild? Interesting. The scene shifts. At this moment, Qingyu was studying his new skill, the 10-finger spirit bullets, along with the area damage skill, split magic. The goblins in the wild are going to suffer terribly. Looking at the mountain of goblin corpses, the 9-tailed fox's task is finally completed. The little fox was now full and satisfied, peacefully sleeping. As the last piece of liver was eaten, a blinding light suddenly erupted in front of Qingyu. What will happen after completing the 9-tailed fox's task? Qingyu. But it seems this display is a bit too much. The system prompts. The 9-tailed fox is reclaiming its true self. Qingyu, look over there. Qingyu looked in the direction Carl pointed to. Cold sweat instantly appeared on his face. What is this? Does this figure resemble the original form of the little fox? The little fox, looking confused, suddenly pounced towards Qingyu. Qingyu had no choice but to stretch out his arms and catch it. Of course, he couldn't stop it, as the little fox was practically pinning him to the ground. Carl and Hendrik immediately rushed over to ask. Qingyu replied that it was fine. Ball thinks this child is really adorable. The 9-tailed fox replied, of course, you should see whose child it is. The little fox stared at them with its big copper-like eyes. Dad, Qingyu, Carl, and Hendrik froze. Dad, but at that moment, 2 jade-like legs slowly approached from the distance. Sister, you actually have a daughter already? The person who arrived was none other than Yusu. Looking at Yusu's arrival, Qingyu had an awkward expression. How was he going to explain this sudden new daughter to Yusu? The little fox, now in human form, pointed at Yusu and asked, who is that woman? Qingyu, looking at the little fox, felt quite awkward. Suddenly, he had this big child. At the same time, Yusu also felt mixed emotions. She called you dad. Suddenly, a dark, strange aura emerged from her body. Qingyu quickly looked at the 9-tailed fox. What is going on here? You need to explain this quickly. Seeing this, the 9-tailed fox responded. My child, your pet. My pet. Is this the reward for completing the 9-tailed fox's task? Just as Qingyu was about to make her explain things clearly. Hey, wait. But the 9-tailed fox only left one sentence. Please take care of the child from now on. At this, Carl, who was nearby, grinned and said, congratulations on having a child. And Hendrik remarked, how could a man like you give birth to a fox baby? This made Qingyu grit his teeth in anger. You 2 sinister guys actually dare to make fun of me. But the next second, Yusu suddenly dropped to her knees. Her face showed a complex expression. Such a big child. When did this happen? No, brother, you're so strong and handsome. It wouldn't be surprising if you had a lover before. Why didn't you tell me from the beginning? Well, let's just pretend nothing happened. Anyone can be your sister. It's fine, no worries. At this moment, Hendrik walked towards Yusu. You must be the ghost folk girl Yusu, right? It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Hendrik. I'm a partner of your brother in the future plans to defeat the 4 great royal clans. I look forward to working with you. The next second, Yusu's eyes suddenly turned red. A fierce fire burned in her eyes. Thinking of the village destroyed by the 4 great royal clans, and those ghost folk who died, and the children crying in despair. In her memories, the one who led the destruction of the entire village was clearly the person standing before her, a member of the dragon clan. Yusu was instantly filled with rage. With that, she quickly drew her blade, and the suppressed anger erupted. You will die. She leapt into the air and aimed to strike Hendrik's head. Hendrik immediately drew his blade to block Yusu's attack. Wait, you might have misunderstood. Qingyu, please help me explain this. This child seems to be mad at me. Qingyu flashed a wicked smile. You handle this yourself. She's angry at you, not me. Upon hearing this, Hendrik's expression suddenly turned serious. If that's the case, he might get seriously hurt. Don't worry. This child is not as weak as you think. For revenge, she'll do anything. If that's the case, I'll take this seriously. With that, Hendrik swung his sword. I'll treat this as a test for joining the rebellion guild. With a loud bang, Yusu was instantly sent flying by the force, leaving a deep groove in the ground. When the smoke cleared, Yusu, with her blood-slicked blade, shot towards Hendrik again. In the blink of an eye, the two clashed again. The little ghost folk has decent momentum, but sadly, still lacks a bit. With this level of power, you cannot defeat me. With that, Hendrik transformed into a divine dragon and charged at Yusu. Yusu quickly raised her sword to block, her heart shocked. This attack is so strong. Before she could react, Hendrik delivered a sky-splitting slash. The ground instantly split with a deep trench. Yusu was also sent flying by the impact. I didn't expect our strength gap. My enemy is right in front of me, but she has no ability to resist. Suddenly, a spirit emerged from the blood blade. It grinned maniacally. So, this guy is actually a Dragon Clan member. Little ghost folk, I'll reluctantly lend you my power. Kill that dragon. Let her see why I am called Blood. This blood blade was named after absorbing the blood of countless Dragon Clan members. Suddenly, a destructive power erupted from Yusu's body. She immediately charged towards Hendrik. Seeing this, Hendrik was startled. So it's a magic sword as well. Let's see what Yusu yelled, die. She charged towards Hendrik. But Hendrik easily blocked her. You're still too weak. Yusu was shocked by this. He blocked the full force of my blood magic with just one hand. Hendrik suddenly delivered a powerful kick to her abdomen. Yusu was struck and coughed up a mouthful of black blood. She collapsed to the ground with a thud. The sword in my hand is not an ordinary sword. In terms of quality, it's far stronger than your sword. Grant me more power. The strength to kill this dragon before me. Seeing this, the spirit in the blood blade laughed even more maniacally. Ha ha ha. It should have been like this a long time ago. With that, all of the power was gathered in the palm of his hand. The blood blade glowed with a dark and intense ghostly energy. Yusu, like a goddess of war holding a divine sword, exuded a terrifying aura. Even Hendrik, a battle-hardened warrior, was taken aback. What is that? Sword intent. You destroyed our ghost folk village. I will avenge the fallen members of my clan. With that, she struck. Countless sword beams instantly flew towards Hendrik. Hendrik immediately realized. This is the power forcibly bestowed upon her by the blood blade. It has already far exceeded this child's capacity to handle. If I don't intervene soon, this sword master will be in danger. Quick, release the sword, or your consciousness will be devoured by it. The power of the sword will parasitize your life, and you're still not able to fully control it. Yusu's sanity seemed to become a little clearer. Her face twisted in pain. But when she thought of the destroyed village and the dead clan members, her desire for revenge instantly overcame her reason. Her eyes were completely clouded. Unless you die, I can't let go. You destroyed our village. I will never forgive you. With that, she unleashed a barrage of sword beams at Hendrik. Hendrik warned her. You can't control the sword's power. It will parasitize your life force. But Yusu, thinking of her destroyed home and lost loved ones, the flames of vengeance instantly wiped away her reason. Unless you die, I will not let go. Hendrik looked at the frenzied Yusu from afar. I need to come up with a way to stop this girl. He then calmly asked, are you also from the Dragon Clan? Is that why you're so angry? Yes, I swear to kill all of the 4 great royal clan members, including your Dragon Clan. Since that's the case, as a fellow swordsman and combat veteran, I can only do one thing. With that, a powerful aura from the Dragon Clan erupted from him. The dragon aura transformed into a massive divine dragon, swirling around his head. The roar of the dragon reverberated through the heavens and earth. I must stop you from going down the wrong path. Wake up, girl. The process will be painful, but it won't be enough to kill you. Facing this world-destroying power, Yusu froze on the spot. Then, the energy of the divine dragon gathered into a bright golden light. Under Hendrik's control, it transformed into a beam of light and shot towards Yusu. Clearly, Yusu couldn't fight against this immense power. The next second, a loud bang echoed. The ground exploded instantly. Even the millennia-old tree roots were uprooted. Yusu was directly sent flying. At that moment, a vision suddenly appeared in Yusu's eyes. She seemed to be surrounded by fresh flowers and trees. All around her were lush trees and familiar flowers. She had unknowingly arrived in the forest of the ghost folk village. Suddenly, a soccer ball rolled to her feet. She reached down and picked it up. Where did this ball come from? Suddenly, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Can you give the ball back, sister? It was the neighborhood children. Smiling, Yusu handed the ball back to the children. Yusu smiled and reassured the children that it was fine. But the next second, the children's eyes suddenly became hollow. They spoke in a mechanical tone. Why is it that you are the only one left alive in the village? Why? Hearing this, Yusu froze in place. What's going on here? Before Yusu could respond, a fiery hand landed on her shoulder with a loud slap. The next second, a burning face reached out towards Yusu. Sister, save me. I don't want to die. I want to live just like you. Sister, save me. At that moment, Yusu's eyes were filled with tears, but she felt an overwhelming guilt. Then, Countless hands began to emerge from the flames. Yusu, everyone in the village is dead. Why is it that only you survived? You must avenge us. Avenge us. At this moment, Yusu tightly closed her eyes. Regret and sorrow instantly flooded her mind. Why is it that I survived? At that moment. Because you must avenge them. So you must go on. Because you are the only ghost folk who can wield the blood blade. Even if all the ghost folk have died. As long as you are alive, there is still a chance for revenge. Therefore, you must rise up, live and avenge the ghost folk. Ghost folk are a race that never forgets kindness or revenge. At this moment, Yusu slowly stood up. Hendrik, standing by, couldn't help but wonder. After receiving my dragon slash attack, how is she still standing? What belief is sustaining her will? But the next second, Yusu launched her blood blade at Hendrik. Charging toward, she shouted, I'm going to kill you to avenge the villagers. Seeing Yusu's sudden attack, Hendrik immediately reacted. Soon, Yusu's attack was right in front of him. Even with his sword raised to block, Yusu's blood blade shattered it. The blood blade's spirit side. Is this where it ends today? It seems this is the little girl's limit. You must become stronger, little girl, until you grow strong enough to fully wield my power. Until you avenge all the ghost folk. With that, Yusu collapsed onto Hendrik, unconscious. Seeing this, Che Qingyu and Hendrik nervously asked, Are you both alright? Hendrik turned back and looked at them. I'm fine, but she must have used up all her strength before she stabbed me. She should be unconscious now. Then, thinking of their shared experiences, Hendrik felt a strong empathy for Yusu. He then looked at the sky and smiled. She's such a strong child. She needs to sleep a bit more. Before long, they arranged a place for her to rest. It seemed like she had been malnourished for a long time, and having just used up power beyond her limits. The main reason was still the use of the blood blade. I feel like when she wakes up, she'll want to tear me apart. Che Qingyu slowly explained. Because your experiences are quite similar. Maybe she sees me as a dragon. The damn dragons. I swear, one day I'll uproot them all. If that's the case, then I must bear this hatred. After all, this body is the divine dragon's vessel. Che Qingyu broke into a cold sweat. For a moment, I don't know what to do. Come with me, Hendrik. I've rented 2 floors here. You can rest here until she wakes up. But Hendrik directly declined. Thank you for the offer, but you don't need to worry about me. As I said, I will take care of what needs to be taken care of. I understand you, Sue, this girl. Che Qingyu shouted. Who cares about you? When she opens her eyes and sees you, she won't be able to rest well. As the curtains fluttered, the next day arrived. The sleeping Yusu slowly began to wake up. At this moment, Yusu suddenly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was a blurry figure. Is that Brother Qingyu? With a cry, Xiao Wei Fox shouted. Big sister with horns, you're awake. Yusu immediately sat up. Who are you to Brother Qingyu? Just as Yusu looked confused, Che Qingyu walked in. Yusu, you're finally awake. Brother? Although I'm still a bit groggy, I'm so glad to see brother. But before she could finish her words, Xiao Wei Fox shouted, Daddy. Yusu froze. Daddy. Immediately, Yusu rolled her eyes. With a thud, she passed out again. Xiao Wei Fox looked confused and said, Sis, you're sleeping again? Seeing this, Che Qingyu helplessly picked up Xiao Wei Fox. If you don't stop calling her that, she might kill you. Who will kill me? Hearing this, Che Qingyu looked at the sleeping Yusu, the one with the horns right in front of you. After Che Qingyu finally explained things to Yusu, they packed their things and prepared to leave the 10th floor of the tower. Did everyone pack everything? If nothing important comes up, we probably won't be back. Yusu only had the blood blade with her. As for Hendrik, all his items were made of magic, so he didn't have much to pack. Xiao Wei Fox looked confused and said, Brother, it seems like I don't have anything. Brother, I don't seem to have anything. Che Qingyu was puzzled. Why isn't Xiao Wei Fox calling me daddy anymore? But brother, that's what I told her to call me. Xiao Wei Fox may be a spiritual beast, but she's still a child. Not being able to tell the difference between daddy and brother is understandable. After a very friendly discussion, we reached an agreement. Xiao Wei Fox had a deadpan expression. Was it really a friendly negotiation, sis? Just as the words fell, Yusu suddenly widened her eyes. Wasn't it friendly? Daddy, sister is bullying me. Che Qingyu acted as if nothing was wrong. Cough, cough, this thing. Everyone gets one. Hendrik took a close look. This is a teleportation scroll. Once torn, it will transport you to a designated place. This thing is quite valuable. Xiao Wei Fox looked confused. If there's no problem, let's leave quickly. At that moment, Carl suddenly shouted. Are you trying to make me walk? Che Qingyu suddenly realized that he had forgotten Carl. Alright, don't treat me like an item in your inventory. Use me when you need, and don't when you don't. But Che Qingyu didn't respond. Let's go, everyone. With that, he tore the scroll open. The next moment, they arrived in a magnificent palace. Everyone was puzzled. Where is this? How could there be such a luxurious place? Che Qingyu explained. This is a space built by Golden Fortune using magic. With his level of skill, This cost is nothing. A green light flashed by Yusu's side with a whoosh. Then, the figure of the old man, Yuan Yi, slowly appeared. The old man could hardly believe his eyes. Xiaoli, Grandpa Yuan Yi. The two embraced each other, like family members who hadn't seen each other for a long time. Old Yuan Yi was in tears instantly. I'm so happy to see you in my lifetime. Che Qingyu and the others also felt moved. Finally, the two of you have met today. This is really great. With a click, the door opened, and a person walked in. It was Golden Fortune, the president of the Golden Fortune Merchant Guild, to attend such an important meeting. Arriving 10 minutes early, isn't that the basic etiquette? Che Qingyu explained. You should know that the demon folk matter caused a delay. Please understand. Golden Fortune chuckled. The Fallen Star is really quite mature now. Fallen Star, Che Qingyu? Isn't that the powerful tower climber who died 10 years ago? Wasn't he supposed to have been the savior of all humanity? Che Qingyu slowly took off his mask. It seems you've done your research. You're right. I am the Fallen Star Che Qingyu, the one who died 10 years ago. Then, Golden Fortune introduced the current situation of the tower to everyone. This is all the information we have so far. Now, let's all share our opinions. At this, Puffy slowly spoke up. Considering the current situation, the four great royal clans have been secretly executing powerful tower climbers. One such incident was the attack on the Demon Folks village where Yusu lives. Che Qingyu and Mr. Dragon were both victims of that event, and after death, they were resurrected. So our guild's goal is to completely eradicate the four great royal clans. Just like the name of our guild, we must completely overthrow these guys' strongholds. Upon hearing this, Puffy was stunned. These people look like lunatics, but I must admit they will bring tremendous change to the tower. Then Golden Fortune asked, so, what do you plan to do next? Che Qingyu sighed lightly. What can tower climbers do? Of course, continue climbing the tower, to improve our strength as much as possible. Everyone here is the same. You're right, Mr. Qingyu. Looks like I need to work harder. At that moment, old Yuan Yi closed his eyes. The only way to survive in a storm is to become the storm. Suddenly, Yusu looked at Yuan Yi and asked, Grandpa Yuan Yi, you'll definitely climb the tower with us, right? Old Yuan Yi smiled faintly. I appreciate your kindness, but I prefer to act alone. Grandpa, what do you mean, acting alone? Why? Now that I know you're alive, my heart has calmed down. My desire and motivation have somewhat faded. A kind-hearted person like you should understand. If we stay together, we might end up stagnating. And as the last weapon of the Ghost Folk clan, you cannot become dull just because I am an old, frail ghost. With that, he pulled out a scroll from his body. From now on, there will be no more Yuan Yi in the world. There will only be an ordinary blacksmith, Wu Ying. Lastly, Grandpa will remind, do not forget your responsibility and duty as a ghost folk, and the responsibility you carry. Seeing this, Che Qingyu stepped forward and patted Wu Ying on the shoulder. Well then, Mr. Wu Ying, I'll assign you another task. He then looked at Jin Fu. First, establish an operational base on the 100th floor. At the same time, arrange for Wu Ying to investigate the ghost folk village. This is no problem. Who do you think would be suitable to manage the base? Che Qingyu smiled lightly. Isn't he right here? He is the most outstanding blacksmith of the ghost folk clan, and more suited to the environment than any of us. Upon hearing this, Jin Fu thought for a moment. Then you can take this examiner with you to the 100th floor. Understood, Lord Jin Fu. I will safely escort the elder. Now that everyone's goals are arranged, let's depart now. Upon hearing this, everyone responded in unison. From today on, the Reverse Guild is officially established. The era of the four great royal clans will soon be over. Let our name, Reverse Heaven, resound throughout the entire Divine Tower. The group quickly reached the 11th floor of the tower. The ones who killed me, whether the Pei siblings from the 9 stars, or the four great royal clans that control the entire Divine Tower, you all wait to face the destruction of my Reverse Heaven Guild. No matter how high your status within the tower, I will tear you all apart. Just as Che Qingyu and the others arrived at the 11th floor of the Divine Tower, a long-haired mysterious man followed them. Return. Che Qingyu and his demonic spirit army have returned, and their primary target for this mission is to take down the Holy Kingdom Guild on the 50th floor of the Divine Tower. But just after eliminating the target, he is met with the muzzle of a black gun. Meanwhile, on the 50th floor of the Divine Tower, people on the streets are discussing. Did you hear about the mysterious man? I heard he has already reached the 50th floor. For the Holy Kingdom Guild on the 50th floor, Che Qingyu and the others are considered invaders. Therefore, they must be eliminated. But for Che Qingyu, this is not an issue. The subordinates of the Holy Kingdom Guild who have already died will be transformed into his demonic spirit army, and they will help their master, Che Qingyu, eliminate all the enemies in front of them. The mid-level members of the Holy Kingdom Guild also targeted the true body of the demonic lord, Che Qingyu. However, Che Qingyu was completely unfazed, because he had There was no need for him to make a move. The guild members nearby were stunned. Where did these come from? The guild branch manager, seeing this, also looked shocked. This army of undead is far too large. What is going on? Why does this always happen when I'm the branch manager? But even so, he wouldn't stand by idly. I am the proud branch manager of the Holy Kingdom Guild. He then chanted a spell aloud. Suddenly, several thick wooden vines shot up from the ground. At the top of the vines were several massive stone blocks. As the stones slowly gathered, they formed a massive golem. The branch manager shouted frantically, "Answer my call. Proud guardian of the Holy Kingdom." Seeing this, Carl and Wusu were both startled. "Isn't this a monster that appears at the 120th level?" The branch manager wildly said, "You are correct. But from the moment this golem was summoned, the outcome of your failure was already sealed. Crush these intruders of the Holy Kingdom into pulp." But the next moment, the branch manager noticed something. The strongest enemy in their ranks was actually a dragon folk. Hendrik then said with a playful tone, "Don't be scared." The branch manager immediately realized, how is this possible? My golem. Unaware, Che Qingyu had already circled behind him. He quickly grabbed the branch manager's throat, and then lifted him high above his head. "You are the branch manager of the 50th floor, right? Are you planning to oppose the Great Nine Stars?" But Che Qingyu showed no expression on his face. "No, not really. Those guys have been my enemies for 10 years now." With that, he crushed the branch manager's head. "This is where we temporarily end. Next, let us continue to overthrow the trap set by those bad guys." At this moment, people on the street were discussing, "Isn't that Ghostface and his Reverse Heaven Guild? They are the ones who attacked the Nine Stars Guild Alliance." But Che Qingyu didn't bother with these discussions. "What do you think, Ball? I should be able to complete the task once I reach the 100th floor, right?" At this moment, Hendrik smiled. The nine-tailed fox demanded they be eliminated immediately. Suddenly, that reckless Sheng Tai actually sent his underlings charging in. Che Qingyu just glanced at them calmly. According to two quick whooshes were heard. Sheng Tai's severed leg flew back into view. "That bastard's using my own leg to attack me." But it was already too late for regret. Asterisk boom asterisk, a sharp sound rang out. The three behind Che Qingyu were blown apart by a corpse bomb. Blood everywhere. The matter was settled. Time to think of a name for him. "Right, I'll call you Weihu, Tail Fox." Carl stroked his beard in satisfaction. The nine-tailed fox nodded repeatedly in agreement. System notification. Successfully rescued the nine-tailed fox's child, Weihu. The next second, Weihu's little head started buzzing loudly. Che Qingyu's jaw dropped in surprise. "What's that?" It was a fox mask. Wearing it grants the power of a fox. The stronger the user, the stronger the mask's ability. Pretty similar to the ghost mask. But judging by its vibe, this one's ability is likely charm magic. For long-range attacks, there's no skill more useful than this. Feed Weihu 999 fresh raw livers to increase affinity. 999 raw livers. Looks like Che Qingyu will have to go collect them himself. But who knows, maybe high affinity will bring unexpected benefits. I'm looking forward to it. Nine Tails. Carl said he was going out for a walk. Just call him if anything happens. Che Qingyu reminded him. After sunrise, head to the class transfer tower. If he's not back in time, just go without him. Once outside, Carl realized the Tower of God now was completely different from what he remembered. Suddenly, his head buzzed loudly. That feeling, so familiar. Could it be? He turned toward the direction of the energy. From the dual horns and brutal aura. It was one of the legendary 4 great royal clans. The Dragon Clan. He could hear the dragon murmuring. "I'd love to wipe out all those damn dragons." Hearing that, Carl was instantly shaken. The Dragon Clan's pride in their race borders on obsession. Among the 4 great royal clans, they are especially known for their extreme pride. If another dragon heard this guy talking like that, they'd kill him without hesitation. If that really happened, the Dragon Clan might tear Floor 10 apart. A voice in the crowd whispered, "That dragon's been standing there for days. He just mutters strange things no one understands." Carl looked puzzled as well. So many days, and the Dragon Clan hasn't done a thing to him. Something definitely felt off. The next second, the Dragon Man suddenly turned to look in Carl's direction. Carl immediately felt uneasy. Did he sense the demonic power in me? The dragon suddenly spoke. "So it's you, the little brat wandering around. Did he just call me a brat?" Carl was instantly triggered. "Right back at you, you dragon brat. If you didn't even recognize me, then your strength must be garbage." Hearing this, the Dragon Man exploded in rage. "You dare call me Dragon Clan? You're dead." He lunged at Carl, but Carl dodged in time. Carl cursed under his breath. "I'm too far from Che Qingyu. My magic and soul are both weakened. Come out and face me properly, coward." A bystander commented. "He's got horns. Definitely Dragon Clan." Next second, the Dragon Man suddenly changed targets and charged at the crowd. "Who are you calling Dragon Clan? Your whole family's Dragon Clan." Carl then realized, even though the guy looked like a dragon, His reaction to being called one was way too intense. Could there be another explanation? Maybe the body and the soul belong to different people. Carl immediately thought of Cheching-yu. Could something like that really happen? Now this has definitely caught the attention of a researcher like me. Let's see for myself. Whose soul is really inside that dragon body of yours? As he spoke, he fired a blast of soul energy at the dragon. Not bad, brat. Using soul energy as a weapon. Carl replied. Magic that uses soul as a power source is called spirit energy. Even that dumb kid hasn't mastered it yet. I, the great Carl, am the most outstanding demonic spirit mage. You'll regret running into me today. Haha. So the brat actually started introducing himself. Very good, very good. Then let's see if you can handle this blade first. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hendrik the Dragon Slayer, the one who will kill you. A Dragon Slayer, Carl muttered. Damn, I really kicked a hornet's nest this time. A Dragon Slayer, as the name implies, known for slaying dragons. This guy allegedly climbed up to floor 8,000 of the tower. If he really is the soul of a Dragon Slayer, then I'm completely screwed. Carl finally realized today he might have really poked a hornet's nest. If this guy is truly the soul of a Dragon Slayer from floor 8,000, even Cheching-yu might not be able to handle him. You brat. With that, his blade swung toward Carl. If that's how it is, then I've got no choice but to go all out. Carl roared, soul bind. As the words left his mouth, countless soul tendrils burst from the ground and wrapped around the dragon man. Then a massive soul orb surged toward his head. The dragon man panicked. He had to break free from the soul bind. With a single slash, he severed all the soul tendrils in one sweeping strike. You brat, is that all your strength amounts to? If you've got more tricks, bring them on. The next second, Carl shouted, soul fusion. A massive hand formed entirely from soul energy took shape. To awaken his full potential as a demonic spirit mage, Carl fused all of his spirit energy with his soul. This allowed him to unleash his maximum strength. The dragon man shouted in shock. You insane brat. You're risking your life. You actually used a forbidden skill. But Carl didn't care anymore. The giant soul hand slammed down with a deafening boom. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. 100-meter high cloud of dust erupted from the ground. That bastard should be immobilized for now. But I've used up all my stored soul and spirit energy. If I keep going, time to run. The best tactic right now. And so, Carl turned and fled without hesitation. But in the blink of an eye, the giant soul hand was slashed apart by a single blow. Totally underestimated this brat. Didn't think he had so many tricks up his sleeve. What was his name again, right? Carl. Very good. You've successfully... I, Hendrik the Dragon Slayer, swear this. Next time, I'll tear you to pieces. Meanwhile, Cheching-yu arrived at the entrance to the class transfer tower. That old geezer Carl still isn't back. He's not even responding to my signal. Whatever. I'll go through the class transfer first. With that, he pushed open the doors to the mage class transfer tower. Welcome. I'm the manager of the class transfer tower. You can call me Ken. Cheching-yu said he wanted to use the soul chamber here. Of course, no problem. But first, you need to prove you're a mage. Just fill this crystal orb with your mana. Cheching-yu said nothing and gently placed his hand on the orb. But the next moment, Ken instantly broke out in cold sweat. This? Impossible. How could a climber from floor 10 have such powerful mana? As the energy surged non-stop, the crystal orb suddenly cracked with a snap, and the next second, Ken was blasted backward from the shock. He sat dazed on the ground, completely bewildered. Don't just sit there. Hurry up and take me to the soul chamber. Ken then led him into a hidden passage. Who is this guy? He's pressuring me so hard, I can't even breathe. And I'm a climber from floor 100. With the creak of an old wooden door, they found books and magical tools filled every corner of the room. It was basically a mage's paradise. Ken excused himself. If you need anything, just call for me. Just as Cheching-yu was about to begin, he suddenly sensed Carl's arrival. Carl's spiritual presence was clearly weak and fading. It felt like his whole body was drained. Cheching-yu quickly asked, "Why are you only back now?" Carl replied, "I just got a little too into my morning exercise." Cheching-yu didn't press the matter further. He slowly removed his mask and said, "From today on, I'll learn to use soul power like you. My demonic spirit warriors, come forth." The warriors quietly stepped forward and lit the candles. Some placed various books around Cheching-yu in an orderly circle. Once preparations were complete, he sat cross-legged and began his soul cultivation. Soul power, a fundamental skill for all spirit mages. It allows the soul to be wielded like magic. But the fastest way to awaken soul power is to die first and become a soul form. Watching Cheching-yu's frowning expression, little Wei-hu chirped nervously at his side. Carl stepped up and gently picked Wei-hu up into his arms. "Don't worry, everything is going smoothly. Looks like he's already entered the soul realm." Suddenly, a disturbing presence surged into Carl's mind. What a perfect body this is. I can finally be reborn. Turns out, evil spirits had slipped out from the soul chamber. They were all fighting to possess Che Qingyu's body. Carl reacted instantly. Demonic spirit warriors. Our mission now is to protect our master at all costs. Under Carl's command, the warriors charged into battle. No matter how fiercely the evil spirits attacked, it was useless. Carl fought back with the last of his soul power, blasting them away. Just then, Administrator Ken rushed in. What the hell is going on here? How did this place become a war zone? Carl completely ignored his confusion. Quit standing there, damn it. Give me a hand already. Little Weihu was now trembling in fear, hiding in the corner. At that moment, one evil spirit had secretly snuck behind Che Qingyu. This perfect body will soon be mine. By the time Carl noticed, it was already too late. Their eyes widened helplessly as the spirit neared Qingyu's body. But just in the nick of time, Little Weihu suddenly leapt high into the air with a whoosh. Right at the critical moment, Weihu placed himself between the evil spirit and Qingyu. He let out a string of chirping, fox-like cries, and his body suddenly shone with rainbow-colored light. The sight left Carl completely stunned. What kind of light is this fox cub emitting? Even the evil spirit paused in utter disbelief. But before they could react, the evil spirit's eyes turned vacant. This little one is just too adorable. Look at those enchanting big eyes, and that fluffy little tail. But just as the words left their mouth, dozens of evil spirits collapsed as if they were drunk. Carl also dropped to his knees with a thud. Even the demonic spirit warriors had hearts in their eyes. But the old fox knows best. Carl quickly snapped out of it. Hey, snap out of it. This little fox's charm skill can manipulate not only human desire, but even soul forms. No wonder, it's divine beast bloodline. Suddenly, a gloomy voice echoed. So damn noisy. Who dares disturb my slumber? What a fresh new body. Carl instantly shouted in panic. The Shadow King. That guy was once a terrifying tower climber. We absolutely can't let him possess Che Qingyu. We must stop him. But Carl collapsed after just a few seconds. Damn, the charm effect still hasn't worn off. I've got no strength, he yelled loudly. Weihu, you must stop that thing. What a perfect vessel. Out of my way, you little furball. The shadow lunged toward little Weihu. But Weihu didn't retreat. He stepped forward, swearing to protect his master at all costs. He pounced directly in front of the Shadow King. The king hesitated. What is this thing? This clueless cub dares step up to me. But Weihu had no time for fear. He let out soft but firm yelps at the king. The Shadow King's jaw dropped in disbelief. That's divine beast energy. But the next second, the golden glow around Weihu faded, and he puffed out a tiny, cute pink heart. Carl's face fell. That little guy must have hit his limit after his first charm burst. You little fluffball are a rare treasure, but too weak for your own good. The shadow raised his soul blade and swung it down toward Weihu. By then, the little fox had collapsed, powerless, to the floor, awaiting the descent of death. Suddenly, a pillar of deathly energy shot straight toward the Shadow King. Thank you, little Weihu. Che Qingyu had awoken. You overgrown bastard. Face your punishment. Souls of the land of the dead, in the name of the Death Lord. Destroy this oversized green freak completely. The Shadow King still tried to resist. You dare? But before he could finish, he realized there was a giant hole through his chest. Any last words, green freak? If not, then let's finish this. Che Qingyu raised both hands and roared. Death burst barrage. Multiple holes exploded through the Shadow King's body. Now that was a clean shot. So this is condensed death energy launched in bursts. How's that for power? Just then, Poffy arrived with an urgent delivery. This is the poison with increasing potency you requested, along with a blazing firestone and a freezing cold stone. And I'm also giving you this puppet. Che Qingyu raised an eyebrow. Wasn't this puppet for your own use? I've got other plans now. This is a personal gift from me to you. It can help with many things. Che Qingyu asked curiously, what are you up to? I think it's time I level up my own power. My goal is to become the top merchant in the tower. But as things stand now, the strength of a 100th floor climber isn't enough to claim that title. But with you and the Goldrich chairman, one day, you'll surely tower over the rest of the tower. So I've made up my mind. Che Qingyu let out a hearty laugh. Not a bad goal at all. You've got the same fire as your boss, Goldrich. When the time is right, I'll tell you our full plan. After seeing Poffy off, Che Qingyu opened the box and revealed a wicked smile. Carl instantly broke into a cold sweat. You're not seriously going to eat all that? Che picked up the frost stone. Why wouldn't I? My talent lets me convert everything I consume into power, strength, resistance, or something else entirely. Carl, aren't you the least bit curious? The man looked at the vial that even death itself would fear, even with the ability to devour all things and gain resistance. Drinking it would still bring unimaginable pain. And yet, the man downed it without hesitation, all for the sake of personally killing the poison user. One of the 9-star enemies. The 9-tailed fox didn't even want little Wei Hu to witness the scene. It was simply too bloody and violent. Then, Che Qingyu suddenly exhaled sharply. Having endured a pain no normal man could take, he gained new resistances. The Soul House administrator suddenly opened his eyes. He asked, "Where is that tower climber and the little fox?" Carl replied that everyone was fine. But when the administrator turned around, he screamed in shock. The goblin beastmen Che Qingyu had captured were piled like a mountain. Then, a death warrior returned to report. All the nearby goblin beastmen had been captured. Well, might as well let little Wei Hu eat and finish a task or two. Carl suggested maybe they should season the food a bit. But little Wei Hu had already walked straight to the meat pile. The next second, it bared its sharp teeth and tore into the goblin corpses with ferocity. Both men could only stare. This little guy was brutal. After gorging itself, little Wei Hu looked quite satisfied. Che Qingyu suddenly turned to Carl. "You sneaky old man. You got into a fight last night, didn't you?" Carl looked surprised. "How'd you know? Your magic aura fluctuated all night." "Don't tell me. You ran into one of the 4 great clans." Carl explained he had fought someone from the dragon folk. "That guy was seriously strong. I barely escaped using my soul chains." At that, demonic aura flared out wildly from Che Qingyu. "So the 4 great clans do know I'm here already?" Carl muttered, "This isn't good. Calm down. Don't go unleashing magic in the streets." Just then, Che Qingyu suddenly vomited up black soup. "It's nothing. Probably a side effect from devouring too much." Carl gave him a glance and continued, "That guy wasn't just any dragon folk." He then recounted the incident. Che Qingyu muttered, "I've heard the name Hendrik the Dragon Slayer before, but that matter should have long passed." Then he froze in realization. A body and soul separated. But after a moment, he thought to himself, "Am I not the same? That guy used to be one of the top powerhouses in the tower. Rumor has it, he first took down a young dragon, then brutally slaughtered every dragon folk who hunted him. A monster who exists just to kill dragons. That's why people call him the Dragon Slayer. But I heard he died on the 800th floor of the tower. It could be a trap set by the 4 great royal clans. Since we share a common enemy, maybe it's time I meet this Hendrik guy in person." As soon as he finished speaking, he began coughing heavily. Carl said with concern, "Don't push yourself." Che Qingyu replied, "Even though my talent is devouring, the downside is, I have to actually swallow it. The poison, firestone, and froststone caused real internal damage. The best cure now is to acquire divine power to purify it." Just then, little Wei Hu suddenly started yipping forward. Carl sighed, exasperated. Why is this fox's skill activating again? Che Qingyu leaned forward to follow Wei Hu's gaze, and was instantly shocked by what he saw. The people in front looked off. They approached like walking corpses, one by one. But they didn't seem conscious, and showed no reaction to little Wei Hu's charm. Then suddenly, the sharp sound of high heels echoed in the distance. Both of them turned toward the sound instinctively. The crowd parted on its own, revealing a 1-meter-wide path. A woman with a glowing halo walked toward them slowly. "Long time no see, Mr. Ghost Mask. I'm happy to see you." Che Qingyu tensed up immediately. "Celestials." He quickly drew his weapon and took a battle stance. "But I'm not happy to see you at all." Asterisk whoosh, asterisk. The woman was suddenly in front of him, gripping his sword hilt. "Please don't be rash. Don't do something you'll regret later." Che Qingyu was stunned. She was insanely fast. He hadn't even reacted. "Let me greet you properly. Hello, Mr. Ghost Mask." Faced with this celestial woman, Che Qingyu couldn't resist at all. The next second, she gently touched his cheek. "Your mouth's already broken inside. Your internal organs are heavily damaged too." Che Qingyu nervously asked, "What are you doing?" But the woman said nothing. The halo above her head suddenly lit up. Golden light gathered in her hand and flowed into Che Qingyu's body. Che Qingyu gasped in shock. "You're..." But once the light faded, he realized that all his internal injuries had healed. Carl quickly stepped forward, asking if he was hurt. The woman calmly retracted her hand. "This is the power of us Celestials, the power of the divine. Now you should know I came without ill intent, right? Let me introduce myself. I'm from the Wingless Celestials." At that moment, the city bell rang out. The crowd snapped out of their unconscious daze. Then Che Qingyu followed her into a nearby hotel. The door softly closed. "All right, what do you really want?" Uriel replied. "I merely erased part of their memory. It was to protect the residents here. If people knew Celestials had come to the 10th floor, things would get messy. So mysterious, these Celestials. Even thinking of protecting others. Impressive. But why didn't it affect me?" Uriel looked at little Wei Hu and gently explained. "Existences as powerful as Mr. Ghost Mask are unaffected, and such a cute little divine beast." Her gaze suddenly turned sharp. as well as that ghostly friend glaring at me. Carl immediately asked, "Then what exactly do you want from us?" Uriel spoke slowly. "The man with strange powers and a mysterious mask. He's plotting something that defies heaven itself. To us Celestials, those little followers of his are meaningless. But the reason I came is because of a prophecy in our clan." Chei-Ching-yu immediately connected the dots. The guy with the strange mask planning rebellion. "That's me, isn't it? And what is this so-called wingless Celestials faction?" Uriel said nothing, just removed her coat. Chei-Ching-yu was startled. "In broad daylight? What are you doing?" Just as he spoke, he saw that the wings, symbolizing celestial pride, were broken. Uriel then continued, "The current celestial society is descending into madness. Any kin who dares think even slightly differently, anyone with differing thoughts is deemed a heretic and mercilessly exiled. They are even subjected to a cruel punishment, having their wings torn off. I am one such outcast. Celestials like me are called the wingless. We were banished from the celestial city of Utopia. According to ancient celestial prophecy, you will become a force that topples the rule of the 4 royal clans. We wingless are here to aid your rise." Chei-Ching-yu looked back briefly. It seemed like she wasn't lying. Carl nervously asked, "What should we do?" Chei-Ching-yu replied, "Let's agree for now." Then his tone shifted. "So what benefits do your wingless offer me?" Uriel slowly opened her eyes. "As of now, none." Chei-Ching-yu widened his eyes in disbelief. But Uriel immediately added, "The wingless possess great power. But because of that, Utopia sees us as enemies, yet also owes us gratitude. Because in the face of outside threats, we stood united." Chei-Ching-yu muttered, "This sounds too underwhelming. It'd be a pity not to work together. After all, it is celestial power, but the price might just be too steep." Then he smirked. "But I might accept on one condition. Just one. When I ask for your help, you obey. No questions. I swear on the name of the wingless Celestials, we accept." "Good. From now on, we are allies." Uriel winked and smiled at Chei-Ching-yu. "In that case, I can now tell you my true identity." Chei-Ching-yu asked if she could block divine and demonic surveillance. Of course. Uriel plucked a feather from her body and gently blew on it. In the next second, divine energy filled the room. It felt nearly identical. "You sure those gods and demons can't hear us?" Uriel nodded affirmatively. Then Chei-Ching-yu slowly removed his mask. "You goddamn peeping gods and demons. I've finally shaken you off today." "Wait, you had her make this barrier just to curse at gods and demons?" "Of course not. Since we're all in the same boat now, it's time you knew who I really am. My name is Chei-Ching-yu, once known as the Fallen Star, one of the 9 stars 10 years ago." The moment the words left his mouth, Uriel suddenly dropped to her knees with a thud. "I'm sorry. It was our celestial race's fault." Chei-Ching-yu was stunned. "Wait, you knew I was the Chei-Ching-yu who died 10 years ago?" By now, tears were already flowing down Uriel's face. "I was present when the 4 royal clans discussed assassinating you. I was there that day." Chei-Ching-yu remained expressionless upon hearing this. He simply closed his eyes in silence, and suddenly stepped forward. The next second, his demonic aura exploded outward. "If you want to speak, think carefully before you continue." Uriel immediately continued. "Do you know what happens after reaching floor 999 of the tower? You become like the tower's administrators, constantly surveilling others, violating their privacy. The 4 royal clans monopolize that supreme position, looking down upon all beings. They bask in their racial superiority constantly, and anyone not of their race, anyone who dares to challenge their authority, is crushed and erased completely." Chei-Ching-yu broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. "You're referring to the No Survivors plan, so you already knew about it. But now it's confirmed. Even the main conspirator is standing here talking to me about it. Is there anything more laughable than this?" The realization that the woman before him had once plotted his death caused Chei-Ching-yu to completely lose control. "Uriel, I'll take your head and send it back to your wingless kin." Uriel slowly rose to her feet. A terrifying aura surged from her body, and she calmly spoke. "But it was because of that event that I became wingless." Chei-Ching-yu was stunned. "What did you say?" Uriel slowly explained. "Because I opposed the plan to eliminate all tower climbers. I was exiled and became wingless. And the tower climber I stood up for was you, Mr. Ghost Mask, the Fallen Star." Chei-Ching-yu. At that moment, Chei-Ching-yu was overwhelmed with regret. He had no idea how to respond. After a brief silence, Chei-Ching-yu spoke softly. "I was wrong. I'm sorry, Uriel. Now I finally understand the truth between the wingless and the celestials. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Ghost Mask. But there's something I must tell you. Among the other 4 royal clans, there are likely people like us, the exiled. If you encounter them someday, I hope you'll accept them as well. I promise I will. I run into strange folks all the time anyway. But one thing's for sure. There are definitely many who were cast out from the other clans too. and they might not be few in number. If we bring them in, they could become powerful allies when war breaks out against the royal clans. Then his tone shifted. If I want to see you again, where should I go? Uriel replied. Just head to Dream City on the 190th floor. That was far lower than Changyu had expected. Uriel explained. The higher you go, the more influence the royal clans hold, and past that lies his territory. Changyu instantly remembered. I almost forgot about that guy. The he Uriel referred to was none other than Marshal Emperor Tis. The 200th to 300th floors were entirely under his rule. Compared to the royal clans, you were more likely to die in his hands. Mr. Ghost Mask. Oh no, Lord Changyu. May I put my clothes back on now? Changyu thought to himself. What an angel. Asterisk can't just let her leave like this. Asterisk. If possible, could you leave me something before you go? Uriel replied. As you can see, I have nothing on me besides myself. Changyu chuckled. Then nothing else. Just your body is enough. Uriel instantly shielded herself with her clothes. I didn't expect you to be that kind of person. She glared at him with a pout. Changyu awkwardly waved his hands. No. I just meant your physical body. Not you know. What I want is not that. I just want a few feathers from your wings. Hearing that, Uriel let out a light sigh of relief. Oh, that's all. You scared me. She then reached behind her back. Feathers can always grow back, after all. Changyu looked at the bundle of celestial feathers. Uriel reminded him. Don't carelessly lose those. Celestials can track anyone who possesses their feathers. But Changyu's next words truly startled her. No worries. I'm going to eat them all anyway. You really are that kind of guy. She instantly covered her chest protectively. After Changyu explained with many awkward gestures. Then see you in Dream City. Don't worry. I won't let the Wingless clan down. Then I'll look forward to it. Mr. Changyu. No. With a whoosh, Uriel vanished before their eyes, leaving behind only shimmering feathers in the air. Little Tail Fox whimpered softly nearby. Carl walked up and asked, You're really going to eat them now? Changyu stared at the feathers in his hand. Of course. I've been waiting for this. I'm curious to see if I can resist celestial divine power, and what sort of power I'll gain from it. Suit yourself, as long as you can handle it. Just don't go around eating random stuff like that guy. As soon as Carl finished speaking, Changyu popped a feather into his mouth, and then swallowed it whole without hesitation. But the moment he did, he began choking and groaning, clutching his throat in agony. Ow, this is what you signed up for. Whatever happens now is on you. Carl ignored him and went to play with Little Tail Fox. Come here, Little Tail. Uncle Carl's gonna take you flying. Completely ignoring Changyu, who was writhing in unbearable pain. His body was now entirely enveloped in divine energy. But the next second, Changyu's mind suddenly cleared, and he found himself in a barren, empty space. He propped himself up and struggled to stand, looking at the scene before him. Is this my... How did I get here? He quickly realized it was because his body couldn't handle the divine power. Seems like he had to win this battle before he could escape. In that case, let's begin. He extended his hand to sense his surroundings, then turned to look behind him. A golden cloth woven from divine power hovered in the air, all from just one tiny feather. And yet to him, it felt like a mountain. This glowing golden cloth was without a doubt the divine energy within him. Good thing I didn't end up fighting Uriel. Otherwise, I'd be a corpse by now. Thinking that, he gulped hard. But what if I defeat her and devour her entire body? No, better not go down that road. If I try that, I might just explode instantly. But just then, he noticed something odd. His very thoughts were reflecting in this inner world. The divine power began to surge like a flood, threatening to drown him. I'll have to challenge this waterfall of divine energy head-on. Changyu suddenly grinned. Looks like that's my only option. Meanwhile, Carl was watching in confusion. Why is this kid's body suddenly twitching? He turned to look, and saw a terrifying aura radiating from Changyu's body. It felt like soul energy, but not quite. Carl suddenly realized. Is he using his own soul as fuel for power? If he fails, his soul will be obliterated. But then Carl calmed. Holding Little Tail Fox in his arms, he muttered, No matter what, we have to trust him now. If his body is still moving, then he must have a plan. Little Tail Fox also looked on, visibly worried. Changyu, you have to hold on. This whole family's survival depends on you. Carl chuckled. Let's see what kind of surprise you'll pull this time. Yours would probably pass out laughing if she saw this. This guy actually pulled out a long straw and tried to suck the divine power liquid into his body. But after slurping for a while, he realized it wasn't working at all. Too much. There's no way I can slurp all this down. He thought shaping a form using soul power could suppress the divine force and let him absorb all the liquid in the cloth. But now he realized he had underestimated it. He had to find a way out of this dilemma, or his soul would be completely suppressed by divine power, and he'd never return to the real world. If this doesn't work, then I'll use what I'm best at to craft the perfect form. and swallow this vast divine energy whole. He waved his hand, and a massive creature made of soul energy emerged. Let's see just how much golden liquid you... He had conjured an enormous soul-powered shark. Like a whale drinking rivers, it devoured the golden liquid in great gulps. Even his throat twitched with every gulp. I can't wait to feel what power this divine force will give me. It starts now. This is where it gets good. The giant shark let out a roar and charged upward like a divine dragon. It opened its massive jaws, and the golden liquid poured straight in. This stuff is delicious. Let's see how much more you've got. By now, Che Qingyu's eyes had turned delirious. Not enough. It's not enough. More. I want more. Give me all the divine power you've got. He had feared it would be too much to digest. Now he felt there wasn't nearly enough. Even his physical body was grinning uncontrollably. From the sidelines, Ball showed his demonic smile and clapped in twisted approval. Worthy of the gluttony king. Che Qingyu reminded Ball of his younger self. A ravenously greedy demonic dragon. He once wanted to devour everything in the world. A truly insane dragon. Che Qingyu now seemed to surpass even that. He embodied human desire to the extreme. Every pore of his body radiated lust and hunger. As the giant whale kept devouring, Che Qingyu finally came to his senses. Kid, you finally snapped out of it. Even Little Tail Fox smiled with her little fangs showing. If you fail, don't go around saying you're my disciple. Che Qingyu gave him a sly guess-what look, then slowly stretched out his right hand. A glowing orb of fused divine and soul power appeared in his palm. But that wasn't all. He had even formed a seed within him that could generate divine organs. Lord Carl, are you satisfied with this? This guy, just a mere human. Yet he fused divine and soul power? Even the gods themselves probably couldn't do that. And he burst into laughter. If the 4 royal clans find out and issue a bounty on you, it's going to get even more fun. Che Qingyu wasn't surprised. What he just did had surely offended the royal clan's authority. A bounty wouldn't be the end of it. Carl also realized, for a necromancer, fusing with divine power was a monumental breakthrough. But Che Qingyu didn't yet have the power to oppose the royal clans. If they discovered this early fusion, they might crush him in the cradle. 3 days later, they arrived at the 10th floor's hunting grounds. As a death mage warrior roared, the goblins on the 10th floor suffered miserably. Only the goblin leader remained, barely holding on. He watched his men fall one by one with no way to stop it. Looks like it's either you die, or I die today. Then he raised his massive axe. In the next second, he cleaved a death mage warrior in two, then roared to the sky. Who else? But golden light started radiating from the fallen warrior. The goblin chief was stunned. What the hell is this? A golden hand reached out from the corpse. A mage wreathed in divine power stepped out. Che Qingyu declared, "This is my latest creation. I call it a divine mage." Carl smiled. Not bad at all. And not just that. We've got a divine healer too. Unfortunately, divine mages only last for a short time. After all, divine power goes against the necromancer's core combat mechanics. So caution is advised. After the battle, Little Tail Fox had a delicious feast. Seeing how much she enjoyed it, the two were puzzled. Was goblin liver really that tasty? Looks like they could finally finish the Nine-Tailed Fox's mission and upgrade the Beastman Slayer title too. Che Qingyu opened his status window, satisfied with his current stats. Even though he only had 3 points in divine power, they'd be enough for emergencies if used wisely. Carl asked, "So what's your plan next?" Che Qingyu replied, "It's time to go see the Dragon Slayer, Hendrik." The two then headed to the town where they first encountered him. Carl reminded him, "That guy's a Dragon Slayer wrapped in dragon skin. You better be cautious." Che Qingyu was puzzled. If he's been stuck on the 10th floor this whole time, there must be a reason. Could he be waiting for someone, just like Uriel? Soon, they arrived at the spot where Hendrik had appeared. Che Qingyu raised his hand and looked forward. Hendrik was standing among the crowd. Just like Carl said, he was indeed a legendary dragonkin. Che Qingyu started walking toward the crowd without hesitation, but Carl reached out to stop him. "Then I won't go at all. Otherwise he'll think we're there to pick a fight." "What's wrong, old man? You scared? If it comes to it, just fight him." Carl looked exasperated. "I'm the first-generation necromancer. Why would I fear a baby dragon like him? I just don't want to cause a misunderstanding." Che Qingyu smirked. "Yeah, right. I know you're scared." Carl kept trying to argue stubbornly. Just then, Hendrik in the crowd began to ponder. He closed his eyes, thinking about why he was still here. A powerful voice echoed in his mind. "Wait here on the 10th floor for that person to appear. Only meeting him can fulfill your life's wish." At that moment, Che Qingyu had already approached him. "You must be the dragonkin, Hendrik. I've been waiting for you here all along. And that little necromancer behind you too." "Oh crap," Carl panicked. He actually recognized me. Just then, the annoying tag-along ball appeared at the worst time. To avoid letting this dragon hear too much, Hendrik led them toward a teleportation portal. It turned out to be a subspace hidden within the 10th floor of the tower. In this space, no divine or demonic surveillance could reach them. No wonder his link to Baal was barely detectable here. Hendrik no longer hesitated. I'll be blunt. I want to kill every last one of those dragons who murdered me. Are you ready to fight alongside me? Chaiching just smiled faintly. So you still call yourself the Dragon Slayer, Hendrik? That dream of yours sounds pretty pathetic. Hearing this, Hendrik instantly flared up. What did you just say? Pathetic? Sensing the tension, Carl quickly stepped in. Watch your words. This guy isn't someone you want to piss off. If he snaps, we're both done for. But Chaiching simply replied calmly. Just sit back and watch. I know what I'm doing. I don't know what you've been through. But you should reflect on how you ended up like this. As for your pathetic little dream, I plan to destroy far more than just Dragonkin. If all you want is revenge against Dragonkin, then you're not even qualified to fight by my side. But me? I plan to annihilate every race that ever tried to kill me. He pointed straight at Hendrik. To me, your wish is barely worth mentioning. One more thing. You're not ready to team up with me. Hearing this, Hendrik was completely stunned. Your target is the entire 4 great clans. That's right. Like you, I've come back from the dead. And it wasn't just one faction that tried to kill me. It was all 4 royal clans. So you understand exactly what I mean now, right? Hearing this, Hendrik suddenly burst out laughing. Carl immediately felt a chill down his spine. Don't tell me he's gonna explode. But Chaiching just stared at him calmly. I truly respect your ambition. Let me sincerely apologize to you. So the man in Uriel's prophecy was really you. Chaiching couldn't help but wonder. Uriel must have already met this guy before. Suddenly, Hendrik's sword was drawn from its sheath. Only by fighting you can I see the truth for myself. Rebel against the heavens. Tell me your name. Chaiching slowly removed his mask. 7-star, Chaiching. But just then, a loud roar interrupted them. You damn little lizard. What are you sneaking around here for again? Wait, that little lizard the old man mentioned. Was he talking about you? At that moment, cold sweat formed on Hendrik's face. That's right. He's the blacksmith who's lived here for ages. He's the one who forged my sword. The old man followed up coldly. If you've already taken my sword, then get lost. Seeing the old man's face, Chaiching was stunned. This man, he's from the Ghost Folk clan. Weren't they all killed in that great fire? How is there a survivor? As Chaiching was lost in confusion, the old man turned to everyone and said, a soul and a spirit beast. What a strange pair. And who's that little brat muttering curses about me dying? You've got no respect for your elders. I am one of the last survivors of the Ghost Folk. What? Are you here to wipe out the rest of us too? Hearing that, Chaiching hurriedly explained. I mean, how did you survive that tragedy? But the old man didn't answer. He raised his iron hammer without warning. So you're the culprit who burned our whole village. I'll avenge my people right here and now. He swung to smash Chaiching's head in, only to be stopped by Hendrik mid-swing. The old man roared in fury. Let me go. I will smash his skull to avenge my kin. Hendrik quickly tried to calm him. Please, sir, calm down. At that moment, Carl walked forward. Sir, please wait. Do you know a young ghost folk girl named Yusu? The old man blinked in surprise. Yusu, you know her? Is that girl still alive? He then started recalling a painful memory. That day, the village was holding a traditional festival on the 100th floor, and then a strange fire broke out, wiping out nearly everyone. Hearing this, Hendrik muttered, so he's got a tragic past like that too. The old man continued. Where is Yusu now? Carl replied, she's safe right now. She'll meet us here after finishing business on the 9th floor. The old man turned to the eerie mask on Chaiching's chest. That mask you're wearing. It must have belonged to Yusu, right? Chaiching couldn't help but smile. She gave it to me as a token of gratitude. Don't worry, she'll be fine. In a one-on-one fight, she's probably stronger than everyone here combined. At that moment, Hendrik suddenly asked, looks like you've finally learned to respect your master. Then let me, your teacher, show you what real necromancer summoning looks like. The next second, Carl let out a sky-shaking roar. Countless streams of death aura erupted from his body. Carl, stop now. If you continue, your soul will shatter. But Carl shouted back. If I succeed, I can directly summon a demonic spirit warrior. So that's the plan. Then I shall obey your wishes, master. Hang in there. He shouted and injected 10 points of demonic aura directly into Carl's body. In the next second, a pillar of magic burst from where Carl stood, piercing the sky. Yusu was shocked. Is Carl Grandpa going to be okay? Don't worry. That old man's body is tougher than steel. Carl shouted. Once I finish merging, I'll tear you into pieces. Bring it on. I'd be glad if your power could actually threaten me. That would actually excite me. Meanwhile, Carl's fusion with demonic energy had reached its final stage. A swirling vortex of energy raged around him like the end of the world. It felt like doomsday. In the next second, the energy dispersed. Carl emerged, cloaked in death aura several times more terrifying than before. He slowly stepped forward. Chaiching simply smiled. Success. My strongest demonic spirit mage will be you, Carl. But Carl slowly said, this time, you made a huge mistake. My dear disciple, creating a demonic spirit mage more powerful than yourself. That is the biggest mistake a necromancer king can make. At that moment, Chaiching, that's just perfect. I was looking for a powerful opponent to test this ghost mask on, and to show you what it means to be a true necromancer king. Through a series of wild and reckless maneuvers, he accidentally created a demonic spirit mage several times stronger than himself. Who would have guessed that this inherently rebellious mage would now aim to kill and replace him? But to the man behind the ghost mask, the demonic spirit warriors summoned looked like snails in motion. With a single punch, he shattered them into dust. In the face of this rebellious fool's look of disbelief, he ruthlessly smashed him flying. Carl, you, this demonic spirit mage, were created by my own hands. You'd better submit to me obediently. Otherwise, I'll make your soul scatter completely. At this moment, Yusu ran toward Carl, who had been smashed to the ground by Chaiching. Old man, are you alright? Don't worry. Carl's old body won't be hurt by my punches. An ordinary man's punch wouldn't hurt, of course, but with your strength, my face still stings like fire. At that moment, Yusu cautiously asked, Big brother, were you using the power of the mask? Yes. When I put on the mask, everything around me slowed down. It felt like becoming a martial arts master at their peak. Brother, from the way you describe it, it sounds like a side effect caused by using the mask improperly. What? What did you say? A side effect from misusing it. If that's a side effect, then how strong would it be if used correctly? Yusu slowly explained. The enemy's movement slowing down is the most basic effect. Next, you should be able to predict their movements. Excited, Chaiching immediately grabbed Yusu's arm. Hurry and tell your big brother how to reach that level. Yusu replied that even she wasn't sure. It's like that ability was something she was born able to use. Chaiching chuckled. I forgot. Yusu is a prodigy of the ghost folk. For her, it's as natural as breathing. Right after, Yusu asked curiously, Brother, did you feel dizzy? Chaiching replied no. Why? That's strange. Ghost folk who haven't trained properly will always feel dizzy and nauseous. But you're human and didn't feel a thing? Chaiching replied awkwardly. Because I didn't even activate the precognition ability. That's probably why. Then Chaiching gently patted Yusu's forehead. There, thanks to you. If not for you, Carl would have grown way too full of himself. From necromancer to demonic spirit mage, power increased several times over. Why am I still being outclassed by this kid? Yusu looked at the sulking Carl with sympathy. Old man. At that moment, Carl was like a 3-year-old who had found his mother, hugging Yusu and crying a river of tears. You still know how to comfort me? Look at that brat over there. Yusu pointed at the goblins nearby. Old man, it looks like the goblins you captured aren't enough. Carl, what are you standing there for? You want me to go grab them myself? Carl cried out miserably. To think that I, a dignified demonic spirit mage, have fallen to this state. Frustrated, Carl vented all his anger on the clueless goblins. The 3 of them easily reached the 5th floor of the Tower of Gods. They saw a green goblin hanging upside down from a tree. The next second, it shot a poison dart from a blowpipe. But Yusu had already known. She instantly sliced the goblin in half with her sword. Yusu smirked wickedly. How dare you sneak attack my beloved big brother? The goblin broke out in a cold sweat from fear. Before it could react, Carl had already blasted it to pieces. Just then, Carl noticed something was off with Yusu's state. He saw her suddenly curl her lips into a wicked smile, sending chills down his spine. Carl immediately reached out to ask, Are you okay? That's when Longsu snapped back to herself. What's going on? Why was I gripping my sword and laughing? Just as Carl was about to press the matter further, Chaiching suddenly stood up. Tonight, I will trigger another beast-tied assault. Time returns to the day before entering the 5th floor. The 3 of them sat around the fire discussing their next plan. Chaiching suddenly said he knew how to trigger a beast tied. Carl and Longsu were shocked. What? Triggering a beast tied manually? That's right. In my past life, between floors 300 and 400, a mysterious cavern opened up from a fissure in the ground. That's when I stumbled across this method. Each level of the tower hides a central area that can trigger a monster siege. As long as you keep casting spells at that central zone, you'll trigger a beast tide. Carl said, You must have benefited a lot using this trick, huh? But Chaiching immediately denied it. Monsters above the 300th floor aren't as easy to handle as goblins. Even the 4 great royal clans can't face a monster siege alone, but this time is different. We're only on the 4th floor. We can use the siege to quickly increase our strength. Meanwhile, the others on the 4th floor noticed the ground starting to tremble. What the hell? A monster siege? Is it that guy from the 1st floor again? No way. A beast siege. Don't tell me that same guy is behind this again. A dense wave of goblins surged toward everyone. Run for your lives. Why is there a siege even in the forest? But the goblins on the fourth floor aren't just pushovers. They picked up poison blowpipes and started firing toxic darts at the fleeing players. The poison causes paralysis. I can't move. We're doomed. Just as things reached a critical point, the one who started the monster siege, Che Qingyu, stepped forward. With a wave of his hand, he blasted a group of goblins into dust. One of the rescued students asked, "Who are you?" Che Qingyu replied coldly, "Cut the crap. Get the wounded to a safe place. Now." When Che Qingyu looked up, the student realized this was the same guy he'd seen before entering the third floor. The crowd gasped in recognition. He's the one who survived the last monster siege. We're saved. Che Qingyu slowly took off his mask. Remember this handsome face of mine. And don't forget to spread my name when you get out. Now fight, my demonic spirit warriors. The corpses on the ground instantly turned into his demonic spirit soldiers. They roared and charged at the goblin horde ahead. Carl wasn't happy at all. Stop acting cool. Those were my summoned warriors. Quit yapping. Just keep summoning more demonic spirit warriors. But none of them expected that. In the next second, the goblin soul warriors suddenly burst into flames. Dozens of soul warriors were instantly burned into charcoal. It turned out to be goblin shamans. They could deal damage to demonic spirit warriors. Carl said the priority now was to take out these shamans first. Otherwise, the demonic spirit warriors wouldn't be able to unleash their full potential. Just as the two were discussing a plan, Yusu had already appeared above the goblin shamans. In the next second, she jumped down directly. With a single slash, the goblin shamans were instantly slain. Che Qingyu didn't hesitate anymore. Flames that could affect the soul. Goblins weren't worthy of wielding such a power. He immediately activated his devour skill. The goblin shaman's sorcery was continuously absorbed into Che Qingyu's body. Then he shouted, "Soul Flame." Hundreds of goblins were instantly engulfed in flames. Just keep dealing with the goblins like that. But Longsu suddenly turned her head with a wicked smile. Seeing this, Che Qingyu asked with concern, "Yusu, are you alright?" But Longsu didn't reply. With a few flashes of sword light, she transformed into a blood-red tornado, charging into the goblin horde. That was when Che Qingyu noticed. Yusu's sword was glowing. That definitely wasn't an ordinary sword. But for now, he couldn't figure out what was going on. Yusu's body was now wrapped in eerie red light. The sword was constantly emitting dense blood energy. She looked like a completely different person. Realizing something was wrong with Yusu, Che Qingyu shouted out loud, "Longsu!" But Yusu still didn't respond. She simply turned around and smiled mischievously at Che Qingyu. Before he could react, Yusu's sword slashed horizontally toward Che Qingyu's chest. Che Qingyu dodged to the side in a flash and shouted. Then with a loud crash, the building behind him was sliced clean in half by Longsu. The structure collapsed with a loud boom, kicking up clouds of dust. Even Che Qingyu's necromancer staff was shattered by the sharp blade. Che Qingyu thought to himself, how can this sword be so powerful? What exactly is Yusu? Why can't even I stop her when she goes berserk? Yusu suddenly let out a loud roar. She swung her blood blade and took a battle stance, then slashed it down toward Che Qingyu's head. Seeing the danger, Che Qingyu quickly dodged the attack. He pulled off his mask and shouted, "Longsu, I'm Che Qingyu. Don't you recognize me?" But the only response was Yusu's cold glare. In desperation, he raised his staff to block her blood blade. But the pressure from her blade far exceeded his expectations. Damn it, I can't even block this. In the next moment, he was smashed into the ground by the blow. Seeing this, Carl shouted through the rising dust, "You brat, you alright?" Realizing it was Carl, Che Qingyu coughed heavily. "I'm fine, not dead yet. It's just that Yusu suddenly became so strong. I can't even fight back at all." Just as he said that, Yusu emerged from the smoke. She gave Qingyu a wicked smile, her body radiating sinister, demonic energy. At that moment, Che Qingyu pulled out a giant axe. "Carl, go take care of those goblins. I'll deal with Yusu myself. I don't care if you're Longsu or something else. You only have two choices. Submit or die." With that, he charged at her. At the same time, he activated his ghost folk mask. Combat precognition. Based on his past life's battle experience, he knew Yusu's sword could break through him in one hit. "Even though I pity your situation, this is where our bond must end." With precognition enhancing his moves, he brought the axe down on her head. Just before it hit, Yusu suddenly came to her senses and cried, "Big brother!" Qingyu's swing paused for just 1 second, but that second was enough. With incredible speed, Yusu caught the giant axe with one hand mid-swing. Che Qingyu froze in shock. Was that her own combat prediction? Yusu gave him another sly smile. Maybe in her mind, she was thinking, don't challenge Guan Yu at his own game, overestimating yourself. She then charged straight at Che Qingyu's body, directly blasting Che Qingyu several dozen meters away. he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this point, Che Qingyu was utterly exhausted, barely able to prop himself up with his hands. The next second, Longsu suddenly regained her senses, looking at Che Qingyu in the distance, about to say something, but then saw the ground beneath her erupt with tens of thousands of undead claws radiating black energy. Che Qingyu murmured a chant, "Undead slumbering beneath the earth. Go now, crush this wicked woman before me." The undead warriors immediately lunged toward Longsu's long legs. Momentarily clear-headed, Longsu didn't know what to do. The next second, her pupils suddenly dilated, her consciousness taken over again by the blood blade. She had already reached Che Qingyu. Damn it. I couldn't even see how she cut through the undead warriors. Could she also be using combat prediction? With his current strength, he simply couldn't handle Yusu possessed by the blood blade. He figured escaping was the best strategy. With a quick wave, he blasted out a demonic energy wave, using the cover of the smoke to slip away. But just as he escaped, he noticed something strange. Yusu could barely stand. Was she exhausted? No. Blood was flowing from Yusu's eyes. Could something have gone wrong with her body? Looks like there's still a chance. He immediately stepped forward. Then I'll force myself to use combat prediction again. Yusu was shocked that Che Qingyu dared show himself again. But after chasing a short distance, she stopped and stared intently at Che Qingyu. He hooked his pinky finger at her. Come on, hit me if you dare. What? Don't want to fight anymore. Enraged, Berserk Yusu slashed down with her blood blade. Che Qingyu quickly dodged to the side, evading her fatal strike. At that moment, Yusu's consciousness seemed to return once more. But then, two goblin zombies appeared from either side. They were holding poison blowpipes. Poison darts shot from the tubes. Che Qingyu smirked slightly. No matter how strong you are, once you're hit by the goblin's paralyzing poison, you're done for. But if you want to dodge the paralysis dart, you must activate combat prediction. And that's exactly what Che Qingyu was hoping for. Sure enough, the next second, she activated combat prediction. Yusu let out a loud roar. In just a blink, both goblins were slain. Then she swung her blood blade toward Che Qingyu. Che Qingyu quickly leapt up to dodge the blade. Yusu didn't give him a second to breathe. She jumped and lunged at him without hesitation. This caught Che Qingyu completely off guard. Longsu's reaction speed was too fast to dodge. He could only watch as the tip of the... Is this the end for Che Qingyu? To die beneath a beauty's blade isn't such a bad way to go. Just as Che Qingyu was about to meet his fate, a death goblin's poison dart struck Longsu's shoulder. Yusu froze for a moment. Boss, how's that for a performance? Can I get a bonus? Bonus your head. Didn't you notice I got poison? Hurry up and bring me that poison dart. Didn't you just jump around so well? Keep bouncing then. But the next second, Longsu couldn't stay standing and slowly collapsed. Che Qingyu caught her just in time, thinking about how to handle this burning hot potato. First, he chewed on the poison dart to gain resistance to the paralysis toxin, then turned to the unconscious Yusu beside him. Her powers were more than Che Qingyu had anticipated. Scene shift. Yusu fell along with the blood sword. This is my sword. Where am I? As soon as she gripped the blood blade, a shadowy figure appeared in her mind. The figure stared coldly at Yusu. So you're this generation's wielder? Still just a little brat? Yusu asked, are you a ghost folk? The figure replied, you got it half right. He then placed the blade at her throat. Since you're a descendant of the ghost folk, I'll give you this warning. If you ever draw this sword recklessly again, I'll devour your consciousness. As soon as he finished, Longsu suddenly opened her eyes and woke up. Che Qingyu shouted, look, she's finally awake. Che Qingyu asked, do you remember what you just did to me? Yusu said she didn't remember anything. Then the three of them arrived at a town on the 6th floor of the Tower of God. They decided to let Yusu recover her strength in town first. Then they'd head straight to the 10th floor of the Tower of God. But first, they had to defeat the boss on the 9th floor. Carl said the boss on the 9th floor was a king-level half-beast orc warrior. Yusu said, then once I've recovered, we'll fight together. But Che Qingyu poured cold water on her right away. We should act separately. Yusu looked shocked. Brother, are you really going to abandon me? That blood-red sword of yours is a cursed blade. It grants you power but also erodes your mind. When you lost consciousness, you almost killed me. Get stronger. Then come find us on the 10th floor of the tower. Understood. I will do my best to reach the 10th floor and reunite with you, brother. Then the two stood up and said goodbye to Longsu. Che Qingyu handed her a cloak. Don't let others know you're from the ghost folk. For now, we'll go our separate ways. Brother is leaving first. The two of them watched as Yusu walked away alone. No matter how long it takes, we'll wait for you on the 10th floor. Then they continued on toward the 9th floor of the tower. 3 days later, they reached the 9th floor of the tower. Looking at the half-beast goblin boss in front of them, he was just a bit bulkier than regular goblins. Che Qingyu put on the ghost folk mask and act, you flashy but useless goblin boss. Asterisk smack asterisk. A loud slap landed square on the goblin boss's face. Then he flew in and kicked it hard. The goblin boss was sent crashing to the ground. Carl reminded him not to forget capturing undead. We need to make some half-orc undead soldiers. Now both of them treated summoning beast hordes as a daily routine. Next time you see her, then you can lecture me. So stop standing there like a fool. Go and catch a few more half-orcs for me. Carl was so mad, he nearly blew steam out of his ears. Didn't your parents teach you to respect your elders? As you said yourself, I don't have parents. Carl was stunned when he heard that. What? Then Carl patted Che Qingyu heavily on the shoulder. There was no helping it, huh? There's nothing we can do about it. After all. But before he could finish, don't change the subject. Go catch me some beastmen. Come here, let Uncle give you a hug. Carl, get off me now. I've been like this since I was a kid. I hate it when people pity me the most. Che Qingyu instantly unlocked the achievement, Beastman Slayer. He then followed the teleportation array to the battle chamber on the 10th floor of the Tower of God. System message. Defeat the Lord tier monster to reach the 10th floor. Otherwise, you will be forcibly sent back to the 9th floor. Carl said in confusion, I don't remember seeing this thing before. Then he noticed that most players who passed this stage took less than a minute. Neither of their names were listed. Most of them were members of the 4 great royal clans. Born overpowered. Why don't we try to break the record today? Now that's a pretty good idea. Before the challenge begins, the system will grant participants ample time to prepare. 1 minute later, the system will summon a Carl. Once the boss appears, bind it with your demonic spirit warriors immediately. Then let's get ready for a full-on slaughter. Che Qingyu suddenly slammed his right hand on the ground, centered on his palm. A wave of mysterious energy burst outward. The next second, a magical spear made of energy was summoned. He began chanting under his breath. Let me show you the wrath of the Necromancer King. Pierce. Agility. Chant. Fortify. Fortify. 5 differently colored attributes surged toward the magic spear. He nearly unleashed the full move too early. Chant. Demonic aura. The next second, black lightning crackled violently from the spear tip. Like a warrior charging into battle, just waiting for the signal to strike. Let me see what strength the descendants of the 4 great royal clans truly possess. A loud crack split the ground open. The trial has officially begun. The Lord tier monster slowly opened its eyes. Who dares disturb my slumber? You foolish human. Prepare to be burned by my flames. Carl didn't waste any time. Warriors, crush that monster before us. In an instant, the Lord tier monster was bound by Carl's soul chains. Seeing that, Che Qingyu shouted loudly. The spear shot toward the Lord tier monster like a meteor. It pierced right through the Lord's hand and instantly blew up its head. System message. You've set a new record for At the same time, in a tavern on the 8th floor, the crowd was discussing excitedly. That guy cleared floor 10 in less than 1 second. At that moment, Yusu also stared in disbelief at the screen before her. Brother Qingyu, wait for me. I'll definitely work hard. At that moment, Carl shouted excitedly. Hurrah! We actually broke the 4 great royal clans record. Even necromancers throughout history couldn't achieve this feat. But Che Qingyu simply said calmly, aren't you and I the only necromancers in history anyway? Stop wasting time. There's still plenty waiting for us up ahead. Scene transition. A blonde man with golden eyes stared at the screen. So this is that guy, huh? Now things are getting interesting. Che Qingyu and Carl arrived at the largest city on the 10th floor. It was also the largest city within the first 100 floors. The teleportation array to Earth was located here. Because of that, many who gave up climbing the tower stayed here for business, forming a commercial zone. Wherever the two of them passed, they saw Golden Fortune fruit shops, Golden Fortune workshops, Golden Fortune hotels. Carl asked in confusion, Rat, which family owns all this Golden Fortune stuff? Che Qingyu slowly explained. It all belongs. It's the largest known merchant guild within the tower, formed decades ago. The owner of Golden Fortune is named Fleming. He's the richest tycoon in the tower. Pretty much everything traded in the tower passes through his hands. Carl asked again, confused. How do you know all this? Che Qingyu replied that the purpose of this visit was to find a sponsor. Carl was now completely lost. A sponsor? Che Qingyu pointed at a Golden Fortune sign. All those signs everywhere are going to be our future sponsors. Hearing this, Carl was shocked. Wait, you mean that sponsor is? The sponsor I'm looking for is Golden Fortune. At Golden Fortune Merchant Guild, as long as you can afford the price, anything of value can be traded through the Merchant Guild. Hello, sir. If you'd like to trade items, please register your name first. Che Qingyu didn't respond, but instead took out the ghost mask. Please reconsider your choice of words. The attendant was startled instantly. Are you perhaps the one from the legends? Chill. Now do I still need to register my name? With that, he dumped out all the gold coins from his backpack. The attendant was so shocked he couldn't speak. Sir, with such a huge sum, are you planning to buy something big? I want to meet the head of Golden Fortune. Is that possible? I'm very sorry. This transaction might not be possible. First of all, our guild leader at Golden Fortune is extremely busy with affairs. Secondly, while 3,000 gold coins is a hefty amount, it's still not enough to buy time with our guild leader. Chaiqingyu thought for a moment. Then how much do I need to see your guild leader? Scene transition. Chaiqingyu entered a private room on the second floor. I am Parfait, branch leader of Golden Fortune's 10th floor division. You must be the famed Ghost Mask, correct? I heard you wanted to meet our guild leader. Chaiqingyu glanced around the room. But it seems he's not here. I'm sorry, Ghost Mask. The amount you offered may not be enough. Mr. Parfait, how about this? Why don't you call him over first? I guarantee that once he sees me, he'll want to be my sponsor. Kid, don't you think you're being a bit arrogant and overconfident? Even if you're famous right now, thinking that alone is enough to meet our guild leader is just a pipe dream. At the same time, a magical thread appeared in Parfait's hand. This was Parfait's puppet control ability. He could control anyone caught in the thread at will. I'm sorry, Ghost Mask. I'll have to ask you to leave. Chaiqingyu looked at the magic thread before him. Arrogant, he said, grabbing Parfait's magical thread with one hand. Then let me show you what true arrogance really looks like. At that moment, Parfait looked utterly shocked. That's a skill meant for players on the 180th floor. How could someone who just reached floor 10 possibly block it? He forced out an awkward smile. Kid, how about this then? Parfait clapped his hands together. Asterisk snap. Asterisk. And the two were suddenly transported to a barren world. Kid, this must be your first time seeing this kind of space, huh? This place is. But before he could finish, Chaiqingyu interrupted. The inner world. You extracted our souls and created a new, limitless dimension. Parfait was now in total disbelief. How could a floor 10 player know about the inner world? If you can defeat me, I'll grant you a meeting with our chairman. No sooner had he finished, countless brown magic strings wrapped tightly around Chaiqingyu, immobilizing him. But he simply said calmly, you said it yourself, Parfait. Haven't you realized yet? Your skills are strong, sure, but against me, they're completely ineffective. As he finished speaking, he tore through all the magic strings binding him. Got any other tricks? Use them all. Right now. Parfait stared in shock at the man before him. This guy has mental strength on par with a floor 200 plus player. How is that even possible? Parfait snapped his fingers. Very well. I admit, your strength is equal to mine. As he finished speaking, soulless puppets began crawling up from the ground of the void. But in this inner world, experience is everything. These puppets were conjured from past memories. They were humanoid weapons empowered through condensed mana. Each of them possessed power equal to a floor 50 plus player. So the moment you entered this inner world, your defeat was already certain. Mr. Ghostface. But don't worry too much. Any damage here won't transfer to your real body. Seems like this match is already over. But in the next second, all the humanoid puppets were blasted away by Chaiqingyu in an instant. How is this possible? Did that brat use magic? Suddenly, an ancient, slumbering roar echoed in his ears. Soul Eater Mage, why is a floor 100 Lord tier boss appearing here? Chaiqingyu grinned widely, then turned to Parfait and said, so summoning the dead in an inner world. Turns out it's a damn hassle. Your puppet army is just child's play. Let me show you what a real undead army looks like. He stared down Parfait and said, take a good look while you still can at what it truly means to command an undead empire. Deathly aura flooded the entire inner world. Ancient undead creatures began appearing out of thin air. Even avatars of the 4 great royal clans emerged. Parfait completely gave up resisting. Soul Eater Mage, even the 4 great royal clans are among them, and creatures I've never even heard of. You? What in the world are you? Parfait collapsed to his knees before Chaiqingyu. How could a floor 10 newbie control my inner world? Chaiqingyu looked down at him. Stop pretending. You can fulfill our agreement now, can't you? He handed a letter over to Parfait. Parfait replied that if there's no response, he wouldn't be able to help further. Chaiqingyu said confidently, he'll definitely reply to me. With that, the two left under Parfait's respectful gaze. Let's go, Carl. There's somewhere else we need to visit. No point sitting here waiting for Golden Fortune's chairman. We'd just be wasting time. The two of them soon arrived at the White Light Swallow Guild estate. With a loud bang, Chaiqingyu shoved the guild's front gate open. Welcome to the White Light Swallow Guild. May I ask what business brings you here, sir? Business? I'm here to join your White Light Swallow Guild. Welcome, welcome. Do you have a recommendation letter or a referral? I just heard your guild was strong, so I came to check it out. Looks like a clueless newbie. Chaiqingyu then pulled out a gold coin. Watch closely. The two were shocked by what he did next. He snapped the gold coin clean in half using just 2 fingers. Shoo, I also know a bit of simple magic. As he spoke, a strange, mystical flame. The two girls whispered to each other. If trained well, he might become a valuable asset to the guild. The blonde girl even said, handsome and rich? Jackpot. Chaiqingyu glanced at them and gave a cold smile. The Real show is about to begin. Just then, someone rushed in to report. A horde of ghostly beasts are rampaging outside the village. Hearing this, the blonde girl clenched her teeth. Damn it, ruining my moment. All players above floor 50, assemble. Soon, they located the source of the chaos. It was Uncle Carl, looking completely innocent. This guy wrecked so many villages, and doesn't even look remotely guilty. Damn it, Chei-Ching-yu. Looks like the name of the original necromancer is going to be ruined by that guy. Meanwhile, Chei-Ching-yu was massacring people inside the guild. Tell me the names and locations of all the guild branches. I need that info so I can destroy them myself. But the man stood defiant. You dare challenge 2 of the 9-star elites? Do you have a death wish trying to leave this tower alive? Maybe you should worry about your own safety first. He coughed up blood as Chei-Ching-yu stepped closer. The man finally extended his hand. It's on that table over there. Thanks. But only the dead can keep. He grabbed the paper from the table. The guild roster even included Golden Fortune Merchant Guild. Kane Kelman. Just wait for my revenge. I'll crush the very foundation you rely on, step by step. Let's start by wiping this guild off the map. Scene change. The chairman of Golden Fortune was flipping through documents. Why didn't they write this in the report and instead send a personal letter? But as he opened the letter, his pupils instantly dilated. How does he know about this? Meanwhile, he asked the 2 girls at the front desk to describe the man's appearance. He had a tall, handsome nose. No, it was short and round. Really strange looking. At that moment, everyone realized they'd been tricked by Chei-Ching-yu's illusion magic. Just as Chei-Ching-yu was thinking he'd gotten all the information he needed, a loud creak came from the door outside. Carl cursed under his breath. Did they already find us? Chei-Ching-yu said he'd count to 3. Then Carl would grab whoever came in. Chei-Ching-yu walked calmly to the door. Carl didn't hesitate. He summoned his soul chains and flung them toward the door. With a clang, the chains wrapped tightly around the visitor. Only then did they see. It was the receptionist from Golden Fortune. He was here to inform Chei-Ching-yu that the chairman awaited him on floor 10. But when the door opened, rows of armored knights stood ready. Chei-Ching-yu asked suspiciously, "Are these knights here to welcome me?" At that moment, the chairman of Golden Fortune stepped forward. "I'm surprised you actually dared to show your face. But that's all it'll be. No one lives to learn that secret." Chei-Ching-yu simply smiled faintly. "Long time no see, old friend. Fleming. When he comes close, don't kill him." Chei-Ching-yu entered a combat stance. "So you want to fight, Fleming?" As soon as he said that, the knights launched their attack on Chei-Ching-yu. But how could they possibly be his match? In the blink of an eye, they were all on the ground. "Next challenger, please." As Chei-Ching-yu's attack approached, Fleming spread his arms wide. Explosions of gold coins erupted around him. Seeing this, Chei-Ching-yu's pupils instantly dilated. "Is that Gold Force?" Gold Force is a skill that fuses gold and magic together. But Chei-Ching-yu wasn't fazed in the slightest. He launched himself at Fleming. "Is that really all you've got, Fleming?" "Of course not. Watch closely, Mr. Ghost Mask." Spikes of gold erupted from the ground, aiming straight at Chei-Ching-yu. A single hit from those, and it's instant death. Fleming pointed to the sky with his left hand. "It ends now." But in the next second, a cold flash of light. "You're speaking too soon. You're getting a little overconfident, Fleming." Fleming calmly pressed down the spear tip. "If I wanted to, you'd be dead already." Chei-Ching-yu replied coldly. "Not until you get the answer you're looking for." "I'm not dying. Because you want to know who gave me the contents of that letter." Fleming then brought Chei-Ching-yu into a secret chamber. As soon as the door closed, he summoned a full barrier. Neither gods nor demons could listen in. "Now tell me, who told you that I'm the owner of the auction house?" Turns out the auction house is the biggest trading system in the tower, but it wasn't created by the tower itself. It was man-made. And the one who created it was me. If that secret gets out, the foundation of Golden Fortune will collapse. Chei-Ching-yu just smiled lightly. "Gotcha. There was no informant. You're not talking? Then maybe when you're missing a leg and an arm. We'll see how tough you still act." As the massive gold force came crashing down toward Chei-Ching-yu's head, a wave of deathly aura blocked the golden strike. Fleming's eyes widened in shock. This scene, it's familiar. Chei-Ching-yu had summoned Carl to his side. Only a necromancer king can summon undead. "Who the hell are you?" Chei-Ching-yu slowly took off his mask. "What? You're just now recognizing me, Fleming." He grinned with his signature wide smile. "It's time to pay me back, Wilhelm." Fleming's expression froze. "Chei-Ching-yu, you're still alive?" Chei-Ching-yu then recounted the events of the past 10 years. "You used Bale's secret ritual to come back to life?" But Fleming still couldn't believe he was really Chei-Ching-yu. "Then at least tell me, what's your goal?" "Not much. Just want you to sign a sponsorship contract with me." "You say that like this guild already belongs to you. And why not? You used to be a wandering merchant with nothing. Who was it that brought you spoils from high-tier floors again and again?" "It was me, Chei-Ching-yu. So technically, that makes me the largest shareholder in your guild." Fleming muttered. "That shameless attitude really does remind me of that scoundrel Chei-Ching-yu. Even if you are Chei-Ching-yu, you'll still need to pay a price." So tell me, what do I gain by signing a contract with you? You'll receive a conclusion I've derived using all of the intelligence I've gathered so far. Well, sounds decent. Now let's see how much that information is really worth. The 9 stars are powerful enough to shake the entire Tower of God. They are arrogant and rarely serve under anyone. There was one man among them whose strength surpassed the other 8. He alone climbed to the 600th floor, the first to ever do so. But for some unknown reason, the other 8 joined forces and killed him. Turns out, those 8 were backed by even scarier forces, and the ones who could command the other 9 stars. Only 4 factions in the tower could do that. Fleming's mouth fell open. You mean the legendary 4 great royal clans? Chaiching explained. The 4 great royal clans protect their racial superiority. If another race threatens to surpass them, they see it as their pride being trampled, so they must eliminate any outsiders who threaten their dominance. And the ones carrying out the purge are people like the 9 stars, mid to upper leaders. Fleming frowned. That's just your theory. You have no proof. Chaiching grinned. You know the ghost folk village on floor 100? They were wiped out, just like me. And I know the only surviving ghost folk child. Isn't that strange to you, Fleming? In such a terrifying massacre, the ghost folk left a little girl alive, armed only with a sword. Fleming suddenly understood. They destroyed the entire village just to kill that child. Because like me, she could become a future threat. A threat to the 4 great royal clans' power. My goal is simple. Take down the 9-star elites. And if the 4 clans are behind them, I'll wipe them out too, for killing your parents. Fleming's parents and clan were killed by the 4 great royal clans long ago. So now, do you think that information is worth a sponsorship contract? It is. Chaiching smiled. A wise choice. But then Fleming's eyes widened again. But you still need to prove you're Chaiching. Right now, immediately. Chaiching sighed. After all this, you still want proof. That's right. Seeing is believing. Words mean nothing, so you'll have to prove it. Chaiching reluctantly summoned Ball to prove his identity. But Ball said he wanted a handshake first. And proving someone's identity? That deserves at least 3 shakes. Chaiching extended his right hand with a grimace. 3 shakes, all right. Ball then swore in the name of the peak of all evil that this man was undoubtedly Chaiching. Fleming smiled and said, Mr. Ghost Mask, a pleasure to see you again. Pleasure's mine, Mr. Fleming. One day, we'll both use our real names with pride. I need every type of weapon available in the tower. The more the better. Fleming asked with suspicion. Are you planning to blow up floor 10 or something? Chaiching flashed a grin full of big, white teeth. Ever heard of an Omnimaster? Fleming stared at Chaiching status window in disbelief. So Omnimaster is actually a class? In short, it means I can master all forms of weaponry. Even with weapons I've never used. I'll wield them like second nature. Fleming thought to himself. If that's really true, then Chaiching is going to be even stronger than he was before. Even if he's weak now, he's bound to dominate the tower in time. What Fleming had to do now was unleash his full potential. He ordered a sweep, buy every weapon on floor 10, and do it in batches under different guild names. Scene change. Yusu was attempting a solo challenge against the floor 10 boss, but her strength fell short. She was knocked back to floor 9. To see Big Brother again, Yusu swore she would grow stronger. Suddenly, the spirit of the blood sword appeared. Why not just use my power directly? With me, you could have one-shot that Beastman boss. No need. Before parting, I made a promise with my brother. I will grow stronger through my own efforts. Scene change. Parfait handed over a coat, saying everything was stored inside. Chaiching looked suspiciously at Fleming. What's this? Fleming smirked. It's a dimensional pocket coat. The inner lining is connected to pocket space. If you're only storing items, the capacity is equivalent to a full warehouse. It can even change temperature, color, and size based on the user's preference. This kind of thing is super rare in the Tower of God. Use it carefully. You're the one who should be worried. From now on, you're covering all my expenses. At that moment, Sheng Tai and 2 underlings also arrived on floor 10. We finally made it to the 10th floor. This is White Light Swallow Guild's territory. And that ghost mask bastard actually dared humiliate me? If I run into you here, I'll make you wish you were never born. But when the 3 reached the guild hall, their eyes widened. The White Light Guild was now a burnt-down ruin. The rest of the guild had apparently gone to floor 30. While discussing what to do next, a small white fox appeared from a nearby alley. It waddled over, wagging its tail, completely carefree. Sheng Tai was already in a foul mood. He kicked the little fox and sent it flying. Stupid mutt, can't you see I'm in a bad mood? Just then, it felt like Sheng Tai's leg was smashed by a giant boulder. He broke out in cold sweat and screamed in pain. Who the hell attacked me? A shadow emerged from the dark alley. Enough, I'm the fox you just kicked. Your future master. Meanwhile, Chaiching was preparing to head to the class transfer tower to gain spiritual power. Carl asked, aren't you already the Necromancer King? Che Qingyu explained that he got his class due to a memory glitch from his past life, so he doesn't actually possess any cultivated spirit energy. Carl instantly understood. Just then, the nearby nine-tailed fox. He realized that his child was in danger. It was the same fox from earlier. This triggered a side quest. Help from the neutral deity, nine-tailed fox. A blessing from heaven. Too good to pass up. At that moment, Sheng Tai glared at him furiously. It's you again, Ghost Mask. Che Qingyu gave him a calm glance. Why does this guy look kind of familiar? Sheng Tai yelled. You mocking me right now? Get him, boys. Their weapons were about to strike Che Qingyu's head, but the next moment, he was gone. Vanished without a trace. Do you even know who that little guy really is? Maybe that little guy could turn your whole life around. But too bad. Unfortunately, Sheng Tai wasn't listening at all. His mind was fully consumed with thoughts of revenge against Che Qingyu. He looked toward the Nine Tails and asked, what should we do with those guys?
This is an armory that drives both gods and demons mad. Any one of these weapons could make them supreme rulers, yet the man is free to choose among them at will, because he is known to the world as the most powerful necromancer. With his strength alone, he could effortlessly wipe out an entire army. But now, he can't even bring a dead fly back to life. All because his unmatched power provoked the jealousy of the other 9 stars. So the remaining 9-star members joined forces to kill him. Just as he was about to die, he used the divine technique, soul transfer. 10 years later, Che Qingyu's soul was resurrected in another person's body, and he swore to make every one of the 9 stars perish. When he realized 10 years had already passed, and his body couldn't summon even a trace of magic. With this, you can too. Che Qingyu couldn't help but mock in his heart. Those 9-star fools took 10 years to climb 7,200 floors. To him, that was actually a good thing. He now had the chance to surpass them. Even though this body was just a novice, the soul was still that of the necromancer, Che Qingyu. With that, he dressed and headed toward the mysterious Tower of Gods. After many years, Che Qingyu entered the tower once again. The first challenge was a corridor full of deadly traps, but as long as he cleared the stage or returned to the start, his wounds would heal. He first checked his current attributes. All stats had been reset to 1, but he did have one special skill, Devour. As he stepped into the deadly corridor, an arrow came flying at him. Relying on agile footwork, he dodged it with ease. The sound of arrows whizzed by. No matter how fast he moved, it was impossible to dodge them all. Then came the sound of arrows hitting flesh. Che Qingyu was struck by several arrows instantly, but he didn't fall. Instead, he charged forward. When he couldn't go on, he simply returned to the start to heal. He just wanted to test the endurance of this new body. What made him the strongest man atop the tower was that special skill, Devour. This skill could consume anything non-living. Even the blood just spilled became a source of power for him. As a result, his stats started to improve. So after healing, he fearlessly headed deeper into the corridor. He needed to keep absorbing blood to boost his stats. Until 1 month later, he could no longer grow stronger just by bleeding. So he arrived at the end of the corridor. During this time, his stamina and attributes had increased significantly. But his method of clearing the level caught the attention of the gods and demons in the tower. Che Qingyu thought to himself, you damn voyeurs again. He truly despised those self-righteous gods and demons. Suddenly, countless pop-up messages flooded in. One familiar pop-up in particular caught his attention. It was from Ball, that obsessive stalker. In his past life, Ball kept pestering him to become his underling. Could it be that his identity had already been exposed? Even the divine soul transfer technique came from Ball. Soon, a wave of pop-ups from various gods and demons followed. It was all because of his value. Now they had all noticed him. Don't even think about it. I won't become anyone's lackey. Next, he reviewed everything he had gained over the past month. Not only had all his sealed skills returned, but he had also unlocked a brand new talent. Multi-talented. This talent allowed him to rapidly master any skill. Che Qingyu thought to himself, this talent is insane. With it, he could finally achieve the one title he never reached in his past life, the all-round master. He then arrived at the next dungeon, the training house. In his previous life, he was a Now, with just a glance, he identified the death magic that suited him best. Without hesitation, he chose a dark longbow radiating. He then had the system quickly generate a target. With both hands drawing the bow, his gaze locked on the bullseye. A few swishing sounds rang out. The arrows whooshed through the air toward the target. With 2 crisp thuds, he realized it was too easy. So the system generated more aggressive targets. System prompt. Warning, aggressive targets may cause injury. Che Qingyu gave a wicked grin. Whatever. Just follow my instructions. As soon as he spoke, a squad of robot targets appeared in front of him. In under a second, they all charged straight at him. Seeing this, he raised his hand and let an arrow fly. 3 robot targets dropped instantly, but the rest took the opportunity to lunge at him. One was about to crush his skull, when a blade of sword energy flashed past. This is way too boring. System, can you give me something stronger to fight? Just as he said that, several giant humanoid targets appeared beside him. But before they could attack, Che Qingyu made a quick dash and took one down effortlessly. Then he leaped into the air and switched to dual blade form. With ease, his blades pierced through several of the giant targets. The next second, long-range enemies launched attacks from behind. At that moment, the system gave another prompt. These targets are the most dangerous enemies on the second floor of the tower. At that moment, Changyu simply gave a light smile. So this is the most dangerous guy on this floor, huh? Then I guess I'll have to bring out my partner to deal with it. Changyu then gripped his necromancer's staff. A powerful wave of energy surged from the staff. The long-range target instantly exploded into dust. That was the power of the multi-talented ability. Any weapon he picked up felt instantly familiar, as if he'd trained with it for years. Then came a system notification. Class unlocked. All-round master. Reward, 5,000 merit points. Only then did he come to a sudden realization. So the all-round master was actually a class? The system then asked whether he wanted to choose all-round master as his class. Once he left the training house, the choice could not be changed. Changyu found himself torn. All-round master was a great class, but he didn't want to give up his greatest strength as a necromancer. I want to select all-round master as my secondary class. The system replied coldly, not allowed. Secondary classes can only be unlocked after clearing floor 100. He answered without hesitation. I want to use merit points to unlock the secondary class. The system was stunned by his response. How do you know about this option as a beginner? You don't need to know how I found out. Just tell me, can I or not? Required merit points, 5,050. Changyu sighed helplessly. Looks like I have to use my ace. He then pointed toward the despicable ball behind him. That stalker never stops trying to talk to me, and he even openly revealed his own value. Interacting with a god might help me gain an achievement. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the system announced, achievement unlocked. Talk to the wicked ball, plus 200 merit points. Seeing that he had helped me, Ball shamelessly started acting cute, to which I replied, Ball, stop being disgusting. System, now can I set all-round master as my secondary? A notification chimed. Congratulations. All-round master has been set as your secondary class. Destroy the training house to proceed to the first floor of the Tower of Gods. As necromantic energy surged into his staff, a loud boom shattered the ground beneath him. Those pathetic 9-star bastards. Just wait for the flames of my revenge. Changyu then arrived at the first floor of the Tower of Gods. Crew Forest. The forest was crawling with groups of goblins. He had barely entered when he saw several newbies surrounded by goblins. Just as one of the goblins raised its blade to strike, a loud boom echoed in the sky. A spatial rift suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Changyu stepped out from the rift in a flash. With one quick stride, he stomped the long-tongued goblin to the ground. So it's you filthy bugs again. Long time no see. The remaining 2 goblins, feeling insulted. Baka, go. Changyu curled his lips into a smirk. You 2 bugs, come at me together. Let's see how much power I can gain from devouring you. The newbies nearby gasped. This newcomer is insane. Judging by his weapon, he looks like just a mage. But he stomped that long-tongued goblin like it was nothing. Another cunning-looking newbie even tried to join Changyu in battle, hoping to score some benefits. But all he got in return was a cold, simple word, scram. If any of you dare steal my prey, don't expect to leave here alive. As soon as he spoke, the 3 newbies turned and bolted in fear. In the next second, the remaining goblins charged at him madly. Changyu gave a wicked grin. Can't wait to go join your friends, huh? But as they rushed toward him, it was as if they saw the demon king of hell himself. Their eyes filled with terror. They kept shouting, I'm sorry, then turned and fled in panic. Only then did they realize how terrifying he was. Black energy surged in his palm, forming a ball of magic. It instantly pierced through 2 of the goblins. The system then prompted, welcome to floor 1 of the Tower of Gods. Kill 10 goblins to complete the task and advance to the next floor. Seeing how easy the mission was, why not go for the massacrer achievement too? In his previous life, he had nearly collected all achievements. Looking at the goblins in front of him, I want to see what you can offer me. In the very next second, the goblin's corpse turned into a stream of blood energy and was absorbed into his body. But as he swallowed that energy, he was shocked to discover he could see the goblin's memories from when it was alive. Even more exciting, he could now understand the goblin language. Muscle mass, 21. He immediately opened his status panel to check his stats. Unable to wait, he checked the... Holy crap, this stat boost is insane. His attributes now rivaled those of players on the 10th floor. Was this a hidden bonus from the all-round master subclass? As he wondered in confusion, a wild scene suddenly unfolded before his eyes. Holy hell! The Goblin King looked exactly like the Lich King played by Daniel Wu. The guy was preparing to sacrifice captured humans to gain power. Changyu smirked at the sight. Lich King, Goblin King. Turns out this guy relied solely on commanding goblins for group attacks. That meant he could use this to rack up kills for the Goblin Slayer achievement, and massively harvest power to strengthen himself. To defeat him, he'd first need to build a necromancer army. With a wave of his hand, goblins began falling one after another. The system prompted, congratulations. You have completed a solo class advancement. You have obtained the class, Necromancer Lord. In the next second, the goblins he had just slain reanimated and knelt before him as undead warriors. Using knowledge from his past life, solo class advancement was child's play for him. There was still one hidden class he had to unlock on the 7th floor. Suddenly, the undead warriors turned to look to the side. Several goblins who had been preparing to attack now trembled on the ground in fear. Free kills? No reason to pass them up. Come on, My undead warriors, take out every last goblin you see. Moments later, he had already He then followed the memories and arrived before a thatched hut. Judging by its state, no one had been here for a long time. While playing with a magic orb, he muttered to himself, traps like this? You think you can fool me? With a heavy stomp, he smashed through the floorboards. Sure enough, a deep, hidden tunnel lay beneath. Chaiqingyu walked through it, placing magical crystals along the way. He was about to complete a rarely known high-level class advancement. Eventually, he arrived before a stone coffin shrouded in black mist. Inside lay the original necromancer and the guardian of class advancement. Just as he used all his strength to open the stone coffin, a figure radiating a terrifying aura floated up from within. Chaiqingyu said calmly, the original necromancer. Carl looked at Chaiqingyu. Could you be my successor? Chaiqingyu gave him a wicked grin. Long time no see, my old friend. Hearing himself called a friend, Carl froze in place. With a bit of embarrassment, he said, very few people see me and don't tremble in fear. Young man, your attitude makes me feel a bit awkward. You old fossil. You think a necromancer lord would be afraid of you? I found this place by reading your journal. In his previous life, he had also accidentally obtained the hidden item, Carl the Necromancer's journal. He had even tried to make Carl submit to him, but ended in failure. That's why this time, standing before Carl again, the desire to conquer him flared up within. Carl nodded and said, young man, I admire your courage. You're far better than that rude brat from 10 years ago. Hearing this, Chaiqingyu couldn't help but shiver. This damned skullhead Carl. I really want to smash him to bits. But to complete his class advancement, he had to hold it in and force a smile. Mr. Carl, could you please hurry and help me with the advancement? Necromancer Lord is a high-tier class. You normally have to reach the 10th floor to qualify. But before Carl could finish, Chaiqingyu showed him his class advancement records. Seeing that, the black voids in Carl's eye sockets suddenly lit up with blinding white light. You advanced without even going to the 10th floor. You really are something else. So, Mr. Carl, can you proceed with my advancement now? Carl smiled and replied, of course. He then began chanting incantations non-stop, raising both hands toward the air, as if he were communicating with some unknown being. During that moment, Carl's entire life flashed through Chaiqingyu's mind. When the Tower of Gods first appeared on Earth, Carl was already a top-tier figure who ruled over it. Back then, he was already the strongest necromancer, but he never stopped searching for greater power. He constantly worked to strengthen his summoned minions. His goal wasn't liches or death knights. His goal was a new kind of summon, the souls of death-born life forms. With necromancy, he believed he could summon a new species superior to all others. Through endless research, he finally created a new class, Necromancer King. However, his aging body had reached its limit, and so the class Necromancer King was about to die with him. To ensure the legacy of the Necromancer King lived on, he made one final, decisive choice. He cast a long-lost spirit-binding ritual on himself, turning himself into an NPC-like existence. He would wait here until a successor worthy of his legacy appeared. Moments later, the class advancement ritual finally ended. You're not bad, brat. From now on, you are the third-generation necromancer. The soul furnace captures souls, but can also summon soul-bound beasts in return. Congratulations, kid. I hope you climb to the top, and let the world witness the greatness of our Necromancer King bloodline. Chaiqingyu merely smirked. Thanks, Elder. I'll use the soul furnace you gave me, and make you the first one I capture. As for your dream of spreading the legacy of Necromancer Kings, I think you'd better do that yourself, old man. Hearing this, Carl was stunned. What did you just say? He then roared. Have you forgotten the promise in my journal? Are you breaking your oath? Chaiqingyu calmly stepped toward him. Elder, I think you misunderstood. You pinned your hopes on others, and that's a bad habit I'm going to help you fix today. The next moment, Chaiqingyu opened the soul furnace. He shouted, soul capture. Carl's soul was slowly pulled out thread by thread into the furnace. At that moment, Carl refused to be taken easily. How could the great Carl be captured by you? With a shout, he discarded his magic cloak, cutting off the soul extraction. He raised his middle finger proudly and said, think you can trap me? You're still too green. See ya, brat. With that, he turned to escape. Yet Chaiqingyu remained completely calm. Just as Carl turned to flee, he slammed straight into an invisible wall. It was a magic trap Chaiqingyu had laid on his way in. Carl was confused. How could a rookie set such a trap? Just then, Chaiqingyu walked over. He calmly said, this magic prison was made just for you. You'll pay a heavy price for this. You believe I can't break this cage with one punch. But what he didn't know was, the whole area was laced with soul crystals. Chaiqingyu said, sure, this prison is easy to break, but behind it are thousands more waiting for you. That's when Carl realized this man on floor 1 was terrifying beyond reason. So he asked nervously, just who are you? Chaiqingyu slowly pulled down his hood. In my past life, I may have failed, but this time, I will finally capture you, Carl. When Carl heard the words, past life, could it be, you're that rude brat I mentioned before? The so-called third-generation necromancer? Well, third generation sounds nicer. Chaiqingyu. Carl now fully realized how terrifying this man was. At that moment, Chaiqingyu once again began soul collection on the trapped Carl. Carl's soul was being drawn into the furnace at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before long, Carl had become a lifeless husk. Don't be too upset, Carl. Stick with me, and you'll get everything you ever wanted. After his soul was extracted, Carl returned to a human form, but he was still full of rage. How dare you treat me like a mere undead servant? Yu just grinned. Looks like you were pretty handsome in your youth. Faced with his mockery, Carl suddenly unleashed a surge of powerful necrotic energy. You insolent brat. How dare you look down on me? The original necromancer? But before he could finish, he froze on the spot. It turned out that all his power now came from Yu. If Che cut the supply, he'd disintegrate instantly. Now he had no choice but to obey. Oh, and Carl, don't forget, I've got another ability. Remember how you dealt with disobedient summons? If you keep pushing your luck, don't blame me for not warning you ahead of time. In other words, if he didn't fully submit now, Yu would devour him completely. Left with no choice, Carl finally submitted. So, what do you want me to do? Yu pointed at a distant castle and said, we're going to attack that place. The goblin's lair. As soon as they entered the castle, Yu unleashed a horde of undead warriors to clear the path for their necromancer king. As more and more goblins joined the battle, and in order to meet the goblin king quickly, he personally joined the fight. Go outside and check what's happening. We can't let anyone interrupt the ritual. Hurry and get the offering ready. Meanwhile, under Yu's command, the undead army had already reached the gates of the grand hall. Suddenly, Yu's eyes lit up. That aura, it's familiar. The goblin king must be inside that main hall. So he led the undead army deeper inside. At that moment, the goblin king plunged a dagger into a sacrificial body. Still not enough. This is nowhere near enough to satisfy his highness. Then, 2 goblins dragged in a female offering. She's from the demon folk race. A much higher grade offering than a human. Grabbing the woman by her hair, he grinned. This should finally please his highness. Just as he was about to act, a flying sword knocked his hand away from the girl. The goblin king looked up. So you're the one who dared interrupt the ritual? Yes, it's me. Is this a human sacrifice, or are you summoning something? Kid, you'd better stay out of this. This is my business now. You arrogant brat. Prepare to die. A mere floor 1 lord dares to act this bold. If you get on your knees now, maybe I'll spare your life. The demon folk girl took the chance to get up and try to flee, but the goblin king wasn't about to let her escape. He roared out, Lord of demons, grant me your strength. Just as the attack was about to hit the demon girl, Yu flashed in front and blocked it with his body. He turned to the demon girl and said, leave this place, quickly. But then he noticed the girl had 2 horns on her head. She was actually from the demon folk race. It said this powerful race only exists on the 100th floor of the Tower of Gods. Why would a girl like her appear on the lower floors? Could something have happened on the 100th floor? Just as he was puzzling over this, the goblin king angrily shouted, how dare you interrupt the ritual I prepared for his highness? As he spoke, he suddenly detonated the goblin guards beside him. The explosion unleashed a burst of chaotic energy. To Yu, it wasn't even enough to tickle. He threw a punch directly at the goblin king. The goblin king froze in shock. How could someone so powerful appear on the first floor? Just as Yu was about to finish him off with a punch, the goblin king suddenly let out a skyward roar. Demon of death, come save me. Blood began boiling inside his body, and in the next second, a massive blood-red hand grabbed Yu. He looked closely. How could he summon such a high-level demon? Before Yu could react, the giant hand smashed him into the ground. Seeing this, the goblin king became gleeful. Ha ha ha, how about that, human? See that? This is my strongest spirit summoning. The summoning ritual. You dare talk summoning in front of me, showing off a broadsword in front of Guan Yu? You're delusional. Let me show you what real spirit summoning looks like. Suddenly, countless necrotic souls surged into the blood demon's body, writhing and twisting inside it. Its abdomen began to swell unnaturally, and then, with a loud boom, the blood demon's body completely vanished into nothingness. The goblin king scratched his head, completely baffled. How could such a powerful demon be defeated so easily by a guy on the first floor? Even Yu looked confused. That blood demon wasn't something a goblin could summon. Boone, you're the demon of death who did this, weren't you? Boone furiously nodded his head in reply. The ever-annoying Ball, who had been following Yu, stared at Boone and smirked. I just became a necromancer. And already you're curious about my power? It turns out that I ended up clashing with one of your followers, so he helped summon the blood demon. And you, Goblin King, you didn't even realize who summoned the blood demon and let yourself be used. You're nothing more than a pawn. Impossible. You may have killed me, but his highness will avenge me. Then be sure to tell him to come find me. Saves me the trouble of hunting him down. In his final moments, the loyal follower of Boone kept praying to his demonic master. That's what Boone gets for testing me. Yu said coldly. Boone, this little performance ends here. You dared to challenge and test me? If anything happens next, don't say I didn't warn you. Although there were some unpleasant moments, Yu still easily defeated the Goblin King. He compressed the Goblin King's soul into a soul orb and swallowed it whole. That's how he gets stronger. The moment he devoured it, he realized how utterly worthless the Goblin King's soul was. Just a tiny boost to intelligence and agility. As he sighed over the disappointment, the demon folk girl he rescued quietly walked over. Hello, my name is Xiaoli. Thank you for saving me. Moments earlier, He had saved the demon folk girl, Yusu. Now she had come to repay Che Qingyu's kindness. Seeing this, Che Qingyu asked in return, "Aren't you afraid I might be a bad guy?" Yusu replied, "Anyone who dares to disrespect me will be executed." Che Qingyu let out a small sigh. As expected, the demon folk really do hold grudges. Then he suddenly asked her, "Aren't you supposed to be on the 100th floor? Why are you here?" Yusu explained that the demon folk village was suddenly attacked. Che Qingyu was deeply confused as well. The demon folk are one of the strongest races in the tower. After thinking it over, he concluded it must be the 4 great royal clans. Giants, warriors with overwhelming strength and massive bodies. Dragons, masters of pure arcane power. Demons, lords of dark magic energy. Celestials, beings of the wings of fate. They command the dark forces of the world. Heaven's lost heirs, the Celestials. Legend says they're angels banished to the mortal world by the gods. Aside from the 4 great royal clans, there's one more unique power. Those who have fully awakened their 9-star potential. Just thinking of those 9-star scum made Che Qingyu clench his fists. At that moment, Yusu looked up and spoke. She had witnessed Che Qingyu's power and asked to follow him for protection. Che Qingyu thought for a moment. Yusu may be young, but as a member of the demon folk, she might grow into a powerful ally in the future. He silently nodded in agreement. Yusu jumped with joy like a little girl at a festival. The Goblin King's mark. The Goblin King's engraved insignia. It was etched onto his armor. Che Qingyu stripped it off without hesitation. Carl came over to report. He had converted all goblins in the city into undead. Yusu quickly hid behind Che Qingyu. "This guy is terrifying." Carl looked at Yusu and pointed at himself. "Little brat, you can see me?" "Of course," Che Qingyu explained from the side. "Yusu is from the demon folk race. She's dealt with spirits since childhood." System prompt. Safe mode will be disabled. Defeating the Goblin King will trigger a massive monster raid. Che Qingyu immediately coughed awkwardly, but Carl and Yusu both said, "This is too reckless." Che Qingyu chuckled lightly. "This was exactly why I came for the Goblin King." The watching gods and demons thought Che Qingyu was insane. The demon of death spoke up. "If you achieve the highest contribution ranking, I'll grant you a reward." Che Qingyu simply smirked. "Don't try to bribe me with scraps. I'll decide after I see what the reward is." Ball chimed in, gloating. "You've got guts. Well, if you die, I'll finally be free." "Carl, remember this. In life, I'm your master. In death, you're still my slave." With that, he pressed the confirm button. System. Floor 1, safe mode disabled. All the other players on floor 1 were horrified. Who's the lunatic that made this choice? Whether they completed their tasks or not, everyone rushed toward the floor 2 safe zone. But before they even reached the entrance, a massive teleportation portal suddenly appeared ahead. From within it, countless goblins surged out toward the crowd. Faced with so many goblins, everyone stood frozen, mouths agape. Everyone was paralyzed in shock at the goblin army before them. Suddenly, a massive pillar of white light split the goblins and the players apart. The one who arrived was none other than Che Qingyu. He glanced down at the crowd and smiled coldly. "This is my hunting ground. Anyone who dares touch my prey has only one fate, death." Everyone was stunned. Was he planning to face the entire goblin army alone? Che Qingyu calmly activated his necromancer summonings. A storm of undead soldiers burst forth from within him. Undead? He's a necromancer king. How could someone on the first floor already have that class? Yusu wanted to join the fight and help slay goblins alongside him. "Then you better move fast. Otherwise, my undead army will clean up every last goblin before you even get there." Yusu no longer hesitated. She summoned a red, double-edged weapon from the void. As it spun and extended, it transformed into a glowing long sword emanating spirit energy. Che Qingyu's eyes narrowed. Dimensional storage? That sword is definitely no ordinary weapon. She handles it like a natural, very skilled. Could the target of the demon folk village attack have been Yusu all along? Just then, an annoying voice cut through his thoughts. One look at this smug face, and you could tell he was from some elite clan. Che Qingyu asked flatly, "Do you need something?" "My name is Sheng Tai. I'm from the White Light Swallow Guild." Che Qingyu had never heard of that guild before. It's a sub-guild under the 9-star Pei Luan siblings' main guild. The moment he heard 9-star Pei, a burning rage ignited in Che Qingyu's heart. But this guy kept blabbering on, saying, "You've got some real skills. How about joining our sacred guild? You've come at the perfect time. I was just about to settle the score with the Pei siblings. Once I'm done with these goblins, we'll have a nice, long talk." One of Sheng Tai's lackeys muttered that Che Qingyu was too arrogant, thinking his power gave him the right to bully others. Che Qingyu replied coldly, "He's only alive right now because he still has value. In this tower where the strong devour the weak, there is no law or justice here. Only the strong survive. If you don't want to die, then get lost now." With that, he turned and left. At this point, the battle was raging fiercely on both sides. Seeing the chaos, Che Qingyu joined the fight with Carl. The fallen goblin warriors, under their expert manipulation, were instantly revived as undead ready to fight. Che Qingyu then ordered Carl to turn all nearby corpses into soldiers. "Well then, let's have some real fun." Meanwhile, Yusu was locked in fierce battle with the goblin army. But there were simply too many goblins. She was starting to struggle. There are just too many. Just as she lost focus, a goblin snuck up from behind and landed a hit. The sudden attack caught Yusu off guard. She cried out in pain. She remembered the destruction of her village by that mysterious force. This pain was nothing in comparison. But clearly, her stamina had reached its limit. She collapsed to the ground with a thud. Meanwhile, Chei-Ching-yu was still locked in brutal combat behind her. That someone from the first floor could unleash such power. That's why she wanted to follow him. No matter what, she would climb the tower and avenge the demon folk. In the very next second, a goblin with a massive nose charged at her again. It was about to smash her head in, but a bolt of lightning blasted the goblin into dust. It was the dashing and powerful Uncle Carl who saved her. "You okay, little one?" "I'm fine, Uncle." She forced herself up, ready to fight again. Carl thought to himself, this kid is really persistent. What has she been through? But then Yusu suddenly asked, "Why did you save me?" "From the 100th floor until now, no one has ever helped me. Is there some hidden reason behind your kindness?" "There's no reason. I'm just following Chei-Ching-yu's orders to keep you alive." Chei-Ching-yu's care deeply moved Yusu. She swore she would one day repay his kindness with everything she had. Suddenly, her chest began to glow. The next second, she took out a glowing mask and placed it over her face. Suddenly, Lungsu's power surged exponentially. Even Chei-Ching-yu, still fighting, sensed the terrifying power. Lungsu now seemed like a completely different person. In a flash, she appeared behind the goblins. With a single motion, she slaughtered them by the dozens. Like a bloodthirsty beast, she charged into the goblin army. Chei-Ching-yu watched the entire scene unfold, and it further confirmed his suspicions. As expected, the mysterious force that attacked her village was after Lungsu herself. What kind of secret is she hiding? For now, it's best not to tell her. The battle was nearly over. Only 1 minute remained. The portal gradually began to shrink. With the last goblin's death, the portal completely vanished. The monster tide had ended. System notification. Congratulations, you successfully repelled the monster assault. Lungsu had exhausted all her strength. She was about to collapse. The next moment, a strong, warm hand caught her just in time. "You shouldn't have used that skill in your condition. I could have handled it." Those few simple words of concern made Lungsu blush deeply. Top 3 contributors will receive rewards. Chei-Ching-yu grinned wickedly. Perfect. Time to tally up the results. After the goblin siege ended, the total kill count surpassed 2,500. Merit points, plus 500. System base reward. System, Goblin Slayer achievement unlocked. All attributes plus 5. Merit points plus 5,000. All attributes increased. These achievement rewards would be very useful in the future. He was still looking forward to what else they'd bring. All 3 of them received monster slaying rewards. Carl, being undead, couldn't use his, so he handed them over. Yusa hesitated, then offered hers as well. "I hope you understand me. I've been betrayed once already, so I have to reclaim what's mine." Chei-Ching-yu looked at her and said, "If you want me to truly trust you, then do something that will earn it. Otherwise, I won't be able to keep you with me." Hearing this, Yusu's expression immediately turned serious. She reached into her inner space and pulled out her ghost mask. From deep within, she retrieved it. "My ghost mask." "Here," Carl exclaimed in shock. "You're actually giving the ghost clan's sacred mask to an outsider? How could you? This is the essence of your tribe." Chei-Ching-yu asked, confused and suspicious. "Why would you give me something so important? So you'll believe I won't betray you?" Yusu replied. "Also, to repay you for saving my life. This mask is far too valuable. Are you sure you don't have any other motive?" Yusu finally spoke calmly. "I want revenge. I probably didn't explain things clearly before. My village has already been completely destroyed. I wanted to find survivors, but I couldn't find a single one. Which means, I might be the last ghost folk alive. So I beg of you, please take me with you." Chei-Ching-yu thought for a moment. "This girl, she's like me. She's one of us." "Oh right, this ghost mask belongs to your tribe. I don't need it." Chei-Ching-yu accepted her offer. Yusu beamed with joy. "Thank you, big brother." Hearing her call him big brother, Chei-Ching-yu was briefly stunned. "Call me whatever you want." With that, he tossed the 3 reward crystals into the air. Magic ring, plus 5 magic power, minus 10% magic consumption, plus 5 magic penetration, plus 5 magic, minus 10% MP cost, minus 20% magic consumption. Magic necklace, minus 20% MP cost, plus 5 magic, minus 20% magic cost reduction. Not bad. These rewards are perfect for a necromancer king. He then equipped the accessories one by one. They would help improve both the quality and quantity of his summons. "How long are you planning to stay silent?" "Boone, did you forget the reward you promised me?" Seeing this, Boone said they should talk somewhere else. "Here should be fine, right? Don't try to avoid this." "The demon who governs death," Boone said, "I shouldn't rush him." The next second, a powerful demonic aura surged into the sky. Then, a ring brimming with demonic power appeared on the table. "Looks like I've taken care of the wedding ring for the future bride. Let me take a closer look." Carl and Yusu curiously asked, "Big brother, is there something wrong?" This ring actually carries demonic aura. Demonic aura is exclusive to the demon clan, one of the 4 great royal clans. It can't be increased through items or titles. It's an incredibly rare and violent magical resource. Indeed, not boostable by items or titles. Normally, only demon slaves are able to obtain demonic aura. Even 1 point makes a massive difference. But this ring increased my aura by 10 points in one go. That's a truly insane boost. Boone waved toward him, offering a handshake as a peace gesture. Changyu said cheerfully, "Since you gave me such a great item, I'll let go of the trouble you caused earlier." At that moment, Ball, the annoying Boone gave him something? "He's going to abandon me now," Changyu said. "You want a freeload?" Carl fanned the flames from the side. "You little punk. You dare extort a demon?" Ball looked confused, then started digging through drawers. The wardrobe, under the bed. "Quit messing around, Ball. If you want to stay with me, show me your sincerity." After a moment of thought, Ball made a decision. He declared he wanted to issue an assigned mission to Changyu. Changyu was stunned. "An assigned mission? Are you serious, Ball?" But Ball firmly confirmed his intent to assign a mission. Carl added, "A mission from a demon is no joke. Kid, you better not waste this chance." "All right, Ball. If you're being that sincere, I'll break my rule and accept it this once." But the shameless Changyu insisted on choosing the reward himself, because if he failed, he'd have to undergo Baal's apostle trial. Ball agreed. Then he cheerfully shook hands with Changyu. Yusu asked, "Big brother, what's our next plan?" "Of course, it's to have Ergo capture that guy Shingtai. Kale has already sent undead soldiers after him. Right now he's still on the first floor." Fine. Then I'll head out first. Let's take a stroll. Have a chat, and tell me about the ghost folk and that mask of yours," Yusu said as they walked. "There's not much to it. Basically, it's a relic that awakens ghost folk powers in its owner. It also lets you use divine sense to see the future. That ability is called precognition." Changyu sighed. "If only I could choose a more combat-oriented ability." "Big brother, you're underestimating precognition too much. Back in the day, outsiders used to give their to help them predict the future. They were deeply afraid and hoped to rewrite their fate this way." Changyu chuckled. "That's just superstition. Isn't it more straightforward to change fate with strength?" Yusu turned with closed eyes and said, "That's perfect then. Sounds like my ability suits you well, big brother." Changyu asked in confusion, "Why?" "Because my ability is combat precognition. It only works for predicting between two combatants. So, big brother, do you think I'm useful now?" Just as she said that, Changyu stepped forward and gave Yusu a big hug. It caught her completely off guard. Changyu said, "This ability is absolutely perfect." Yusu's cheeks turned bright red in an instant. Whether it's a swordsman, hunter, assassin, or lancer, even when facing the 9-star elites at their peak, we'd still stand a chance. He then pulled Yusu even closer. Nearby, Ball and the 9-tailed fox were munching on pop. "Ball, I'm exhausted here. This guy kept trying to run away." Changyu slowly drew his sword. "Carl, let him go first." Then he plunged the sword deep into a tree. "This is your sword, take it. But first, decide how you're going to take it. With your hand, or stabbed into your body. That depends on how you answer my question. Now tell me everything about White Light Swallow." Down. A terrified Shengtai spilled everything. Watching Shengtai flee in panic, Carl asked curiously, "You're just letting him go like that?" "Doesn't matter. I'm going to crush every guild under the Holy Nation anyway. One by one, I'll destroy the foundation the Pei siblings depend on. But first, I need to complete the apostle mission Ball assigned." The three then prepared to enter the second floor of the Tower of Gods. As soon as they arrived, the crowd was in shock. "What is that? Is that the legendary ghost mask?" A curious academy student asked. "What's your name? Do you have a guild?" Changyu didn't want to reveal his real name. "I go by Ghost Mask." With that, the three entered the second floor of the Tower of Gods. Kill 10 goblins and 10 goblin warriors to proceed to the third floor. This quest is way too easy. There's no challenge at all. Ball. This mission... Ball responded. "What? You think I'm your free labor now? Remember, I want it alive. I'm going to conduct an experiment using demonic aura. If you're curious, then go and come back quickly." Carl chimed in. "You're a real cunning one. But don't use up all the demonic aura. Make sure to wait until I return." Changyu looked at the demonic ring on his hand. "Let's see what kind of surprise you bring me. 4 great royal clans. Please grant me the power of my bloodline." A wave of dark purple demonic aura began to float out of the ring. At that moment, a drooling goblin peeked out from the bushes. Turns out this goblin was attracted by Longsu's beauty. Changyu grinned widely. "Perfect timing. I was just worrying about finding one." With that, he released the demonic aura. Go! Demonic aura burst forth. But the lecherous goblin surprisingly dodged the attack. "Brother, not good." He dodged it. "No, this attack doesn't even need to make direct contact." As soon as he said that, the goblin instantly turned to ashes. Because low-level wild monsters can't withstand such violent demonic energy. Now comes the main point. If you inject demonic aura into a death spirit, you'll create an even stronger undead warrior. But at the moment of fusing demonic aura with death aura, pain that pierced to the bone overwhelmed Changyu. Damn, looks like the demonic aura level is too high. So he immediately reduced the aura from 10 points to 1. After a bit of fiddling and adjusting, an undead warrior infused with demonic aura was born. No other race besides the demons has used pure demonic aura, so no one knows that demonic aura is actually easily controllable. At that moment, Carl returned. having completed his task. Marvelous. The fusion is perfect. An undead warrior with demonic aura. Let's call it a magic-infused undead warrior. Chaiching said the name sounds pretty. As expected of my apprentice, Carl. Your craft is absolutely amazing. Chaiching helplessly asked. So does this mean I have to inject demonic aura every time? That would be way too much trouble. Not necessarily. Maybe I don't need to summon the undead personally. Chaiching added that when it comes to summoning undead, he's still a bit lacking.